We are live at Coletco, September 10th, Wednesday night, and it is 5:38. I'm not too late. My Zaxby's, I found out something about DoorDash. So where I live, when I order my food, they order it to the closest restaurant, regardless of where it's being delivered. So I live almost closer to Mount Juliet Zaxby's, Tanner, than Lebanon's here. So when I order from my house, even though it's being delivered in Lebanon, it got ordered at a Mount Juliet, a Zaxby's. And they have to bring it all the way from Mount Juliet. And so it's like, your Zaxby's won't be here till 5:15. I was like, I still start at 5:30. But then guess what slowed me down? Otis.
Did you schedule what time they drop it off? Like you could order tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I'm not a fan of scheduling food. It depends on my mood. I wake up and then I decide what I want to eat. It's like, I'm feeling Subway. Yeah, I'm feeling Chick-fil-A. Yeah, I'm feeling Zaxby's, Otis. Well, the first time Tanner's been here since he's had a son arrive on Earth, and there's no sun here, so. But there is Otis. We all know that's Tanner and Addison's first true son. Still, I've never met Bo, never met Finn. It's like Tanner and Seth are trying to keep me away from their children. Maybe they disagree with my taste in music. You disagree with my taste in music? Is that why you're keeping Finn from me? All right, let's keep this show on the road. I got coins there. There's gold. We need to put this back in the safe, honestly. Right there. I got two people I'm going to try to text. One has an order. We need to let them remind them from a long time ago. And then we need to text them and be like, hey, we got this for sale if you want it. I put a lot of stuff right there. I cleaned up a lot last night. That's all I did. I know it kind of looks messy back here, but you should have seen it before.
I believe it.
I do hear music still playing. Faintly. Laura's going to take care of it. All right. Welcome, everybody. Time to tune in. And get zoned in for vinyl. How many crates of new vinyl? Laura's marking them right now. About 7? 8?
There's 8 over here, and then all of the rest of my
9. 9 crates. 4 of them are pretty much Led Zeppelin and Motley Crue. So there's going to be about 5. There's going to be about 5 actual crates to flip through. 4 are completely full already for pre-orders. I am sharing links. Plus, we're going to go through. We're going to go through the 2 crates I did this morning. There's Otis. Can't wait to pet him right quick. Okay, that was about all I got. And then let's pull up YouTube. Let's hit the like button over there. My first suggested video on YouTube is Josh Pate's college football show, where he's probably going to say that Tennessee can't beat Georgia. All right, almost done. Almost done popping my knuckles back into place. And my neck. Oh man, that was great. Figured we'd have a... I figured everybody tonight would want to tune in and tune out everything that's going on the world today. Wow. I woke up to all that from my friends and people, and I was like, what in the world is going on? I was like half asleep, then I couldn't sleep. All right. Okay, and I'll get caught up on questions in the chat in just a second. I'm kind of looking at the feed, but I'm also doing my last duty, which is sharing this on our Instagram story. And now I'm done. Okay, and did someone buy this? Yes, they did. It was John Durden, $5. Let me write that down for G. This is put this right over here. Okay, so the first thing we have is random chat question. Have you ever had or had access to anything signed by Lane Staley from Alice in Chains? Yeah, I know somebody that does, unless they've sold it. It was a signed photo. That's about the only thing I've ever seen are signed press photos. Do you have chance to have a sealed copy of Private Eyes by Hall & Oates? Not to my knowledge. Hi, Chad. I messaged you a couple times on Facebook Messenger. I know you're busy, but no response. All it needs is the email address if you want me to send my videos and pictures to. Okay, I'll go ahead and send that to you right now. That was for Tom Harris, right? And here we are. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. So what's on my table here, first of all? This is stuff I left out from last night that I deemed worthy of us probably auctioning tonight. Plus, I was left a few things. Looks like I was left a few laser discs, and somewhere Michael Rudolph just fell off his couch. He's like, holy crap, laser disc. No video yet on Twitch. That's got to be incorrect. There's people already commenting over there. Okay. Yeah, signed Alice in Chains is tough because... you know, when they probably were signing a lot for promotion, it was their first couple albums. And as y'all know, their first couple albums were pretty much not available on vinyl. So the chance of getting a foreign copy of Dirt or Facelift, and then getting a chance to get in front of Lane Staley and Jerry Cantrell back in the 90s where they both could have signed it, it's probably pretty much nearly impossible. Really, because it's just, there wasn't that many on vinyl. But they did sign a lot of promotional photos, especially when they first got signed. You know, like those black and white photos they would send to radio stations and stuff like that. A lot of 90s groups, you see those signed by Nirvana. You see those signed by like Pearl Jam and stuff. Mostly because there was almost no vinyl available for them to sign. And if you do find something signed that's album artwork, it's a CD case. So that's why signed 90s grunge vinyl is worth a mint, because there pretty much wasn't available to be signed. You know, it's pretty much not easy to get a copy, much less, you know, after Alice in Chains hit it big, it's not like you could just walk up to Lane Staley and he's like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. Or, yeah, sure, I'll sign it. Okay, let me find these over here. Let's get some of our auctions going. Let me pull up the video from today. What crates did I do? They should have Between the Baird and Me, and the other one should have 9 Inch Nails. Okay, so my mom brought those back here. Good. That's actually good. All right, let's put this over here. Let me see Tom Harris. What's going on? We actually do have Japanese tonight. All right. Okay, let me grab these. And what was this crate? This was one of those New Orleans half-off crates. Let me put those right here. All right, there's that. Okay, about to crack open this monster. Say that about Japanese. We do have a few Japanese. I don't know what happened. This is not the stuff I think, you know, this might have been a package that went all the way to Japan, or came all the way from Japan and then went all the way back. And then they had to redo the postage so we didn't have to pay duties. So it's went on a long ride. It's went on a long, long ride. Taj Mahal. I will look that up. Hold on. I just went over the price sheets. I don't remember pricing that one, Jerry. Let me do a search on my whole order list. Now, Laura said she hadn't seen it yet. Should have been in today if it was coming in. Let me see the status. The one with Keb Mo, right? Yeah. Jerry. Now, let me go over here. 3 in cart. So they will ship Thursday, be here Friday. Yeah. I got that from a place that we usually sometimes doesn't ship the new releases till they come in Friday. But yeah, the one with Keb Mo, it's on its way. Not here today, but it will be here by Friday for this invoicing cycle. $29.99. You can count on it. All right, let's get started. I got to get my energy drink. Got to get woke up and focused. I'm already woke up. I was going to get focused. Like Tanner said, he's like, I think everything that's happened in the news today is kind of like drove down everybody's morale. I was like, I've got to change that right now with this crate. As soon as I adjust my neck. Oh, that was good. Okay. Here we go. Twisted Sister announced a big tour. That's right. And here we go. And let's open this up. And let's go over here to the group. And I got a lot of stuff to pre-order. I got to go through and basically pre-order every Rocktober. I hadn't pre-ordered all the Rocktober stuff yet. I was going to make sure everybody knows about it in the on the main page, and then go from there. But I'm going to order plenty of extras. Entombed. I haven't heard from that. Those Record Store Day exclusives, Darren, are always weird. You know, the last one got canceled. It was the Gin Blossoms. They canceled that one. And then there was one that they pushed back almost 2 months, and that was Rob Zombie. I think that was supposed to come out last month. They've pushed it almost to the end of the year, I think. So here we go. Let's get started with a couple singles. And this is David Bowie, Space Oddity. David Bowie, Space Oddity. Original picture sleeve. Orange RCA label. The sleeve does have quite a bit of wear, but look how cool this is. The Man Who Sold the World in Space Oddity. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And we got Guns N' Roses, Paradise City. Guns N' Roses, Paradise City. This one's been in a jukebox. You can tell from the scuffs. See those scuffs? So it's probably going to have a little bit of noise, but nothing that affects back play. But that's where it was in a jukebox and it got scuffed. That's called being juked. It's when they take 45 singles and they put them in jukeboxes. Unless you got a really fine old machine, literally, it can really scratch up your record. So, but that's Guns N' Roses, $7 start. $7 start. I saw the Phil Collins last night. Definitely posting a pre-order for that one. And I still don't have an update on 21 Pilots. They hadn't really shown how many's in stock. And I think, like I said, I ordered a couple, but they still hadn't shipped them. So I don't know if they're holding them for Friday because it's new music. A lot of times with new music, they hold it. You know, they don't want anybody to get it till like Friday, you know, for like listening parties, I guess. Or maybe some people get it on Thursdays. But, you know, they're big on that because like a lot of those albums, you go to like listen to them and you can't stream them, right? So all the music is secret, kind of hidden until the release date. And so sometimes they hold that stuff and they don't even show how many's in stock. It just still says pre-order. Sometimes they'll say how many's in stock for something that comes out 2 weeks from now. They'll have them on hand 2 weeks from now. So, okay, first thing is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. We did already sell one too to Matt Nichols. This is on blue vinyl. It's a 40th anniversary edition. It's with cobalt. It's with poster. It's on cobalt blue vinyl. That's Ozzy, and the first sale of the night goes to Matt Nichols from the video. And as you can see, we still have 2, 4, 6 copies of Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. That is on blue vinyl, and that's $29.99. Over here, we have The Cure, Copacabana Dreams. The Cure, Copacabana Dreams is sold to Jason Fornerat. That was my last copy. It's a 2 LP unofficial. That one was sold to Jason Fornerat. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. I can put you on a waiting list for that. Luckily, Ozzy's are still in stock. And then we have Echo and the Bunnymen. And Echo and the Bunnymen is a live unofficial from Sweden, Gothenburg, 1985. That is $29.99. David Bowie. So this is a final call to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $15. Eric Van Leuven says he's done. And then over here, the GNR, Cindy Yarborough, has that for $7. That's a final call. One copy left of Kiss Revenge. Kiss Revenge is $36.99. That's technically a 2014 remaster. The OGs came out in the 90s. Always been difficult to get. And then we have one copy of Pictures of Matchstick Men. That's Messages from the Status Quo. Limited edition 1000 turquoise colored vinyl. $38.99. Really cool song, Pictures of Matchstick Men. Jerry Torrey's in on GNR at 10. And then we have Satyricon, The Age of Nero. Satyricon is a pretty recent new reissue from Music on Vinyl. It's a gatefold jacket. It's on black vinyl, and it's $39.99. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. Alice Cooper is a 2 LP. That is a 45 RPM Analog Productions, $59.99. Hopefully everybody's already hit the like button for me on Facebook, YouTube, etc., etc. Let's make sure this goes in a new sleeve, and let's sell that to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $15. The GNR has a new bid for $10. Cindy Yarborough says she's out. So that's a final call. I got a whole bag here of stickers I found. I think I've had these for a long time. It's just a huge back. I mean, I see Lamb of God. I see some Sum 41, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I see Green Day. It is an entire collection here of stickers. Let's see. There's 9 Inch Nails. There's a Rolling Stones tongue logo. There's No FX. Jim B just fell out of his recliner. There's Foo Fighters. There are a ton of stickers in there. This entire bag will say $10 start. All those stickers, $10 start on that one. Nick Orlando on Status Quo, pictures of Matchstick Men. That is sold to Nick Orlando. Thank you, Nick Orlando, on that one. And we have Van Morrison Moondance. Van Morrison, $34.99. Gatefold jacket, a must-have. That is true. I got that email too. I got to go up post on all those. The Rocktobers, like all the ones from 1010 got delayed to the next week, which is crazy because they've tried to spread those things out, but they usually either show up all on the first week and then the rest all show up on the last week. So it's just this crazy influx of new vinyl we'll have in October. It will be crazy. Jerry Torres gets GNR for $10. That's going to be a crazy week. So I hope everybody plans accordingly financially, because if you buy anything else that week and you've already pre-ordered like all 40 titles, that's a lot of vinyl. So I've went through and kind of looked. Some people have pre-ordered almost every single one of them. And I'm like, holy moly, that's going to be a lot of stuff show up. All right, here's our first Japanese pressing. This is a great one, too. John Denver, Poems, Prayers, and Promises with Take Me Home, Country Roads. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the lyric insert with it. It has the cover and obi, and John Denver's a $35 start. The stickers are at 10, 10, 12, 14, and now Kelly Volodarchek has them for $20 on that. John Denver's a Japanese pressing, $35 start on that. There's Van Morrison's Moondance, and then I have, what else do I have over here? I don't have anything. I got a few things for a bite now. A few things I found last night digging through some Fred Goodwin stuff. Over here, Jerry Torres, you did get GNR for 10. Yes. Jane's Addiction is sold to Kelly Volodarchek. I have one copy left. Jane's Addiction is a 2 LP, $44.99. Double LP Pearl Vinyl, $44.99. Hatchet, it will be busy. I hope not, but there's a probability so. He told me the last time, he's like, most of these invoices I cancel are people who pre-order vinyl and they send a message and be like, sorry, I forgot I pre-ordered this, I need to cancel. And we've started making a list and letting people know, hey, you can't ever really do this again. So I always say, it says it very clearly, make sure if you're pre-ordering vinyl, you absolutely want it. And keep up with it. Some people's like, oh, dang, I already pre-ordered it at Amazon. And I'm like, well, why don't you cancel the Amazon order? You know, or I already pre-ordered from somewhere else. And I was like, well, why don't you cancel it with them? Why are you canceling with us? That just tells me that probably they're just wanting to cancel it altogether. So make sure if you're pre-ordering something, you 100% want it, 100% need it, and especially when it comes in, you can 100% pay for it. Otherwise, Rocktober is going to get pretty backed up, okay? Some of y'all probably going to get 20 and 30 pre-orders on 1 week. Especially all the other stuff coming out that's not Rocktober. There's a ton of stuff that's coming out that's not Rocktober. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, that's $46.99. It's going to get pretty crazy when all that stuff starts showing up. A lot of stuff that showed up today, actually. We got 4 crates probably already pre-sold. Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf. Queens of the Stone Age is $44.99. And Mad Season Above, I'm down to 1 copy. This is sold to Kyle Lozier. This is the last copy. Is remaining right there. This one's sold to Kyle, L-O-Z-I-E-R. Thank you on that, Kyle. I've got 1 copy left. Hello, I'm Dolly. This is a Vinyl Me Please, all analog, $34.99. And we also have 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. 9 Inch Nails, Halo number 19, 2005, $46.99. I think we're done on the stickers. It's really up to James Hicks. Kelly has it for $25, and David Johnson does have the John Denver Poems, Prayers, and Promises. Let's go ahead and put up another one. And that other one is going to be Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain. And Billy Joel is a Japanese pressing. This is in shrink and obi. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And we're going to go ahead and put up Billy Joel for a $35 start. Has the inner sleeve, has the really cool Billy Joel superhero book, has the insert, has the cover and obi, $35 start on that one. And the other claims are Wasp, Art Blakey, Wasp, Tesla, and Wasp, and that's all in the next crate. If anybody else wants anything else in here, just let me know. We've got 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. That's $46.99 double LP. Dolly is $34.99. James Hicks is backing on the stickers at $26. Kelly's right back in at $30. Mad Season's $39. Queens of the Stone Age is $44. Songs for the Deaf. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral is $46. Jane's Addiction's 44, Pearl Vinyl. Van Morrison's 34. Alice in Chains is 59. Satiricon's 39. Kiss Revenge is 36. Echo and the Bunnymen's 29. And Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, sold to Michael Church. I've got more left if anybody decides you want one. David Johnson on his John Denver Poems, Prayers, and Promises. Take Me Home, Country Roads, sold to David Johnson. He has got a sigh of relief. He's got some Japanese. And he's like, oh, I'm back, Chad. I'm back. James Hicks is back to you on those. And then he's out, so let's go ahead and sell these to Kelly Vladerchek for $30. Thank you, Kelly. All those are sold to you. Final call to get a bid on Billy Joe for $35. Let's swap out crates, but not before we go ahead and slide in another Japanese pressing. And that is what I call Old Faithful here, Caden. That's Elton John's greatest hits. Now, Caden, I'm going to put you on your spot. You ready, Caden?
Okay.
What's your favorite Elton John song?
On the spot.
He said on the spot. No. Oh, boy. My nephew can't name one Elton John song. Oh. Well, you don't know if you're a fan. You've never listened to him.
I like Springsteen.
You like Bruce Springsteen?
Mm-hmm.
What's
Eric.
Eric Springsteen?
And Bruce.
And Bruce Springsteen. Who's Eric Springsteen?
Another country singer.
There's an Eric Springsteen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bruce isn't a country singer.
Bruce.
All right, this is Elton John's greatest hits. I call it Oh Faithful. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert. It has another book with it, $35 start. Caden, I'll tell you a few, I'll give you some homework assignments, okay? I'll give you a few Elton John songs to go listen to. Yeah, homework. You got to go listen to Elton John, okay? And then Paul Brothers, put him down for a pack of inner sleeves. And let's slide this crate off and let's get right into another one. Man, imagine knowing you've never heard an Elton John song. Golly. Rocket Man? You don't know Rocket Man?
No.
You've never heard Rocket Man?
It's out of my time.
Benny and the Jets?
I know Benny and the Jets. A little show.
The Show?
Yeah.
Didn't know there was a show.
You need to be caught up.
Golly. Unbelievable. Okay, so first thing we want to do, yeah, you need to buy this. You got $35 on you? Hey, fork over $35. I'll sell this to you. I'll let you take home one of these turntables. You can pick out. We got 4 or 5 laying around over here. Have you ever watched Lion King? That's another good one. You've watched Lion King, right? You've watched it a couple times. Well, all the music is by Elton John.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and well, Hans Zimmer too. He's doing all the score. So, okay. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain. That's a $35 buy it now. Billy Joel Nylon Curtain is a $35 buy it now. That's a no bid. Complete and Shrink and Obi. Insert and book. $35 start on that. Elton John's greatest hits. So the inner sleeve has a little bit of that discoloration on it, but the vinyl and everything is typically really nice. An amazing track listing on this. Incredible. Elton John, $35 start. All right, so here we go. We got Soundgarden, $59.99. That's live from the artist end. That's a 4 LP splatter vinyl, $59.99 for Soundgarden. And then Wasp. We're going to have a waiting list for this. This is sold to Kathy Dumas. Sean Druin's going to go on a waiting list. This is called First Blood, Last Cuts. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and this is the Fifth Dimension, the best of Fifth Dimension. Japanese pressing with Obi. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. I'm going to put this one up for just a $25 start. Elton John, amazing track listing on that one. Benny and the Jets, $25 start. Next is 2 copies of Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. And Caden, what's your favorite Rush song? Okay. Strike 2. You might as well go ahead and leave before you get fired. Rush is $34.99, and he's never listened to Rush before. And over here is Wasp, and this is Inside the Electric Circus. This is sold to Tim Rory. Tim Rory, thank you. That was sold to you. I also have Fear of God, Within the Veil. That's a limited edition 1,000 on silver-colored vinyl, $38.99 on that one. And we have Just Coolin', and that's Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. That one is sold to Ron Burns over from the video, Thank you, Ron Burns. That's so to you. And Wasp Eldorado, that's on yellow vinyl, $33.99. $33.99, okay? So we got Paul Brothers down for a pack of inner sleeves. He wanted a pack of inner sleeves. That's a pack of 50, $26.99. Packs of outers are 100 for $29.99, okay? Over there. And then we have Louis Armstrong and Ella Fitzgerald. That is a Verve. How about a Verve acoustic sound series? $34.99 pressed at QRP. Yeah, I'll start giving Tanner or Caden some homework lessons. Yeah, everybody says I'm failing as an uncle because you don't know who Rush, and I know you don't know a Yes song. I know
what it is, but I don't know anything about it. Like I've heard the name. I've keyed the name in 100 million.
He says he's keyed them in 100 million times. That means you got to listen to it 100 million times. Yeah, we got to change all this. We got to turn this ship around. We have Life of Agony, Soul Searching Sun. Life of Agony is a music on vinyl, limited to 1,000 on gold. That's $39.99. Metal Massacre compilation on red vinyl is $38. Tesla 5-man London Jam. I'm going to be down to 2 copies because one of these is sold to Clay Moore. Thank you, Clay Moore. That is sold to you. Also have 1 copy of Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. That's $34.99. Supertramp Breakfast in America is $38.99. And we have The Blue Nowhere, Between the Baird and Me. That's the new album that comes out tomorrow. Comes out Friday. I'm a day ahead. I feel like it's Thursday night metal night because of all the anticipation of all the new stuff we have to sell tonight. But that's the new Between the Baird and Me, $39.99. All right. Buy it now for $25 and buy it now for $35. So you can pick up the Japanese pressing of Elton John's Greatest Hits for just $35, Caden. You can take that home and listen to some Crocodile Rock. $35 buy it now. Wolverine, Jason Boxell, thank you on that one. And then Tom McEwen, you just missed it. And then the Fifth Dimension's called The Best. And that's a $25 buy it now on that. If anybody wants in, just let me know. And we're probably going to go ahead and start right away with some of our newest stuff. Fifth Dimension's a buy it now for $25. I'm about to drink this Monster energy drink I have over here. Looking very much forward to it. I've got about 10, 12 more Japanese pressings, but I'm going to go ahead and start slipping in some other stuff over here. And what is today? This is Thursday. We got Friday, Wednesday. This is Wednesday. We got Thursday. So tomorrow is metal night. Trying to get a day ahead. It's been a loop, a maze today in my head. Okay. Let's see what I got here. I got a lot of like punk stuff here. I don't know really what to call it or really how to sell it, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this and this. This all came from that guy's collection in Atlanta. This is a lot of miscellaneous punk-related stuff. So we have a postcard of the Sex Pistols. It looks like an artist proof because it's got those color bars at the bottom. We got like an original looking photograph of Public Image Limited. Unfortunately, it's been creased right in half though. And then we have a picture of Johnny Rotten. And then we have a ticket stub from the Agora Ballroom of Public Image Limited. We got a ticket stub for the Agora Ballroom of the Plasmatics. Then we have another picture, which I believe is the Sex Pistols. We have another ticket stub and photograph from the Cockroaches from Atlanta, Georgia. And we have a picture of Wendy O. Williams, and she is like covered in whipped cream and looks like she's like burned herself. It looks like it is. It looks like a TV exploded or something on stage. And she went on trial. It's like a newspaper clipping. So all this came from this guy's collection down in Atlanta. I'm still finding stuff he had stashed away and we had stashed away. So we'll call that Punk Lot, $15 start. All that cool stuff there. Ticket stubs, photographs, $15 start. We'll call that Punk Lot. What is the Kiss album on the left? That is Carnival of Souls. That was never released on vinyl, so that's the first way you can get it. $36.99. And then we have What Was the Life of Agony? That was first time on vinyl, Life of Agony, or I should say it's called Soul Searching. I'm pretty sure it's first time on vinyl. Soul Searching Sun, $1,000 on Go Vinyl, $39.99 on that. Let's go ahead and start with the biggest pre-orders. Is Earth still coming out on Friday? No, it's not. That's been pushed back at least a month. We'll go ahead and start with this biggest pre-order, which is the Led Zeppelin EP. Now, probably favorite bands, hard to rank, but probably the band I've listened to the most, probably could identify and tell you the most about accurately, would probably be this band right here, especially when it comes to collecting vinyl. So anytime there's a new release, I'm like, wow, we're getting new Zeppelin stuff. I mean, it's just unusual to be getting stuff from Led Zeppelin. So this is new and really cool cover design, the live EP. 4 live recordings on vinyl for the very first time. They're doing In My Time of Dying from Earl's Court, Trampled Under Foot from Earl's Court, which I've watched no telling how many times. Both of these recordings. These have been officially available on the DVD. And then over here, these are the Nebworth concerts, Sick Again and Kashmir, which I've probably watched 10 billion times. So amazing to see that on vinyl to listen to. In My Time of Dying, Trampled Underfoot, again, that's Nebworth, and then Earl's Court, 2 well-known Zeppelin recordings. And there was, of course, a huge pre-order for this. So I'm going to search the group right now for Led Zeppelin. If you're in on the pre-order, your name's about to be called. If you don't know if you was on the pre-order and you definitely want one, right now would be the time to claim it, okay? And then we'll see how many's left at the end of the lot. But the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and put up Rough Cut, Japanese pressing. Rough Cut is a $35 start. This is a Japanese press, $35 start, near mint minus and pristine with all the inserts, cover and obi, $35 start on that, okay? And let's start knocking out the Zeppelins. We'll do that in just a second. Let me go ahead and clean up a couple of my empty sleeves over here. And I definitely need a drink of this monster before I start reading off names. Don't forget all that punk stuff back there, $15 start, photos, ticket stubs, Wendy O. Williams. Yeah, if I showed Caden Wendy O. Williams, he'd probably be like, what the heck? All right, here we go. Yeah, I've watched that live Led Zeppelin so much. I mean, because there's not a lot of good, as y'all know, if you're into Zeppelin as much as I am, there's not a lot of high-quality live recordings. So you get what you can when you can. All right, so the first one is, let's do it this way. David Howard and Jerry Stone. David Howard and Jerry Stone. Scott Reimer got 2. There's 2 for Scott Reimer. Clifford Umstead, Colette Whitworth got 2. So 1 for Clifford, 2 for Colette Whitworth. I'm glad I'm doing this early. Jen Cast and Tracy Yother. Jen Cast and Tracy Yother. Mike Moore and Scott Markheim got 2. Wow, a lot of people getting 2 copies of it. Mike Moore, Scott Markheim got 2. Scott Dwallow and Brent Robley. Scott Dwallow and Brent Robley. And then we got George Jones and Dean Tefford. George Jones and Dean Tefford. Scott Corcoran and Darren Wortman. Scott Corcoran and Darren Wortman. Autumn Betts and R.J. Myers. Autumn Betts and R.J. Myers. Cindy Yarborough and Rob Fordham. Cindy Yarborough and Rob Fordham. Jeremy Vaught and Scott Beebe. Jeremy Vaught and Scott Beebe. Brad Waits and Jim Sedal. Brad Waits and Jim Sedal. Glenn Kesey and Tony Murphy. Glenn Kesey and our very own Tony Murphy. Tony works in our shipping department. Does a great job getting y'all's packages out every day. Dave Kavanaugh and Michael Potts. Dave Kavanaugh and Michael Potts. Ryan Eaton and Rob Bobby. Ryan Eaton and Rob Bobby. Paul Brothers and Blaine Zapnick. Paul Brothers and Blaine Zapnick. Michael Carpenter and Patty Kay. Michael Carpenter and Patty Kay, and then Ron Duffield and Ed Nelson. So we obviously still have plenty. I didn't want to run out, and it's such a big title, and I was afraid, well, if they do a limited edition of it, we want to make sure we have them. So all these Led Zeppelins are still available. Okay, first thing is I'm going to do, let me make sure I didn't miss anything, and then is the Necromancer from Caress of Steel. Yes, it is. What is the Life of Agony? I answered that. Is Earth still coming out Friday? No, it's not. What is in front of the Kiss? That is Pink Floyd Pulse and Tool Theory Inoculum, to answer your question, Brandon Jones. And then the first Led Zeppelin claim is for Calvin Ward. So now that maybe everybody knows that there's plenty of extras, hopefully we start selling a bunch. And they're only $24.99. Just $24.99, new Zeppelin. Never released on vinyl, these live recordings. Sell that to Calvin Ward. And then over here is John Smetzer. Okay, thank you on that one. So I'm hoping one day we'll get the complete Nebworth show on vinyl. If Zeppelin puts out something, it always seems like it's a tease. It's like it's just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's maybe one day we'll get that entire Earl's Court. It's been bootlegged to death since the 70s. So, all right, so Calvin Ward got one live, John Smetzer, and now that everybody knows that there's plenty extra, here come in the claims. That's what I like to see, okay? So lots of claims now. Jamie McCord, Kathy Hodges, Destructo Cat, X-Wing 81, Jim Himes, Jason Short, and Brian C. Another big handful. Now that y'all know that's it. This is why I try to order extras, because everybody's like, holy crap, I can actually buy one live right now before they're gone. I don't have a year on Rough Cut, but it's got to be OG. It's got to be close to OG. P-13084 is the catalog number, and there is a buy now for the Punk Lot stuff, all that miscellaneous stuff for $15. And then we have Thomas Baumhart on Zeppelin, Tim Turner on Zeppelin, and Tony McDaniel on Zeppelin. And they're $24.99, 4 live tracks, but of course they average, 10 minutes. In My Time of Dying, Trampled Underfoot, those are over 10 minutes long, I think. I know Kashmir's close to 10 minutes when they do it live. And then Sick Again, that's a great song from Physical Graffiti. All those songs are from Physical Graffiti. If you saw the theme here, it's all from Physical Graffiti. So there's that, okay? Darren Johnson says he'll take the lot of miscellaneous punk. We'll slide that all into a sleeve for you. Thank you. And then Rough Cut. This is a final call then. And it has one bid with Tom Kelly for $35. Darren Johnson also wants a Led Zeppelin. All right. The next big pre-order I'm going to go ahead and grab. I'm going to keep all these right here next to me. So just so you know, let me prop one up right back there. Those are in stock, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left. I've got 9 left. I'm probably going to set one aside for me. I hope we sell out, but I'll grab one as well. And there's that. So let me set this right over here. We got a quick ticket stub auction. This is a Rolling Stones from the same guy's collection. Atlanta, Georgia, Fox Theater, the Rolling Stones. That would have been sometime in the early 80s. 1981. Yep, 1981. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Tom Harris also wants a Led Zeppelin. Thank you, Tom Harris. So the new Zeppelin EP, there's that. I'll do the deluxe edition in just a second. Let me go ahead and try to locate these Motley Crues here. I'll put this right there. There's, thank you. There they are. Laura's marking vinyl for us right now. Lots of great stuff has come in. Gonna do these pre-orders first off, right off the bat. And then Rough Cut has a new bid for $40, okay? Zeppelin is right here. This is the new Led Zeppelin EP, 4-song live EP. Very first time on vinyl, officially, these have ever been released. First time on vinyl, these officially have ever been released. These have been bootlegged on vinyl literally for 50 years, and this is the first time they've officially released them to be pressed on vinyl. $24.99, okay? Let's jump back over here and let's pull up this. Now, when I saw this announcement, I was like, uh-oh, holy moly, this could be a big one. This is a new Motley Crue compilation. It's called From the Beginning. Motley Crue From the Beginning, the must-have crucial collection featuring all the band's legendary tracks, and it lists them, and includes a brand new version of Home Sweet Home featuring music and legend icon Dolly Parton. And this is a 2 LP, $38.99, and this is even a bigger pre-order than Led Zeppelin. So let's start reading some of these off. Let me go way to the bottom, but first we're going to go ahead and introduce some new auctions. Let me do that right now. If you know for sure you wasn't in on the Motley Crue and you want one regardless if I have them left in stock or not, right now would be the time. MT Matt gets the Rough Cut for $40. That's sold to MT Matt for $40. Let's go ahead and introduce some new auctions. And I see Darren Johnson also wants a Life of Agony. Yeah, that was a pretty big, been a bizarre one. We've ended up selling a couple, but this is one of those bizarre ones where the pre-order was huge, right? We had like 30 maybe pre-orders, and I ordered like 10 extras. and we hadn't really sold that many live, so I'm glad to see we're chipping away at those, though. I hate having stuff overstocked. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. I still got Zeppelins in stock. They're only $24.99 too. Great price for what that is. And then here is our next Japanese. This is Wings Greatest Hits, Paul McCartney. Obviously a great track listing. $35 start. There is the LP. It does have the poster with it. It also includes the inner sleeve and Japanese insert. This is a really nice copy. $35 start. The Rolling Stones ticket stub has one bid for $7 of Henry's Choice. We're about to sell that. Let's start knocking off the pre-order for Motley Crue now, and then I'll add another auction, okay? Let me do that. And the first thing I have is Vince Lano and Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. And that right there is probably going to go ahead and fill up my first full crate. It has really filled it up. And if you want a Zeppelin or Motley Crue, just go ahead and claim it. And it's going to be about a minute before I get to the bottom to start getting caught up on live claims. I got to read off all these pre-orders. The post has 54 comments. Let's go ahead and put up some stuff that has been tagged for tonight's auctions. Laura has tagged a whole crate over here of auctions for us to sell tonight. So let's go ahead and do this. Thin Lizzy Renegade. Thin Lizzy's an 81 US Jacksonville OG with the original inner sleeve, VG++ EX, a $15 start. All right, then we got Jeremy Dalton and George Jones. Thank you, Jeremy Dalton. Thank you, George Jones. We also got Richard Davis and Rick Hall. We also got Richard Davis and Rick Hall. Thank you, thank you. We got Mike Moore and Jamie McCord. Mike Moore and Jamie McCord. Scott Beebe and Scott Markheim. Scott Beebe and Scott Markheim. Amy Hutchings and Stacy Brown. Amy Hutchings and Stacy Brown. Jeff Brindley and Danny Czar. Jeff Brindley and Danny Czar. Sean Holford and Ken Crooker. Sean Holford and Ken Crooker. Fred Carnell and Heather Williams Grant. Fred Carnell and Heather Williams Grant. Glenn Kesey on 2 of them. Jamie Diaz on 1. I feel like Paul's sneaking up behind me. He was. All right, and then we have Wes Wilt and Brandon Jones. Wes Wilt and Brandon Jones, and then Matt Algram and Michael Fairchild. Matt Algram and Michael Fairchild, and then Joe Sandigo and Brad Waits. Joe Sandigo and Brad Waits, and this last one's Brian Dismore. But don't worry, there's a whole nother crate of them still to knock out. Let me go grab that right now. Paul, do you need to say something to me right quick? Okay, give me 1 second, everybody. Okay, let's grab this other crate of Motley Crue. Awesome. And there should be extras because I think there was like 60 that came in. The post has 54 comments, but some of those are people replying or, but also some people have bought too. So we're about to find out. Let's keep rolling. I'll get caught up on comments live here in just a second. Robert Matthews and Kenny Cates Jr. Robert Matthews and Kenny Cates Jr. Greg Preston and Chris Smith. Greg Preston and Chris Smith. Shane Devers and Brooks Valder. Shane Devers and Brooks Valder. Thank you, thank you. We got Randy Jr. Tabron and Dwayne Worley. Randy Tabron and Dwayne Worley. We got Tom Harris and Craig Ruth. Tom Harris and Craig Ruth. Ben Dygert and Sean Druin. Ben Dygert and Sean Druin. Thank you, thank you. Lily McCurry, Sherry Darnell. Lily McCurry, Sherry Darnell. We have Paul Conway and Rebecca Brandt. Rebecca Brandt and Paul Conway. And let's make that the last. Actually, you know what? Can I get those in here? Who was last there? Rebecca and Paul. Okay. Now we have another full crate. New vinyl pre-orders really expedite sales. I think last night it was like 9 o'clock before we had 2 full crates sold. I've actually been starting to sell vinyl for about a half hour tonight. We've already filled up 2 crates. All right, then we got Matt Shiker and Joshua Cross, the power of new vinyl, especially these pre-orders. Matt Shiker and Joshua Cross, Paul Brothers, and Solarplex Studios. Terry Gearhart and David Eberly. Terry Gearhart and David Eberly. David Polkey and Daniel Booziden. And then Lily McCurry. Okay? And that was the last person. That was the last person. So let's update everything that was happening over here. We First one to claim one live after I tagged Darren Johnson for Life of Agony was Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone gets a Motley Crue. James Davidson and Stephen A. Young gets a Led Zeppelin. So James Davidson and Stephen A. Young on Led Zeppelin. James Davidson also on Crue. Now, if you already heard your name live and you're like, oh crap, I already pre-ordered, you're going to end up with 2 unless you tell me, Chad, I already pre-ordered and I've claimed one live, take one off, okay? James Davidson gets a Motley Crue. Thin Lizzy 15, Thin Lizzy 25, Thin Lizzy 30, and then Thin Lizzy 15, Thin Lizzy 35. Jim Hines gets a Motley Crue. And then over here, Melanie Clausen on a Motley Crue. There's 3 left. They're $38.99. Henry's Choice has had the Rolling Stones sticker for the Rolling Stones ticket stub. He's had that for $7, and I don't think anybody bid. It's been like 10 minutes, but I'm going to make sure that's a final call. Motley Crue's at $40, and to my knowledge, I did not see a bid on Wings. Japanese Wings is a $35 start, going once, going twice. All right, and I think everybody that wanted a Motley Crue got one. Double LP, $38.99. $38.99. There was a lot of noise. Yes, you got one, James Davidson. There's 3 Motley Crues left, and if you're just hopping on, the only other thing I've shown here is Led Zeppelin Live EP, $24.99. That is the Led Zeppelin Live EP. That's the only 2 new things I've shown so far tonight. And there's 3 Motley Crues left, so we have sold 57 copies. 57 copies. The Rolling Stones is Atlanta, Georgia, October 26, 1981. October 26, 1981. All right, so 3 Motley Crues and just a few Zeppelins. I'm going to put them over here with this other my working crate over here that has all the new stuff so far. And hopefully by the end of the night, we've sold all those. So we've sold 2, 4, 5. We've sold 55 Led Zeppelins and 57 Motley Crues. Big titles there. All right, now over here we have Laura probably just finished up the rest of this stuff over here. So one of the first things I'm going to do is move some of this miscellaneous we've already sold over here. Stickers, 45s, ticket stubs, photos. I'm going to put all that right there. And then I am going to go ahead and Matthew Sherrick says he'll take a Motley Crue. And next thing is, let's bring over another new crate. Let me figure out what other big ones came in. I know there was, let's go ahead and do the Zeppelin Deluxe now. Can't forget about Zeppelin Deluxe. That's the other big one. So, they've also done a new 3 LP of Physical Graffiti, okay? There's also a new 3 LP Physical Graffiti. A 50th Anniversary Edition, 3 LPs. You get the album, and then an LP of studio outtakes and a replica poster. So you get Trampled Underfoot, Brandy and Coke, the initial rough mix, Sick Again, an early version, In My Time of Dying, the initial rough mix, Houses of the Holy, the rough mix with overdubs, Everybody Takes It Through, that's the early version of the song In the Light, Boogie with Stu, the Sunset Sound mix, and Driving Through Kashmir, the rough orchestra mix. That's pretty cool stuff there. I'm familiar with all those demos and alternate mixes. So let's go ahead and pull up that one then. So here's another new Led Zeppelin that comes out Friday. It is a triple LP deluxe edition. And here's everybody that pre-ordered this, but not before we go ahead and sell Thin Lizzy. Thin Lizzy is sold to Michael Thrower for $40. Henry's Choice gets the Rolling Stones ticket stub for $7. And Wings did not get a bid. Complete near mint minus with poster. That's just a $35 buy now. Band on the Run. There's a new Wings coming out, a new like 3 LP deluxe Essential Wings. And that will be up for pre-order, obviously, very soon. That sold to Wolverine. Kenny Roll was second. All right, let me slide in a couple more auctions right quick. And got some cool stuff here. Any racing fans? Take a look at this. This is a Bristol International Raceway Busch 500 program with Dale Earnhardt on the cover. And this was from Fred's collection. It even still has the original lineup. And it has all kinds of cool like Coca-Cola inserts probably that were given away that day. And it also had this postcard of Dave Marcus. So really cool. All kinds of 80s drivers in here. very cool ads, articles, and that is Bush 500 with Dale on the cover. $10 start on that, okay? That's now up for bid. And then right by next to that is going to be John Denver's Greatest Hits. That's the first Japanese we sold tonight, was Poems, Prayers, and Promises. Here's his Greatest Hits, a $35 start. The vinyl's super clean and nice. There's that, and there's that. The laser disc I seen, what did I do with those? Here we go. I've got Dracula, Interview with the Vampire, and Basic Instinct. Okay. Here's everybody that pre-ordered the Zeppelin. Autumn Betts, Richard Yeager, Glenn Kesey and Brian Jones, Clifford Umstead and Hiram Aponte, David Denyor and Scott Dwallow, Brad Waits, Michael Potts, Paul Brothers, Jen Cast, and Blaine Zapnick. That is the extra Led Zeppelin 3 LP super, or I shouldn't say super, we'll say deluxe edition, 50th anniversary that I still have. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 extra copies of Led Zeppelin. That's the new 50th anniversary 3 LP. The album remastered with the bonus disc, $69.99. And it comes with a black and white poster, which I think is a replica of a advertisement poster that used to hang in record stores, and we actually have an original one of those in the back. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's still in the back, right, Paul? Paul may or not be able to hear me now, but I think we still have an original one of those posters in the back. I have not sold it for obvious reasons because I'm thinking about keeping it, but that's sold to Stephen A. Young and Bill Samus. But that comes with a replica of one of those now really tough to get posters. Matthew Sherritt takes a Zeppelin, and now there's only 2 left. All right, so now just 2 left. Now just 2 left. The Bush magazine has a bid for 10. Bush 500, a Bristol. That was Bristol. I'm sure Fred went to this. I guarantee Fred went to this. He bought this program. He kept it in mint condition all these years, and I found it in a box we was going through last night. I guarantee he was there. He probably bought it. He probably had 2 of them. Knowing him, he probably bought 2. All right, and then the last 2 Zeppelins are sold to MT Matt and James Davidson. All right, so I'm sold out of the Zeppelin Deluxe 3 LP. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list, okay? If anybody else wants one, the Zeppelin 3 LPs, a deluxe. And if you've missed out on the EP, none of this on this is on that 3 LP. This is a kind of a companion thing. 4 live recordings, never released on vinyl, $24.99. They have been released. They have been released, but never on vinyl. Officially by the Zeppelin catalog, those have been released on that Zeppelin DVD, but they've never really been released on media, or I should say on music media. They've been released on visual, that DVD box set. So that's pretty cool to have that. And Jerry Stone, if that's a Zeppelin for the 3 LP, I'll put you on a waiting list. And we have filled up another crate. Awesome. So Jerry Stone will be first on the Zeppelin 3 LP waiting list. And if anybody else wants on there with Jerry, go ahead and put me on there. I didn't get to set one aside for me. If customers come first, even for Zeppelin records. Y'all know that for sure because I sold all those bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I sold off like a lifetime collection, never to be replaced, of Zeppelin bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh, and still to this day I'm like, dang, because when's the last time we've had a Zeppelin vintage bootleg come through here? It's been a year. Maybe we've had one scattered, but that's just how amazing that Dale's Pittsburgh collection was of all those bootlegs. Most people just don't have that stuff in their collection. So, all right. Paul Brothers has the Bush magazine for $12, and that's a final call. Well, we have 9 crates of new vinyl. We've already been through 4. Those were the biggest pre-orders. The other couple we have over here has a lot of randomness, but let's go ahead and get this monstrosity out of the way for the Vlodder checks. It's a new vinyl purchase. It's almost an air horn. Thank you to the Vlodder checks, and I still got to get one for Cynthia Herdren. So this is, I'm just going to show the gigantic box. And then let me show you what it is in case somebody else wants to commit. Absolutely no putbacks on this because it is a monstrosity. It is an 18 LP David Bowie box set, $449.99. 18 LP David Bowie box set. I'm doing these by special order only. Special order only. It has a lot of stuff in there either not released or very difficult to get, including that, including the Black Star or Dark Star, right? Black Star the next day. So that's in. And then there was one other person, I think it was Cynthia Herdren. Yeah, I got to get one for Cynthia. I just noticed they got one as well. So I have got you down Vlader checks. Black Star. Yeah, Black Star, that last release of his. So there's that. And that is sold to the Vladerchek family. Nearly an air horn for a new vinyl purchase. But that's 18 LPs coming from the David Bowie catalog. We're going to leave that in that original shipping box because it's already in foam and ready to be shipped. And we got one more on the way for Cynthia Herdren. I got to make sure they've shipped it or I've ordered it. Cynthia, yours will be coming in hopefully this week. And then here is Led Zeppelin Live EP. That is, somebody want to know the tracks? In My Time of Dying, Trampled Underfoot. That's from Earl's Court, 75. And then Sick Again in Kashmir from Nebworth. That Nebworth concert was historical. It was almost like a Woodstock thing. There was nearly 500,000 people at Nebworth for Zeppelin. Well, it was a festival, but we all know why everybody was there, right? Well, they were there for Led Zeppelin. That's why they were there.
This one, I think, is this.
It is.
Those two.
Some of this came in yesterday. Those came in yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they split. Yeah. They were on white vinyl. Yep. Thank you. And these are the rest of the Young Bloods. Okay.
I was going to say, I'll let you know. I couldn't remember exactly where we stopped off, but I think that's
Okay.
the next few people on Facebook.
All right. I'll go ahead and do this crate then so we can figure that out right now. All right. So we got 4 more crates here, and then there's a new vinyl crate of stuff that like Laura's ordered that we'll show later. But we'll go ahead and do this one, and then we're going to go through. We're going to do this one, and then we're going to do probably a crate that Paul's brought up here, and then we'll alternate between new vinyl and get most of this knocked out, okay? The magazine's at $20, which means Jim Hines, you've been outbid. And the next thing is a buy it now for John Denver's Greatest Hits at $35. Matthew Sherrick does want a Led Zeppelin. That'll be the next thing here. We're almost sold out of those. Let's go ahead and knock this out. John Denver's Greatest Hits, $35 buy it now on that one. Take Me Home, Country Roads, To a Place. John Denver's Greatest Hits. This is a buy it now for $35. We have a $25 offer from Wolverine. Could we possibly meet in the middle on this one at $30? If so, it's all yours. Jim Hines, let me know if you want back in on the Dale Earnhardt magazine. And let's grab something else over here from the advertised auctions that Laura has tagged. And that is Bauhaus. Let's get back into those because it is almost 7 o'clock. And this is Bauhaus Kicking the Eye. This is Searching for Satori EP. This is an 82 UK OG VG Plus Bauhaus, $15 start. And Wolverine, if you don't want it, it is sold to Eric Conrad, 45 for Denver and Fifth Dimension. So I was at 30, and then I was at 25, right? 5 off of that would be 20. So let's do, I will do 50, and that means I've come down $10. And I'll do $50, okay? All right, so here we go. Paul, you've been outbid on Dale. And the first thing I have in here is a special request for Troy Robinson. Now, these already had come in. We've had these already, and he might have missed the pre-order. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It's You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown, and it's a 45 RPM, and it's an original soundtrack 50th anniversary edition. If anybody else wants one. Now, a waiting list for Wednesday night can go either way. If you go on a waiting list for Wednesday night, one or two things. It's a 50-50. It could be here by Friday, depending if one distributor has it in stock. That's the distributor I can almost get next day shipping from. If not, then everything relays over till Monday, which means it will be a whole nother week before you're invoiced. Just so everybody knows how a waiting list works. So, yeah, some of this stuff you, quote, go on a waiting list for on Wednesday, it's iffy. It's always very iffy if it's going to come in. Usually by Thursday and Friday, I just tell everybody it's going to be next week. Because by the time I get the sticky note, by the time I order it, et cetera, et cetera. So that's so to Troy Robinson. So if it doesn't really matter to you, some people really like to know when it's going to come in. I'm like, well, I honestly can't tell you for sure. So we did a deal with, we're going to sell this for $30, and we're going to sell this for $20 to Wolverine over on Twitch. Thank you on that one. The magazine here is sold to Jim Hines for $22. I'm going to lay that in that Rolling Stones ticket stub. Let's try to find maybe a card sleeve to put that Stones ticket stub in for Henry's choice. Those usually go good with like baseball card sleeves. I'm sure G or Tanner or somebody can figure that out pretty easily. All right, next thing we have over here is Bauhaus, which has a bid for $15 with C-Note. This should be a waiting list. It is. This is AC/DC live in Texas, October 11th, 1985. By the way, hope everybody's already hit the like button for me on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and everywhere else you watch from. Big night tonight. We've been waiting for this huge shipment of new vinyl to come in pretty much all week, and there should be more tomorrow for Metal Night. I'll put in a huge order for metal just basically for tomorrow. So hopefully all that gets delivered. The last thing I was listening to on iTunes this morning was Cryptic Slaughter, trying to figure out which Cryptic Slaughter albums to order. Whatever doesn't show up tomorrow will be here by Friday. So just got my laptop open. I was listening to some Cryptic Slaughter this morning. I was like, oh boy, here we go. I'm always listening to all this metal. I usually pull up streaming to figure out what's the most popular. You know, well, like, okay, I was like, okay, I hadn't ordered this album or band in months, if not years. Let me figure out what everybody's listening to. And of course, it doesn't really mean that's what's going to sell, but it usually helps. This AC/DC, let me see if there's a waiting list for this. If not, you might want to go ahead and get in on it. I have a wait list for Nashville. I think these Texas are still available. Yeah. So all three of these are still available. This is AC/DC Reunion, Dallas, Texas. And this is a 2LP 1985. There is no waiting list, so all those are still available. Over here, we're down at the bottom. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. Let me find it over here. And that Japanese pressing is going to be Pat Benatar, 7 and the Hard Way, okay? 7 and the Hard Way. This is Pat Benatar. It does have the Obi. We're going to put this up for a $35 start. The vinyl is super clean, super nice. There's the LP. There's the inner sleeve. There's the insert, there's the cover and Obi. So AC/DC. I got 3 copies of Twisted Sister, Detroit Club, 1979. Perfect timing. They just announced today they're doing a 50th anniversary We Still Wanna Rock tour. They still want to rock, and they're going back on tour. Twisted Sister. No waiting list for this. This is on purple vinyl. It's Twisted Sister live in Detroit, 1979. $34.99. I've got 1 copy of Lady Gaga, Born This Way. And Lady Gaga was a special request for Troy Robinson. So thank you, Troy. That's so to you. I love the placement of the sticky note. It looks like she's wearing an eye patch. That's so to Troy Robinson on special request. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And then we have another special request for Troy Robinson. And this one is Maxwell's Urban Hang Suite. Maxwell's 2-time platinum iconic debut 20th anniversary Go Vinyl. And that is Maxwell's Urban Hang Suite. That is $44.99. That is sold to Troy Robinson on a special request. Paul Brothers gets a Twisted Sister. Okay, now last night I posted a let's go over here. I took a picture of the remaining people for Youngblood. Put down Kelly Vlodarchek. Did you answer about Bauhaus? Oh, was there a question? Hold on a second. I may have missed something. Bauhaus. So C-Note had this for $15. And I may have missed something here. This is an 82 UKOG VG Plus condition. It has 1 bid for $15. It's on Beggar's Banquet. It is OG, VG Plus, and it's a $15 bid, and that's the only bid right now. And that is the only bid right now, and that is with C-Note. So he has that, and we're about to sell it to him. Pat Benatar is a final call for a $35 start, okay? And then here is Youngblood, okay? And then Youngblood, the remaining people on the list from last night, let's go ahead and tell you what this is. It is the indie exclusive silver vinyl and includes an autographed insert. It includes an autographed insert, and that is sold to Rick Peabody, Rob Fordham, Mike Helton, and Dan White. And then Rob Beebe was the next person. So for the first time, I can say that we have these in stock. They are available, and they're $39.99. Let me see if they have my sticky notes ready from last night. I'm pretty sure some people claimed them last night that went on a list. If so, those lists should be right over here. Let me see if they've got those wrote down, or they've already left them over here on my table. So let me find out right quick, because I'm pretty sure we took down some people's names live that was like, heck yeah, I'll take one, especially with an autographed insert. So let me see. Here we go. Master of Reality, Ace Frehley. Is this it? This is probably it right here. Okay. So, yep. And then Youngblood. Okay. Yeah, then that was the remaining people. Rick, Rob. Okay, we already got those. Those, we don't need those names anymore. And there's other notes. Okay, so there was two other people from last night, and that was Brandon Lack and Jerry Stone. Brandon Lack and Jerry Stone. All right, so there's the two more, and that's how many we have live. And Laura, I don't think anybody else has commented on the post since then, but there's 2, 4, 6, okay? 2, 4, 6 over there. Let me actually pull this up and make sure. I'm going to do my official thing. This is the first pre-order Laura had posted over here in the group. Big one here. We've sold a lot of copies, and I'm going to do my normal thing where I like everybody's comment. If I can find this, give me 1 second. It'd help if I go to Whole Lot of Records, Idols by Youngblood. And let me go ahead and knock off everybody here. Okay, so we have, that was everybody there. Boom, 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 boom. And then this. And then we tagged those people last night. Boom, we got those. And that, Autumn, Brian, Joy, Rick, Rob, Mike. And then Rob Beebe was 5 hours ago. So we're good to go. Rob Beebe's the most recent. Everybody got one. Okay, so nice. Now I can officially say these are all available and ready to go. Next question was comments and bids was, make sure Kelly Vlodarchek did go on the Lady Gaga waiting list. Bauhaus 17, Bauhaus 20, Bauhaus 16, 25, 26, Bauhaus 30, and then Bauhaus out. Yes, Youngbloods does have a signed insert. Includes signed artwork print and collectible photo lithograph. $39.99. Those are available. Okay. Bauhaus out. Do you ever see Temple the Dog? And then over here we have Pat Benatar as a buy it now for $35. Pat Benatar is a buy it now for $35 if you want one. It's available. And the last bid on Bauhaus is C-Note. He was the first bidder, and it looks like he's going to be the last bidder. Final call for $30, okay? Let's get this in a new sleeve. Pat Benatar, and let's keep this on the road. Temple the Dog. I can order one for you right now. There is no OG Temple the Dog. Well, there is. I think I've only ever had one. That's like a air horn record. So OG Temple the Dog is very rare, very expensive. I can get you two different versions. I can get you a single LP, which is like $34, or I can get you a double LP that has like an etching. Those are $44. They always have them in stock. Now, I do remember a time when they were not in print, and even the reissues were like $100. Fortunately, that's not the case. There's two different versions, a single LP and a double LP. But OG Temple the Dog is an extremely rare record. I think I've only ever had one ever. Sandy Villa gets Pat Benatar for $35. Johnny Hancock wants a Youngblood. Idols, okay? Moving right along, I've got Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, 35th anniversary, blue smoke colored vinyl. Blue smoke colored vinyl, Cannibal Corpse, $39.99. And this was a special request for Dustin Sturm, S-T-U-R-M. We've already got his name on it. Precious Memories Collection by Alan Jackson. First time ever on vinyl. 2 LP set. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's put up some new auctions. First thing we're going to do is sell Bauhaus, the C-Note, for $30. And I was up early, and was you able to get a new seal, Meatloaf, Bad Out of Till, and Bad Out of L3? I have not seen a note to order you one of those, so I have not ordered you one. I have not even looked that up. I haven't seen a note for that either, but maybe we can check on that for you right quick and see if those are in print and in stock. Wow, one of my favorite albums and a great pressing to have. They did an amazing job when they made these in Japan back in the day. The lettering even looks like it has like foiling around the edges. It's really cool. This is Yes, Close to the Edge, a beautiful Japanese pressing. The vinyl is real and it's spectacular. It has the insert with it. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a beautiful gatefold jacket, no discoloration, Roger Dean artwork. $45 start on Close to the Edge. That's a good one. I've got 2 copies of Judas Priest Feel for Life. This is a live unofficial. This is $29.99. There should be a waiting list for old Judas here. Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. was on a waiting list. Thank you, Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. You get Judas Priest Feel for Life. That is $29.99. The Alan Jackson Gospel LP is $39.99. It's a double LP. There's 1 live Judas Priest left. I have not sold anything by The Cure yet. Nothing. Nope, I'm still working on some of the $15 start stuff back here. And I think that was the last couple ones. So let's go ahead and get started with this right here. Ziggy Stardust, the motion picture. David Bowie, an 83 USOG, and this is super clean. It is near mint, minus on the vinyl, and a really nice jacket. I don't know if y'all heard that. It made that noise like the gatefold hadn't even been opened that much. Ziggy Stardust soundtrack, $35 start on that. We have 1 copy of Everclear, and this is the song from American Movie. I'm pretty sure it was the Vlotter on a waiting list for this. And earlier somebody asked me about a pre-order for another Everclear album. If that's available, and I will post it for sure. I've only posted about 5 pre-orders this week myself. Rocktober stuff is still getting comments. The algorithm, I kind of have a feel. I honestly don't know how Facebook works. Nobody does. It's top secret, right? The way the algorithm works, they've got all this coding. But I kind of know, like, after you make a bunch of posts, Rocktober stuff for me is still getting comments. So I've only posted a few things. My list is growing of pre-orders, and every day y'all add to it. I love everybody telling me about stuff because it's almost impossible for me and even me and now Laura probably to keep up with, and Ed and everybody else. We get messages. But probably over the weekends, tonight, because I won't have to order a lot of vinyl because there's already so much showing up tomorrow, I'll probably schedule pre-orders again. And it'll be like a Rocktober slam. There'll be stuff coming out next week, stuff coming out next month, and stuff arriving first of next week. Because some of these pre-orders, like I've told you, if they're in stock and I've missed them, there's dozens of people not watching right now that probably would have bought, a Youngblood or a Led Zeppelin or something like that. But we posted those, so that's why we sold so many. But some things we don't get to post, and when I do, we'll sell another 10 or 20 copies, and that's a good time to jump on it so you know exactly when it's arriving. This is sold to the Vlotter $59.99. So always remind me here in the chat, but the best place to send it is to Ed. And usually you can just tell Ed, hey, Ed, can you please tell Chad to post this for a pre-order? He might even go ahead and order it for you, but he will also tell me about it so we can get it posted. If anybody else wants one of those Everclears, they're $59.99. Those are sold to the Vlotter. This is back in stock. Beck Mellow Gold, 36. This had been out of print forever. It was bootlegged. Bootlegs were selling expensive. This is an official pressing. Beck Mellow Gold, $36.99. Let's go back to the top. And I left off by saying David Bowie opened at 40. And then Yes is Close to the Edge. It's a Japanese pressing, beautiful, near mint minus and pristine. It is a $45 start. No bid yet. Kelvin Duncan came in on Bowie at 45. Kelly came in at 55, then 60, then now 75. This is the Half-Blood Prince. Now, I didn't order any extras because I didn't want to have a lot of leftovers and get this confusing. But here's the deal. If you want a Harry Potter soundtrack, everything's in print now. This was sold to Don Nicole, and probably what I'll do next week is order one of everything. So they all come in at the same time, because some people might be like, Chad, I'll take the whole set, because there are several movies. So the later stuff is indie exclusive clear. The earlier movies were black vinyl because they were released record store day on clear vinyl. So the earlier movies I can get on black vinyl. The later movies, the rest of the series is indie exclusive to us on clear vinyl, 39. So that was a waiting list for Don Nicole. Right now I have 0 Harry Potters, but I can get every movie now on vinyl, which is great because those had been out of print and the original versions have been quite expensive. Ozzy's No More Tears, $44.99. A double LP remaster. Mama, I'm Coming Home. Zakk Wylde. I think y'all know about this. Let's see if there was anybody left. I have a waiting list for No More Tears for absolutely nobody. So all these copies are available. $44.99 for No More Tears. I've got 5 in stock now. And then one of my favorites, Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's a double LP, trifold jacket, just like the original, $44.99. Another double LP. Let's go ahead and sell the David Bowie to Kelly Vloddercheck for $75. And if anybody wants Yes, it's a $45 buy now. I've sold these. Man, I've had a couple of these get into some bidding wars before. And that's always a premium. The Yes stuff with Obi on Japanese vinyl sounds so good. But now there's so many versions of this album in print. I don't know. You have a lot of options. You can get a U.S. original or UK original. You can get a Japanese original. You can get the 45 RPM. You can get the Steven Wilson, or I guess maybe that hadn't even came out yet. There's a UK import that's new. There's a lot of options. So David Johnson says he'll take it for $45. I like the Japanese, but also that 45 RPM's tough to beat. Jim Hines on Ozzy. Ron Burns next on Yes. And I saw this at a great price. I love these early acoustic Neil Young shows. 1971, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, just $24.99. He does that great song, On the Way Home. He's doing Old Man. Cowgirl in the Sand, Heart of Gold is on here. Sugar Mountain, he's doing Ohio. $24.99. Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, 1971, Los Angeles, $24.99. All right, time for more auctions. Let's go ahead and chip away another Japanese pressing. And somebody asked earlier for Private Eyes. They wanted a new sealed copy. I don't have a new sealed copy, but I do have a Japanese original here. Hall & Oates is going to go up for a $25 start. Near Mint Minus, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi. Private Eyes, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction over here that was tagged for tonight. Let's go ahead and do, nobody bought a new Elton John, so how about a 73 OG Elton John? This is an OG pressing of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. It's a 73 Picnickville Club edition. I love the original pressings had yellow inner sleeves. The original pressings had yellow inner sleeves. So this is OG. Unfortunately, this one has a little bit of a rip. As y'all know, those die-cut centered inner sleeves are the devil. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's now up for bid, okay? Now, let's read through this crate one more time, and I'm going to show you everything else that has been shown so far tonight. Hopefully, everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. This is a pretty big night. We got some killer-looking stuff. Looks like we got some Iron Maiden bootlegs and a few other things we're going to be running tonight here in the next half hour or hour. So hang tight. I've got 3 copies of AC/DC Reunion Arena, Dallas, Texas. That's a double LP. It's an unofficial live AC/DC, $29.99. Back in Black, You Shook Me All Night Long, Dirty Deeds, Highway to Hell, TNT, Let There Be Rock, $29.99 for AC/DC. 2 are available. Also, I've got 2 copies of Twisted Sister. This is an official release. This is from Cleopatra. It's on purple marble vinyl. It's Twisted Sister live in 1979, $34.99. C Notes in on Hall & Oates at $25, going once, going twice. Here is the new album from Youngblood, Idols. It's on indie exclusive silver vinyl. It has a signed artwork in it and a collectible photo lithograph. So new Youngbloods, if you don't have one already, we have sold a ton of those. $39.99. I love when artists do signed inserts. Signed inserts are great. Over here, we have Cannibal Corpse, Eating Back to Life, 35th Anniversary Blue Smoke Vinyl, $39.99. Mike Helton says he'll go ahead and take another copy of Youngblood. Judas Priest is an unofficial. Feel for Life, 1986. That was Judas Priest in Kiel Auditorium, St. Louis, Missouri, 1986. $29.99 on that. Beck, an official pressing, back in print of Mellow Gold, $36.99. And this one has I'm a Loser Baby on it. That's one of his biggest hits. Beck, Mellow Gold, $36.99. Ozzy's No More Tears, $44.99. New and sealed Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Right back here is an OG for pressing, OG pressing for bid. Looking for a $30 start on that. And then Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, $24.99. Hall & Oates, 25, 25, 26, 27, 28. Ron Duffield on Youngblood, $39.99. We have Popman65. Can you let me know who you are, Popman65, on Twitch? And then B Smoker gets the last Neil Young and an AC/DC. That is sold to B Smoker Barbecue. Thank you on that one. Barbecue. I love barbecue. One second, please. Hall & Oates 30. All right, here we go. Let's go through, let's see here. What should we do? Should we do one more crate of new vinyl before we go through this crate that Paul's marked? John's off on Wednesday, so we got Laura and Paul here today marking new arrivals, so that's always fun. I think we should go ahead and just see what's in this Paul crate over here. Let's go ahead and knock out a crate of pre-owned. That way, we still have 4 crates of new vinyl left, including 3 and then some stuff that Laura's ordered. But let's go ahead and knock out a pre-owned crate. Looks like Paul's got us a great mixed crate here of random stuff. We're going to do these sticker price, and let's go ahead and do this right now. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Then we'll probably do back-to-back crates of new vinyl again, okay? And is there an Elton John auction and a new release? Yeah, I've got a new sealed copy, $44.99, and then I've got an OG club copy here, original inner sleeves that are yellow. Has not got a bid yet. We're looking for a $30 start. Looking for a $30 start. Okay, that is, it's available. Let's put this right over here. Okay. All right, final call. Travis is in, and we're about to make that a buy now. Hall & Oates is also at 30. Let's go through this crate of pre-owned stuff very quickly, okay? I have Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. Robin Trower is $19.99, Long Misty Days. The Robert Cray Band, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, an 88 US, that's $14.99. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Damn the Torpedoes, $34.99 for Tom Petty. Nice. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. Refugee, Here Comes My Girl. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Also, we have Hollies, Confessions of the Mind. The Hollies is an OG 1970 UK. Here's one you won't see too often, especially the UK original. Hollies, Confessions of the Mind, $24.99. Elton 30, Elton 31. And then over here, Hall & Oates Private Eyes is officially sold to C-Note for $30. That is sold for $30. That is sold for $30. Thank you on that one. And we have Elton John at $35. Elton John for $35. All right, let's put this over here. And next thing was He Was Out, and then Elton, and then Kelly Cook on Robert Cray. Robert Cray, that's sold to Kelly Cook, and Jim Hines on Tom Petty. Jim Hines on Tom Petty. Next thing is Live at the Half Note, the Art Farmer Quartet featuring Jim Hall. A 64 US stereo OG, $29.99. Live at the Half Note, the Art Farmer Quartet featuring Jim Hall. Next thing is a Japanese pressing, and this is a Master Sound series. Footloose. Footloose is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl, master sound. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's this insert. There's the original inner sleeve. There's this thick, rigid inner sleeve that it came in to protect it. $35 start on Footloose. That's now up for bid. Also, we got Ron Burns on AF. And AF was Art Farmer here. Thank you on that one. Got a great stuff here, great crate here that Paul's marked. Next thing is Michael Jackson Bad, an 87 OG, $44.99. Nice. Has the original inner sleeve, Michael Jackson Bad, $44.99, and No Place to Hide. This is Transgress. This is a 2003 numbered blue vinyl. It's a Psych Garage album, limited to 100. What a wild looking cover here. $14.99. We have Kelly Vladicek on Michael Jackson. Travis Woods was next. And Elton John's now hit $45. That's more like it. I was like, wow, is Benny and the Jets really not going to get a bid? Japanese Footloose, $35. Any hockey fans watching? Here's another really cool Sports Illustrated I found. This is Bobby Orr on the cover here. Boston on top with Bobby Orr. Sports Illustrated, 1969. It is a male edition. You can tell it came from Fred's collection. He probably bought it at an estate sale. It was shipped to somebody originally in Murfreesboro. Bobby Orr cover, Sports Illustrated, $10 start on that one. Next thing is the Teardrop Explodes. That's Kilimanjaro, $19.99. The Teardrops Explode. And we have Robin Trower for Earth Below. Robin Trower is $19.99, Paul. Did you mark these? Then you probably already knew that was $19.99.
I can tell you all the prices of them. $9.99.
Good job, Paul. Smokey Robinson, Where There's Smoke. Smokey Robinson, Where There's Smoke, $9.99. Thomas Clark on TE. And that was Teardrop Explode. Thank you. As always, great selections in here. Footloose is at $35, and Elton John's about to be sold to Travis for $45. We have Montrose, Jump On It. Montrose is $19.99. And James Davidson says he said, Chad, just give me one of those brand new, spanking new copies of Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's why I ordered them. Thank you on that. So this is $44.99, and that's about what we're about to sell the OG Club copy for. That's about what they've always demanded. Razman has the Bobby Orr Sports Illustrated for $10. Al Di Meola, Land of the Midnight Sun, that is $19.99. And Miles Davis, Marcus Miller, Music from Siesta, Miles Davis, an 87 OG, $19.99. Adrian Belew, Lone Rhino, Adrian Belew is $19.99. And The Firm, Mean Business. The Firm is $19.99. Great titles in here. Elton John is sold for $45 to Travis Woods. Thank you. And I have more of those. Not tonight, but I had found like 2 or 3 of those lately, and I was like, man, we need to get some of these up for auction. Nice copies of those. George Jones on AN. He might mean AB for Adrian Belew, but if so, let me know. Footloose is a final call. The Master Sound Audiophile Edition for $35. About to sell that magazine for $10. This is Modern Nature, Island of Noise. It's a marble vinyl. It's a post-punk indie album. That's $19.99. George Jones does want Adrian Belew. By the way, George, some of those Sabbath bootlegs I think came in tonight. So the next couple crates of new vinyl, hopefully you're watching, but I've got some of those Sabbath bootlegs you ordered. I think on some of those. There's just so many different ones. And I also try to be careful. I had to order a couple to see what they look like because I don't get really good images of them. And I think some of them might be the same concert repackaged. But I've had some people buy them and okay with that. They're like, sure, I don't care. I want every different kind of bootleg that was ever made of this show. I'm like, okay, well, there's about 7 in print plus et cetera, et cetera. Jack Bruce, Bill Lord, and Robin Trower, BLT. $19.99. And we got Smokey Robinson, Deep in My Soul. Smokey Robinson is $9.99. Batmobile is a 1995 Psychobilly. The vinyl's been gassed. That means there was some kind of reaction to the sleeve. And you kind of see what's happened. That usually causes some kind of light noise. But, of course, we'll still play. That's VG minus $14.99. And Prince's Purple Rain. Purple Rain. It is an OG, no poster though. VG plus $24.99. All right, the Bobby Orr magazine is sold to Razman for $10. And Footloose can be picked up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. Cut Loose, $35. All right, let's put that away. Footloose, soundtrack from the original motion picture. Let's put that right in here. And okay. Put that right there. All right, next thing we have is the Moody Blues In Search of the Lost Chord. Excellent. EX condition, $12.99. That's a good one. EX $12.99. Let's grab another auction over here. How about Tom Waits? Tom Waits is going to go up for auction. This is Rain Dogs, and Tom Waits is an 85 US Specialty OG. It does have the original on her sleeve, a $35 start. Sandy said she bid $35 on Footloose. Dang, you must have bid as soon as I laid it down. Yeah, that's sold to Sandy for $35. Okay. Also, I guess I pulled that Michael Jackson. I did. All right, Sandy, that's sold to you then. I'm so sorry. That got just completely overlooked. But thank you. That's sold to you. And make sure I didn't miss anything else. Okay, maybe I got that kind of blended in with some of those Elton John bids. FL looks a lot like EJ from me looking from 2 feet away on a small screen over here. Sorry, but I got you down for it. Thank you. And then we have Sunship. It's, what's this called? It Shall Be. It Shall Be. Sunship is a gospel psych album, EX edition, $17.99 on that. Tom Waits is a $35 start. Is this another Close to the Edge? Wow, it's another Close to the Edge. This one's got a little bit of fading on the Obi. I didn't realize I had two, but there's another Close to the Edge. We'll do that in just a second. Let's go ahead and put up, let's try this other Hall & Oates. This is H2O in shrink with Obi. Hall & Oates is going to go up for a $25 start. Hall & Oates is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. There's the insert. There is the cover with the shrink and Obi, $25 start on that one. Ruben and the Jets, that is a 73 US VG condition, $9.99 on that one. I did say gospel psych. This right here, it's a gospel psych album. This is EX condition, $17.99. Sunship. If you don't want it Mitch, then Dwayne Caldwell does. The BLT had no condition notes. Clean vinyl. Probably a VG Plus cover. Got a little bit of a stain right here. A couple creases, but the vinyl's nice. $19.99 on that. We have Elton John, Red Strikes Back. EX condition, $17.99. And Roy Orbison and Friends, a black and white night live. Roy Orbison's an 89 Canadian Club VG condition, $9.99 for Roy Orbison and Friends. Roy Orbison and Friends, VG, $9.99 on that. Over here we have Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. That's a 76 Pittman press. EX condition, $22.99. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. There is some writing on the cover. Over here we have Dwayne Caldwell does get the Sunship Gospel Psych album. Matt Nichols on the Moody Blues, which is In Search of the Lost Chord. And then over here, topographic on RO for Roy Orbison. Okay. Nobody bid on Tom Waits, Rain Dogs, an 85 US Specialty OG with the original on her sleeve. That's a $35 buy it now. And then Hall & Oates is a $25 buy it now. If anybody wants H2O, shrink, Obi, insert, $25 buy it now. Garrett got Tom Waits for $35. Let's put a new sleeve over here, shrink, Obi. And right now we're going through a new arrival crate that Paul had marked earlier today. We still got like 4 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Let's go this right over here. And let's put this right here. What is Tom Waits at? It did not get a bid. Somebody just grabbed it for minimum bid. Almost can't believe it, but it just happened. Next thing is this. This is the Beatles with Tony Sheridan and guest. So this is the Beatles. You will not hear Paul, John, George, or Ringo singing on this album. This is them as the backing band for Tony Sheridan. My Bonnie, The Saints, Cry for Shadow Why. That's what's going on here. So it's a 64 US OG in mono, EX edition, a $25 start. Pretty cool album though. Always been pretty desirable. And of course that original stock copy of, I guess it's the stock copy of My Bonnie, That's the really, really expensive Beatles record. So there's that. And that's a $25 start. That is the Beatles with Tony Sheridan. $25 start on that. Ivan R. is on Reuben and the Jets. Thank you. Thank you, Richard V. Miller. We just had some more of those come in. There's the Beatles, Hanoi Rocks, Dead by Christmas record soon. Let me try to find that right over here, and I'll get that slid up in the rotation. Got some pretty crazy stuff. Anything that was here in the, quote, high-end tab, I was going to try to do those sometime after 7:30 or 8. And not everything's up here, I don't think. I don't think Laura has everything up here yet. Just FYI. Next thing is Blind Faith, a 1978 US PRC Richmond press. Blind Faith has no condition notes. That's, of course, Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton. That's going to go up for a $25 start. When will the Wings pre-order be up? And Chad, when will the Wings pre-order be up soon? I'll say before the end of the week. I will say before the end of the week. Okay? Before the end of the week. Next thing is Johnny Paycheck. Slide off your satin sheets. Johnny Paycheck is VG Plus, $14.99. Joni Mitchell Court and Spark. This is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Joni Mitchell Court and Spark. And we have Procol Harum Broken Barricades. Procol Harum EX Condition, $12.99. Procol Harum Broken Barricades. Scentless Apprentice on Johnny Paycheck. I would say, I don't know if it's even available, if they've released all the details to us yet on the Wings. If they have, I'll do it by the end of the week. I'll do it by the end of the week. We have the very best of the Ohio Players. What an interesting cover this is. The very best of the Ohio Players. You can count on some interesting covers with them. EX, $12.99. And Mahavishnu Orchestra, Visions of the Emerald Beyond. That's VG Plus, $11.99. Chad Smith on Joni Mitchell. Right now, no bid on the Beatles, looking for a $25 start. Right now, no bid on Blind Faith. We're looking for a $25 start. And Calvin Ward gets the Ohio Players. Calvin Ward gets the Ohio Players. We have Beck Ola, VG Plus, $14.99. Beck Ola with the original Yellow Epic's with the original Yellow Epic label. That's Jeff Beck, Rod Stewart, great stuff there. $14.99. Sandy Villa was next on Ohio Players. Alice Cooper, this was EX, $22.99. There is some writing on the cover. It's a 76 Pittman press. Next is John Anderson. That's not country John Anderson. That's progressive rock John Anderson from Yes, Song of Seven. That's VG condition, $9.99 on that. Also, we have El Shankar. This is Chapellery Dream, a 2020 red Psych Prog album. It does have some cover damage right here. VG Plus, $9.99. We have Blind Faith. This is going to be a buy it now, no bid for $25. The Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan. This is a no bid for a $25 buy it now. That is EX. Those are $25 and $25. I was expecting the Beatles to probably sell for well over $50, if not more. So Wolverine gets that for just a minimum bid of $25. Wow. $25, there's that. And then next is Ron Duffield gets DF, but I bet he meant Blind Faith, BF, right? $25, so to Ron Burns, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be the Billy Joel Innocent Man. This is very nice with Obi, near mint minus vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $25 star in Innocent Man. So there's the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover, there's the Obi, $25 start. Next is Al Di Meola, and this one is EX $17.99. That one's called Scenario. Al Di Meola, $17.99, and John Cale Guts. John Cale VG Plus, $14.99 on that. Next auction, I have Soft Machine. I have Pretty Maids. Here it is. This is Carpe Diem. Pretty Maids is a 2019 Italian import. The only time it's ever been pressed to vinyl. Pretty Maids is a $45 start. John McLaughlin with the One Truth Band, Electric Dreams by John McLaughlin. VG Plus, $11.99. Also, we have Procol Harum, a 67 US. VG, $14.99. Tales from Topographic Oceans, 73 UK, VG Plus $14.99, and Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group Live EX condition, $17.99. Very cool crate there. Lots of unusual stuff. Lots of stuff very recognizable that are just great titles I hadn't seen in a while. I'm going to browse through those one more time. Going to go ahead and grab this next crate we're going to read through. This next one has a new release, which I went ahead and ordered 10 copies because I missed the pre-order. And I saw them in stock, and I was like, I'm going to go ahead and get 10. I bet I can sell 10 because it's been out of print for a long time. So that's coming up in the next crate. We have Popman65 from Tales. Did you let me know who you were earlier, Popman65? I don't know if I got your information. And then Scully Mac on Alice. And if that's for Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, then Scully Mac, that is sold to you, okay? Pretty Maids 45, Billy Joel's a $25 start. $25 start, okay? Let's put this right here. Let's put this right there. All right. Let's do these one more time, okay? Very, very quickly. Pretty Maids 45. And the Billy Joel's a $25 start. It's Phil Ott. Okay, sorry. I'm sure you said earlier, but I'm sure I missed it because I don't remember saying that. So Phil Ott is the Popman 65. Thank you on that one. Okay. Here we go. First thing we have is Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. Robin Trower, 1999. Hollies, Confessions of the Mind, 70 UK OG import, $24.99. Also over here, we have No Place to Hide, Transgress, a 2003 numbered blue vinyl site garage, $14.99. We have Robin Trower for Earth Below. Robin Trower is $19.99. Smokey Robinson's $9.99. Where There's Smoke, $9.99. Montrose Jump On It, $19.99. Al Di Meola, Land of the Midnight Sun, $19.99. Siesta, Miles Davis, $19.99. The Fur Mean Business was $19.99. Also, we have Island of Noise, Modern Nature, marbled vinyl, post-punk indie, $19.99. Pretty Maids is at $50. Also over here, Smokey Robinson, Deep in My Soul, $9.99. Batmobile, this is VG minus $14.99. It's only VG minus because the vinyl has some gassing. We have Prince, Purple Rain, VG plus $24.99. Jack Bruce, Bill Lord, and Robin Trower, $19.99 for BLT. Red Strikes Back, Elton John, EX $17.99. Procol Harum was EX $12.99. Mahavishnu Orchestra was VG plus $11.99. Jeff Beck, Beckola, VG plus $14.99. John Anderson's VG $9.99. El Shankar, this is Chippewa Dream, VG plus $9.99. Al Di Meola, EX $17.99. Scenario, John Kell Guts was VG plus $14.99. John McLaughlin, VG plus $11.99. Procol Harum, Wider Shade of Pale, self-titled, 67 VG $14.99. And Jeff Beck, EX $17.99. Let's see over here. Okay. Billy Joel is a buy it now for $25. Yep. Billy Joel is a buy it now for $25. No bid on that one. They're still battling out over Pretty Maids. It's now at $56. Let me put this in a brand new sleeve, and let's go ahead and go through some of these other new releases I have over here. Very excited to show some of these and get to them. Probably about to do back-to-back crates of those, maybe even 3 in a row. Who knows? We're about to do it, though. Over here's this, and let's go ahead and put up Duran Duran, our next Japanese pressing. Duran Duran is a Japanese pressing that is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is super clean, super nice. $25 start on that. There's the insert, the cover and obi. $25 start on Duran Duran. Let me take this crate right over here, and I'm going to shut this right there. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in early tonight, or I guess on time. It's already 7:27. Wow, time flies. We've already been live for 2 hours. Is that right? Holy moly. Time flies when you're having fun. Time flies when you're having fun. Tomorrow's Thursday night metal night. We got Friday and Saturday still. Got a lot of stuff still coming in from the mail for new releases. Plenty of stuff to auction and sell. Now's the time. Now's the time. Okay. Here we go. Pretty Maid's 59, and here is this new release I was talking about. They have reissued some Halford albums, and this is one that's called Made of Metal. They've done 500 on white vinyl, Rob Halford, and this is originally released in 2002. Made of Metal, $39.99, Rob Halford. I went ahead and got 10 of those because they were limited edition, and also because I missed the pre-order on it, because I figured those last couple Halford albums I've had have been super popular. So Halford on white vinyl is $39.99. This was a special request for Natasha Pickett. This is Dance Gavin Dance Pantheon. Some odd font there. Yeah, Pantheon. Pantheon. That is $44.99. Natasha, this was a special request for you. We've got it in. Cobalt and Orange Crush Smush. Cobalt and Orange Crush Smush, S-M-U-S-H, Smush, with white and cobalt splatter. That is $44.99. So that is sold to Natasha. If anybody else decides you want one of those, let me know. We got a Rob Halford sold to Dwayne Worley. I've got 9 copies left. Pretty Maids is at $65. And Duran Duran no bid, looking for a $25 start. Laura is dropping off the rest of the auctions next to me right now. This is the new album from Ed Sheeran, and this one's called Play. Ed Sheeran Play is on pink vinyl. It's a gatefolded jacket, $33.99. That's new for Friday. Ed Sheeran Play, $33.99. Another Rob Halford sold to Hiram Aponte. I've got 8 copies left. Here is, this is one of those albums I always have to have in stock. The Beatles, Abbey Road, stereo remaster, $36.99. It's like, if I don't have this, am I really a record store, right? You got to at least have a copy of that sitting around somewhere available for the strike at any moment. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Ed Sheeran. Thank you, Kelly. 2 more Halford sold, one to Edwin Riviera, one to Ivan R., and then another Ed Sheeran sold to Troy Robinson. But I'm going to pause right there. Because we have actually... the next claim I will do will be Troy for Ed Sheeran. We just filled up a crate. Let me move this David Bowie box set because I have it laid on top of the most recent crate. And let me move this over here. That crate filled up quickly again with new vinyl, auctions, and then all the stuff we just sold out of the Paul crate. Let me stack this right there. That's already the 4th full crate sold tonight. I'm going to put this right here. And then... let me grab this right here. All right, so first thing we have is the last 2 Ed Sheerans are sold to Troy Robinson and Jerry Stone. And then Halfords are $39.99. Pretty Maids is at $70. Nobody bid on Duran Duran, so you can pick that up for just a $25 buy now. 7 in the Ragged Tiger. So we got several Japanese no bids already tonight. I'm about to run through some of those. Now that the rest of the auctions are up here, we're pretty much going to do the rest of those. The Japanese stuff I have left over here are pretty much duplicates I've already sold tonight. Maybe a couple more will be scattered in, but that was pretty much the last new Japanese. We blasted through all that stuff pretty quick in this first couple hours. I got another Close to the Edge. I got a Bob Dylan comp, an ABBA comp, and then a Stones live album, which is still live, and then another Footloose. So 3 of those 5 we've already sold a copy of tonight. James Hicks picks up the Duran Duran for $25, and this new limited edition Rob Halford is $39.99. Made of Metal, white vinyl, and I ordered 10. I still got 2, 4, 6. I think there's another one too. I don't think I have it tonight, but there's another Halford that got reissued as well. Then I've got some of the best sellers of all time. There's Abbey Road. Here's Queen's Greatest Hits. Here's a pocket of like essentials or best sellers of all time. Queen's Greatest Hits, $39.99, a double LP. And then, of course, Metallica's Ride the Lightning, $29.99. So that's some like essentials or best-selling albums of all time there. Next thing we're going to do is put up Hanoi Rock. Somebody asked for this. Dead by Christmas. Limited edition. First 10,000 copies include previously unreleased flexi single, Do the Duck. So this is a 1986 French OG compilation from Hanoi Rocks. It does not have the flexi disc. It's on Raw Power label, $25 start on that. Pretty Maids is at $80 with Dwayne. Edwin Riviera says he's out. Next two things I have is Prince, Purple Rain. That's with that original, it's a remaster overseen by Prince originally. It's got a foil cover. Prince is $29.99. And then we had a waiting list for this, The Kinks. And this is called The Journey Part 1. We sold 2 or 3 live that night, and then we had a waiting list for The Kinks. And let me figure out who that was. And that was Jerry Stone and Travis Woods. Jerry Stone and Travis Woods. Now, while I'm tagging these, let me go ahead and show you the next one. Whoever bought Volume 1 might want one of these. There's also a Volume 2, The Journey Part 2, $39.99. So this is, if you buy both of these together, that will be 4 LPs of Kinks. Volume 2, The Journey, and Volume 1, The Journey, or Part 1, Part 2. George Ellis wants a Prince Purple Rain. Thank you on that one. Melanie Jennings also wants a Prince Purple Rain. Thank you on that one. Pretty Maids is officially sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $80. And then over here, Hanoi Rocks, Craig Thomas has that for $31, Matt Nichols $35. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be this right here. No one bought a new Abbey Road. Let's do the same thing we did earlier with Elton John. Let's put up an OG Abbey Road, and let's go ahead and see if we can sell this, and then maybe a new copy. This is the Beatles Abbey Road. This is a 69 OG Jacksonville. The sewer drain is kind of visible. Some of the later copies, they recropped this and they cropped out the drain hole there on the street on Abbey Road. So this is EX. It's a first press, 69. Abbey Road can give you a headache trying to look it up. So many millions of copies made, so many variants, so many this, so many that. But this is a 69 Jacksonville OG. Does have a little cover wear, but that's pretty cool. So when this iconic album hit the streets, that was one of the first ones sitting on a shelf back in '69. A $40 start on that one. So the two people on the Kinks waiting list for Volume 1 also wants a Volume 2, which is Travis Woods and Jerry Stone. So Mr. Clifford Umstead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to sell you a Part 1, and we're going to put Clifford Umstead on a waiting list for Part 2, okay? Next thing I have in here is the Archie's Greatest Hits. This is new from Friday Music, $39.99, Sugar Sugar. Let's go ahead and open it, and I'm going to show you that it's on cherry red vinyl. Nice. So that's a new Friday Music pressing of the Archie's Greatest Hits, Sugar Sugar, $39.99. One sold to Kelly Vloddercheck. Those don't come sealed. They're just loose in a baggie, but they are brand new. The Beatles already has a bid for $50, and then Kelly Vloddercheck got an Archie's. The Hanoi Rocks over here, Matt Nichols has it for $40. Calvin Ward, it's up to you. And then we have a waiting list for Halloween. This is their newest album, Giants and Monsters. And Oh So Adventure was on a waiting list. So thank you, Oh So Adventure. This is so to you. It's on yellow vinyl, which is the indie exclusive. And if you're one of these people who collect variants, especially of a highly collectible band like Halloween, they do make blue as well, which were in stock. 54, but it was low stock the last time I looked. I got to go ahead. I got to get a bottle of water. I am thirstier than the devil with cotton in his mouth. That would be thirsty. The devil in Hades, and he's got cotton in his mouth. Whew. He would be super thirsty. He would love to have a drink of water. Fortunately, I have a Coke machine up here full of them, and he doesn't. Okay, I'll show the Led Zeppelin EP in just a second. That's new for this Friday. But first, I got more Robert Johnsons. Now, I've been just trying to get these. This particular record, I bet there's 7 different versions in print. So whenever somebody goes on a waiting list, I just try to get them whichever one I can. They're all about the same price. Tom Sullivan, you was on a waiting list. This is actually an orange vinyl. So Tom Sullivan, this is sold to you. 180 gram, Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues. And actually, when I hit order for this, I didn't even realize it was going to be on orange vinyl. So Tom Sullivan on that one. I've got 1 extra copy of Robert Johnson, and I've got Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. So when I go down like page 1 of bestsellers, that's how I grab stuff like Abbey Road and Queen and Metallica and Robert Johnson. I usually go ahead and grab a couple of these if I don't think I have them in stock, especially when OGs are pretty tough to get. $29.99. Hanoi Rocks got a new bid for $42, now $44. The Beatles is at $65, by the way. I've got 2 copies back in of Black Sabbath Paranoid at $29.99. Here's another bestseller, Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? $24.99. And Led Zeppelin's debut, $33.99. Don't ask me why, but I was down a rabbit hole last night reading about Hindenburgs, especially that Hindenburg that's blowing up there on the cover, $33.99. Chad, there's a King's Volume 3 as well. There's a Volume 3 as well. I just don't know if they were in stock. I know Volume 1, Volume 2 were when I were ordering them. But if anybody wants a Volume 3, I might can get into that for you too. That's got to be later in their career. I didn't see a Volume 3. That's got to be much later in their career. All right, Beatles 73 and Hanoi Rocks is still getting bids. It's at 45. So a lot of restocks in this crate and bestsellers that we had sold out of. Just every once in a while, I'll sell a couple of these. I'll sell a couple of those. But here is something new, originally released back in 2003. So if it's on vinyl, I've never seen a copy of it. Halford, Made of Metal. It's on white vinyl. It's a new 2 LP, $39.99. Brian Studdard wants one. I started with 10. That's when I had one of those I went ahead and rolled the dice. I'm like, can I sell 10? Well, nobody want it, but it's sold so far pretty well. I'm just down to 5 copies, so we've sold 5 copies. Halford, white vinyl, Gatefold 2 LP. I've got 5 left. The Beatles is at 85 with Todd Doris, and the Hanoi Rocks. The Hanoi Rocks is at 45. Can you order the signed Ed Sheeran instead and put the one you pulled back? That would be a question for, I have not seen any signed Ed Sheerans available. Maybe she can check on that. I have not seen that. I would have definitely ordered those, but I don't think those were available. The Beatles, but we'll see if they are. Or maybe is this one signed? I don't think it said it was. No. I didn't see anything like that available. The Beatles, of course, remastered here, $36.99. Right now, the OG has hit $90. The OG has hit $90. It's up for auction right now. And we have Queen's Greatest Hits, $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Queen Greatest Hits, $39.99. And we have Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $29.99 for Ride the Lightning. So there's one Kinks Part 1 left. And then we've sold out a Part 2. That's $39.99. That's got some of the great music like You Really Got Me and All Day and All the Night, $39.99. The Archie's Greatest Hits, red vinyl, $39.99. Halloween, Giants and Monsters, $54.99. 2 LP yellow vinyl. Robert Johnson's $29. Joy Division's $29. Also, Black Sabbath Paranoid, $29. Jimi Hendrix, Our Experience, is $24, and Zeppelin's $33. Now, I would sell Hanoi Rocks, but there is a question. Is it a French pressing? This is a 1986 French OG compilation. It does not have the flexi disc. It's a gatefold. It is an EX condition, and the high bid is $45 with Calvin Ward. Michael, if you want to bid, go right ahead. If you say pass, I may go ahead and sell it. The Beatles is at 90, tied with C-Note and Josh Jones. So, Vladarchik, if you want one of those, Laura can order it for you. She's saying they are available. The Beatles is now at 93. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. For sure, if there's a bunch in stock. I've always been leery of signed inserts. You know, one I got burned on one time? That was Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. Okay? And I've always been hesitant ever since then. But I guess now they're maybe doing it a little bit better. But there was one time, it was a Wolfgang Van Halen. I think it was the second album. It was supposed to come with a signed insert. It's just one of those things like we didn't get them. Like I posted a pre-order, and I remember my distributor, he said, man, you probably don't want to post pre-orders of signed inserts. He said, because you never get as many as you want. And then here lately, there's been 2 or 3 big albums come out with signed inserts, and it's like, we got hundreds in stock, as many as you want. And I'm like, well, dang. Like, what's up with that? So I guess things are different now, maybe. But the last couple times I've tried, I've just been like, dang, you know, because people pre-order it. And then I'll be like, well, we don't get the signed. Does anybody want just the indie exclusive? And it's like 0. It's like, I don't want it. So I've been cursed with signed inserts, but it looks like we've gotten lucky with Youngblood, and it looks like we could get lucky with the Ed Sheeran release, because the other ones I have always struck out. It's like I'll order 120 and they're like, yeah, you're getting 2 signed inserts. I'm like, well, what the heck? Then I got to tell 90 people that they're not getting one. Then we got to message everybody individually, kind of like we had to do with that Chevy Chase, and it's like, So sometimes I don't post pre-orders with signed inserts because just the risk that we may not get them. And then it'll be a big title, and it just seems like nobody wants one after they don't get a signed insert. So I always tread lightly on that stuff. I try to order and post whatever I know we're going to get. But Laura's saying they're in stock, so if they're in stock, there you go. And most of his catalog's in print. Let's go ahead and sell this. Michael Snare did not, he said he's passing. All right, so this is sold to Calvin Ward for $45. Thank you, Michael, for letting me know, and thank you, Calvin, everybody else beating. The Beatles is now at $115 with Todd Doris, and it's time to go through another crate. Okay? And then, and then these new artists, they make it very difficult with all the cover variants, so I've got to be careful. So Vladarchuk's going to take a signed one, so I'm going to put this one back. So I do have one in stock right now if anybody wants it. It is pink vinyl, the new Ed Sheeran album, $33.99, okay? $33.99. And I think Laura's going to do an arriving this week post if you want to go ahead and lock in. The only other, this is like the 5th crate of new vinyl. The only other thing that you've missed is the new Motley Crue compilation, which I've got 2 left, $38.99. I've only got 2 left, $38.99 from the beginning. And back here, I've got about 5 left. Led Zeppelin, the new live EP, 4-track, In My Time of Dying, Trampled Underfoot, Sick Again, and Kashmir. That's what everybody keeps asking about back there. That's what that is. They're still battling out over the Beatles. I knew that one would be good. That's why I pulled it out for auction. And let's go ahead and put up Alice in Chains, Dirt. This is the Music on Vinyl press, 2009 almost messed up there. 2009 Euro 180 gram vinyl. That is the Music on Vinyl pressing of Dirt. Very, very nice. Here Comes the Rooster. Single LP, $35 start on that. All right. And let's go through another crate. Awesome. Well, there's another crate over here of new vinyl. That's not everything. Let me go ahead and condense this one too. That's not everything I just showed. There's another little small crate over here. Still got the Rob Halfords as well. All right, let me do a little bit of a transition here. Crate these up. Might actually have some new stuff to show in the 6 a.m. video. We've been selling quite a bit here and there in the 6 a.m. videos, and it hadn't even been new stuff. It's just been the same crates over here, which right now our total new crate inventory is at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, counting tonight's stuff that has just been shown. So we got a lot of new vinyl in stock. Okay. Led Zeppelin was a pre-order. Yes, if you've gotten a like from me, then that means I've pulled it for you. Yep. Yep. All right, let me step over here and grab this other crate. There's at least 2 more over here. We'll probably do this one, and then we'll probably go ahead and knock out this other crate that Paul has marked, and then we can do probably the last 2 crates of new vinyl, which will be the one over here and probably the one that Laura has ordered. Should be some good stuff. Okay, here we go. We do a little bit of a stretch right quick. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. So the first question I had was the cost of new Led Zeppelin. This here is $24.99. $24.99. I have about 5 left. Beatles was at $130, $140, $155. Alice in Chains $35.35. C Notes out on the Beatles. Todd Doris has it $155. Dirt $35. Zeppelin was a pre-order. What's the track listing on Motley Crue? Can you show the back cover up close? Give me 1 second. Alice in Chains 40, 35, 45. Order the Japanese over here on the left. These are the only no bids tonight. Billy Joel 25, Hall & Oates 25, and Billy Joel was 35. I'll go ahead and do that one 25 as well. So that keeps that simple, all those 25. Alice in Chains 47, 48, 50, 50, 58, okay? Now, first thing we have here is 2 copies of Brenton Wood, Ooga Boogum. And this has his classic song, Just Give Me a Little Sign, 33. I saw that in print, and I was like, wow, that's from Kraft. I never had that before. A tough OG soul album to get. Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum, Give Me a Little Sign, $33.99. I've got 2 of those. This was a special request for Troy Robinson. It is the album Breakout by the Pointer Sisters. It's a 1,000 numbered copies from Music on Vinyl on blue vinyl. Troy Robinson, $39.99. $39.99. And let's go ahead and sell the Beatles here. That is officially sold to Todd Doris for $155. Thank you on that one. And let's slide that right over here out of the way. And then let's update the Alice in Chains. This is on black vinyl. It's a Music on Vinyl press, near mint with the original under sleeve. And Josh Jones has it for $58. The Kiss album over here is Carnival of Souls, the final sessions, new and sealed, $36.99. That's technically the first time that was on vinyl. Let's grab another auction over here. And that next auction is going to be Van Halen's Diver Down. Van Halen Diver Down is an 80s US reissue. It's an RCA Music Club edition. Super clean though. $25 start on Diver Down. And then let me pull something here from the high-end tab, which we hadn't really got to too much of yet. It is almost 8 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and put up one of these first Iron Maiden bootlegs. And boy, do we have some cool ones. Take a look at this Iron Maiden bootleg. Over here, this is a 2015 unofficial. This is live at the Sleep Train Pavilion in California, 2010. A really cool Iron Maiden unofficial bootleg picture disc. $55 start on that one. There's Eddie riding an American Chopper. 2010, June 20th. That's going to go up for a $55 start. Stacy Metternich wants a Kiss Carnival of Souls. That's so to Stacy Metternich. Thank you on that one. Let's put that away. 007 immediately in on Iron Maiden. You're the first person I thought of. I was like, let's see if Shane's tuned in to bid on these. There they are. Black Sabbath, live, 1976 Syracuse. This is a 2 LP on colored vinyl. It's a Black Sabbath bootleg with Ozzy, 1976. New York State broadcast, Syracuse. 1 is sold to George Jones. I have 1 left if anybody else wants one. I have 1 left if anybody else wants one. Van Halen's at 26. Alice in Chains is a final call with Josh Jones for $58. $58. Van Halen's at 27. I've got 2 copies of Neil Young and Crazy Horse live at Shoreline Amphitheater, 1984. Neil Young is $24.99. So that's available, $24.99. That is a new and sealed copy on colored vinyl. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Never too late to be buying Christmas albums. The Jethro Tull Christmas album, Fresh Snow at Christmas. The 2003 Festive album, newly remixed from the original master tapes, available on vinyl for the first time. The Jethro Tull Christmas album, $39.99. Iron Maiden's at 100. Alice in Chains is at 60. Van Halen's at 28. Jersey Devil wants that last Black Sabbath, okay? So there's that. Alice in Chains is getting new bids. Van Halen's an 80s club copy an 80s reissue club copy. It's super clean, though. The vinyl's near mint minus and a really nice jacket. Alice in Chains still getting bids, and Iron Maiden's already hit 100. Next is Cypress Hill. This was a special request for Troy Robinson, and I didn't even know he wanted this, and I've ordered some other Cypress Hill albums that should be coming up later. If you decide you want one of these, it will be a special order. It'll probably be in next week. Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra, Black Sunday at the Royal Albert Hall. Cypress Hill is a 2 LP half-speed master, $48.99 on that one. A little bit more pricier release, but I'm sure it's not easy to get. That's sold to Troy Robinson. We sold out of those Black Sabbath bootlegs. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Melanie Jennings wants a Jethro Tull Christmas album. And if anybody wants it on Iron Maiden, you got to go through 007. 007 has it at $100. Alice in Chains is still getting bids at $65. Now Van Halen's at $30. Here's another special request for Troy Robinson. They Live. That is a soundtrack. Music by John Carpenter. It's from Death Waltz. 140 bubblegum pink vinyl. Bubblegum pink vinyl. They Live, We Sleep. That is They Live soundtrack. Music by John Carpenter. That is $44.99. If anybody wants one of those, it will probably be in next week. It will be a special order request. Van Halen 32, Alice in Chains 67, Iron Maiden 110, Iron Maiden 125, Alice in Chains 70. I hadn't had Farewell to Kings in stock in a while. This is Rush's Farewell to Kings, which is 180-gram gatefold, $36.99, remaster Rush, and then Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. Black Sabbath's Technical Ecstasy is $29.99. That's also remastered, a gatefold jacket. Iron Maiden 125, Van Halen 30, 35, 40, 45, $45 now on Van Halen. Alice in Chains at 70. Josh Jones, back to you. And then 2 copies of another Neil Young. This one is live at Royce Hall. Very similar to Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, around from the same era. And this is just $24.99. On the Way Home, Old Man, Journey Through the Past, Cowgirls, Heart of Gold, Sugar Mountain. Very similar to Dorothy Chandler, one of those early, when he was doing that early tours with acoustic sets there, $24.99. Special order saying it all comes in together. So let's say you tell me, yeah, Chad, put me down for one of those They Live. So whenever they come in, let's say they come in Monday or Tuesday, it will be for the same $8 in limited shipping. It's not like we bill it special. It's just, we call it special order because we're basically saying we're ordering special just for you. So please no putbacks or anything like that. Paul's heading out. Thank you as always. I'll be here. If not, there's a major problem. But yeah, no, it's all still $8 in limited shipping. So we just call it, we try to emphasize a special order before we go and order it out of our way. So usually stuff like that, I wouldn't stock it. I wouldn't put like, I'm not going to order 2 or 3 of those Cypress Hills that I just ordered for Troy, because there's a chance they may not sell. Nobody right now says they want one. So I kind of say, make sure if you say, I do want this ordered, you're good for it, and we don't have to put it back. We have special ordered stuff for people, and they say, actually, I don't want that anymore. And then it comes in, and then 6 months later, I'm trying to get my money back out of it. So, but yeah, it's still $8. Okay, Alice in Chains at 80. Iron Maiden's at 140. That's still getting bids. And the last bid on Van Halen was John McPatriot at $45. So John Durden, that's up to you. We got Megadeth, The Holy Wars Live 2000. Megadeth is $38.99. I've got 2 copies of Megadeth. And here's another special request for Troy Robinson, Old School Anthems. All the nostalgic songs in one place, keeping you rocking from dusk till dawn. That's that old school. Troy Robinson, $34.99. Bill Samus did get a Neil Young. I missed you earlier. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Yeah, so Iron Maiden 140, Alice in Chains 72. Bill Samus got a Neil Young. Alice in Chains 75, Alice in Chains 78, Alice in Chains 80, Alice in Chains 83. So we're waiting to make sure John Durden's done on Van Halen. We're going to make sure everybody else is done on Iron Maiden, and they're still bidding on Alice in Chains. This Old School Anthems, which is $34.99. It's a 2 LP. Tribe Called Quest, Delight, Inner City, Arrested Development, Jungle Brothers, Outkast. That sounds like a pretty cool hip-hop rap compilation. $34.99 is Iron Maiden, Sleep Train, Chula Vista. Iron Maiden is in fact live at the Sleep Train in California. Yeah, 2010, June 20th, 2010, picture disc, very, very sweet, and that's now final call to 007. The only other bidder is Chris Gardner, who just asked about it. Alicia wants to know where the Van Halen. This is an 80s reissue, near mint minus, super clean copy. John McPatriot has it for $45. Megadeth is an unofficial. It doesn't say when. Typically, these are kind of like compilations. It's Megadeth Holy Wars live in 2000. Some really cool, almost looks like, I don't know, I see any kind of artwork like that now, and I'm like, well, that's AI generated. But I don't know, somebody might have spent a lot of time. At this point in time, in 2025, I'll look at a cover like that, and I'm like, well, did somebody actually make that, or did they just tell Grok to generate me an image with a skeleton holding aliens in a bottle with other aliens and wearing a suit and tie with sunglasses? At this point, I don't know anymore. $38.99 for Megadeth. Either way, cool cover. And then this is new. I did not post a pre-order. It's the soundtrack to Halloween 2. Soundtrack to Halloween 2, the original motion picture score by John Carpenter, and that is from Death Waltz, $49.99. And yes, Paul Brothers wants on the special order list for They Live. So make sure we put Paul Brothers essentially on a waiting list. Anybody else, They Live, $44.99. Halloween, I'm sure that's been out before. I've seen it, but this new repressing is new for Friday, $49.99. The John Carpenter Halloween soundtrack's always desirable. Some spooky covers there. Whew. Whoa, look at that. Holy moly. That's the one that's in the hospital, the second one. You know, when I was a kid, I didn't put two and two together that those movies are basically from the same night, essentially. It's like Halloween 1 and 2 is like continuous. It took me like, actually just a couple years ago, because I had never... As a kid, it's like, oh no, do I really want to watch this and be scared out of my mind? Of course, now these aren't like, you watch them as an adult, it's almost like, I don't know, humorous. they're kind of goofy, but they're iconic. Paul Brothers wants one, George Jones gets one, and Jerry Stone gets one. Those are so, but I was like, oh, this is all happening on the same night. This is all happening on the same night. Those are sold. Anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. Over here, we have Rush Moving Pictures, Tom Sawyer, $36.99. Let's go ahead and sell Van Halen then. Van Halen is sold to John McPatriot for $45. Over here, they're still bidding on Iron Maiden. Chris Gardner, you're out. It's at $150. And did we sell out George Jones? You are out on Alice in Chains. So Josh Jones has that for $83. That's at $83. And then Iron Maiden over here just got a new bid for $155. Okay, next I have Black Sabbath, Steel City Blues, live in Pittsburgh, 1978. That's $36.99. That one sold to George Jones. That was my only copy of that. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Autumn Betts wants on the Halloween 2 soundtrack. Halloween 2 soundtrack. That is sold to Autumn Betts. If anybody else wants on that, let me know. Iron Maiden still getting bids. George Jones got Black Sabbath. And then over here, Alice in Chains. Josh Jones, 83. I'm going to make sure George Jones is done. George, it's at 83. Jethro Tull, this is live in Newport, 1969. That's $29.99. Neil Young, A Letter Home, $34.99 for Neil Young. And we have Sacred Rock. And then this is the one that I just sold last night on white vinyl. Here's another copy on orange vinyl. If anybody wants that one, $34.99. All right, so... what else is going on? Okay, let's show these Black Sabbath bootlegs again. If anybody wants on a waiting list, we got Pittsburgh, 1978. Okay, we have a waiting list going for Halloween 2. There's a waiting list going for that. Okay, then we have a waiting list going for They Live, another John Carpenter soundtrack, who also did Halloween. And then we've got Black Sabbath Syracuse, and that's 1976. Van Halen Panama. I have not put that up yet, no. Darren Chrisman wants on the Black Sabbath Pittsburgh Chris Gardner, it's back to you again on Iron Maiden. 007 has it for 165. It's back to you again, Chris Gardner. And Alice in Chains is now at 90. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next one I'm going to go ahead and put up right now is the following. Let's do White Line Big Game. White Line is a 1989 USOG gold stamp promo with the original on her sleeve. And White Line's going to go up for a $30 start. And let's run through this crate again. And I'm going to show you what's left. I'm going to go ahead and do another crate after this. And the first thing I have is 2 copies of Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum. Just give me a little sign, $33.99. Neil Young Live, 1994, Shoreline Amphitheater, colored vinyl, $24.99. The Jethro Tull Christmas album, $39.99. Over here is Rush, Farewell to Kings, remastered, $36.99. Chris Gardner, you're right back in on Iron Maiden at 165. 007 was already at 165, so you've tied 007. You're still in at 165. He still has it. They're still bidding on Alice in Chains. George Jones has it for 90. Josh Jones, it's got back up to you. White Line's now up for bid at a $30 start. Matt Nichols on Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Here's another copy if anybody wants that one. Neil Young, Royce Hall, $24.99. Megadeth Live Unofficial, $38.99. Rush Moving Pictures, $36.99. Jethro Tull, $29.99. Neil Young, $34.99. And then Sacred Rock Hill. And this is actually, the way they've done this, they put the vinyl in the front so you can see the barcode so they can scan them. But essentially, it's supposed to be like that. $34.99. Bill Samus wants the first Neil Young. Thank you, Bill Samus. Chris Gardner, you're back out on Iron Maiden. 007 has it for 175. What's the starting bid on White Line? A $30 start. What is the high bid on Alice in Chains? 90 with George Jones. We're going to make sure Josh Jones doesn't want to bid again. Don't forget, I still got the Led Zeppelin live EPs in stock for $24.99. That's new Led Zeppelin for Friday. Josh Jones is out. Looks like George Jones is going to get that. Josh Jones is out. George Jones, Josh Jones. George Jones, Josh Jones. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Let's do the other crate. Or, yeah, let's do the other crate. And then, well, actually, Paul just brought another one over here. Let's do, yeah, let's go ahead and knock this one out. We'll go ahead and do this one and then the Paul crate. And then there'll probably be time to do whatever Laura has ordered. And then probably have nothing but new vinyl for new vinyl arrival for the rest of the night. So let's get started. So we can go ahead and sell this. Well, while I'm standing over the crate, let me go ahead and sell that to George Jones for 90. Let's thank you for Chris Gardner for letting me know you're out. 007 gets that for 175. Let's put that away. And then White Line's at 35 with Chase Arnold, okay? So Weasel bid 30 and then Chase bid 35. That's OG White Line. Let's go through another crate over here. We're going to have a big condensing party here in just a second and go through some more of these. Let me do this right quick. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Let me take a peek in this one. Yep. Yes. All right, here we go. I think the last crate ended with Megadeth, and this crate's going to start with Megadeth. Okay. So, let's see what we got over here. First thing I have is, let's go ahead and put up, there was something from The Cure, right? Is this The Cure? That's that Ramones deal. Let me see what I got here. I got David Bowie, Kick, Cinderella, Lillian Axe, Rat, Yngwie, Dio, Aerosmith, Soft Machine, The Corner, Gravedigger, Black Label Society, Halford, which is Crucible. We're going to put that up right now. Somebody just asked about it. It's an unofficial pressing. Rob Halford Crucible, a 2016 UK $35 start. And then I have not heard back from Weasel on White Line. Chase Arnold has it for $35 final call. Jeff Brent RTO says he'll take a Led Zeppelin. This is sold to Jeff Brent RTO. I'm down to 4 copies of the new Led Zeppelin Live EP. Kiss is $36.99. $36.99. Carnival of Souls, the final sessions, $36.99. Okay, and let's get started with this right here, which I know there's a waiting list for. This is Megadeth, The Sick, The Dying, and The Dead. Megadeth is $34.99. The waiting list was Scott Arnold. Scott, I've got you down for one. This is sold to Scott Arnold. And I've got 4 extra copies. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Next thing is John Coltrane, an essential jazz album, A Love Supreme, John Coltrane, $38.99, which is the acoustic sound series from Verve, pressed at QRP, nice high quality Gatefold jacket, $38.99. I also have the Beastie Boys music, which is like one of the definite compilations. It's a 2 LP, Beastie Boys music, $34.99. White Line is sold to Chase Arnold for $35. Halford has one bid with Steve McGee for $35. Our next auction is going to be the Ramones. This is a 2021 Russian unofficial, sealed for a $50 start. That's the Ramones, which that album's not in print. And then over here, let's go ahead and grab this next auction, which is Gravedigger, Heavy Metal Breakdown. Gravedigger is a 1984 USOG EX Plus condition. Gravedigger is a $25 start. I've got 2 copies of Slayer, Live Undead. Slayer's on blue and black split colored vinyl, $34.99 on Slayer, Live Undead, and 2 copies of Black Flag, My War. Black Flag is $29.99. We have Halford, and we got Ramones and Gravedigger all up for bid right now. We got Halford at 40, Ramones is already at 60, Gravedigger 25. And let me double check my waiting list on Elvis Sings. There shouldn't be anybody left on the original pre-order. This is $54.99. $56.99. Let me go over here and pull this up. Okay, and all right, so Elvis Sings. Everybody on the pre-order, and then Chris Gardner said I was on a waiting list. Yeah, so pre-order Chris Gardner. So the last 2 people are Paul Brothers and Brad Waits. Last 2 people were Paul Brothers and Brad Waits. So there's Paul Brothers, there's Brad Waits. I've got 2 extra copies. This is kind of like a first-time release. Really cool to see something new from the Elvis catalog. This is Elvis Presley Sings, a limited edition 2500 on white vinyl, a compilation of Elvis renditions of famous tracks such as Bob Dylan, the Beatles, Ray Charles, Neil Diamond, Simon and Garfunkel. So it's Elvis covering these artists, big classic songs. It's on colored vinyl, numbered, a 2 LP, $56.99. The last bid on Halford was John Kaiser at $43. The last bid on the Ramones was Vladimir at 70, and now Gravedigger's at 35 with Chase, Joshua Cross, and Chase U. Tatum. 2 Elvis remains. I went ahead and ordered these because I could get them on a great price. It's a half-speed master, the Rolling Stones, Bridges to Babylon. That's a 2 LP half-speed master, the Rolling Stones, Bridges to Babylon, $34.99, which I haven't seen an OG of that in quite some time. Not one that's just going to be floating around all the time. Now the Ramones is at 75. Now Gravedigger is at 38. We may be done on Halford. The other bidder on Halford was who? It was Steve McGee. I'm going to make sure he did say out on that one. Now the Ramones is at 80. And over here, I've got 2 of these, which I called at a great price. Now that's what I call Country Classics Dance Party from the 90s. It's on yellow and green vinyl for $29.99. This is got Shania Twain. This has got Martina McBride. It's got Joe Diffie. It's got George Strait. Check yes or no. It's got Little Texas. It's got Reba McEntire. It's got Travis Tritt. It's got Boot Scootin' Boogie. It's got Faith Hill. And that's on yellow and green vinyl. Seems like a great price for one of those Now compilations. Those are usually like twice as much as that. Halford has a new bid for $45. Now the Ramones is at $80. George Jones is out. Joshua is backing on Gravedigger at $40. I've got 2 copies of Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. That's the first album of Dio. Some great songs on that one. Justin Garrett says, I'll take a 90s country. That is so to Justin Garrett. I've got 2 copies. I saw these. I was like, it's been a while since I've seen an OG. Not a bad album to have in stock. Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune with Don't Fear the Reaper. $39.99 for BOC. That's a gatefold jacket. Music on vinyl press. And another Verve, and this time a Verve acoustic sound series. Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson. And that is, once again, pressed to QRP, tip-on gatefold jacket, mastered from the original analog tapes. That's $34.99. Joy Fino wants box, and she meant BOC for Blue Oyster Cult. There we go. That's so to Joy Fino. There's 1 left. And I've got 2 copies of Slayer Haunting the Chapel. That's on red and black split colored vinyl, $34.99. I've got 2 copies of the Rolling Stones Some Girls. That's the 2 LP with DVD, 1978, $34.99. And Black Sabbath Paris, 1970, and that is so to George Jones. George Jones gets Black Sabbath live in Paris, 1970. He messaged me and said he wanted all of the Black Sabbath bootlegs I could get. So I think that was 3 of 3 tonight so far. And then I now know what came in, and I now know what I need to order again. And George, I'll try to get some more. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. So the first thing we're going to do is update Halford. Let's go down the line here and tell y'all what these are. This is Halford, as in Rob Halford, Crucible, which is an unofficial press because I don't think it was ever released to vinyl. 2016 UK is when it was pressing unofficially. Paul Catridge has it for $50. John Kaiser, it's back up to you. Same thing for this Ramones. I don't recall ever seeing a real copy of this. Acid Eaters by the Ramones. This is a Russian unofficial. And Vladimir went out after George Jones bid $85. So George Jones has that for $85. And then Gravedigger. This was Heavy Metal Breakdown. That's an 84 US OG from Metal Force. Silver Metal Force OG EX Plus, and that just got a new bid with Chase Arnold for $45. And it looks like Chase Arnold still has it, and Joshua Cross, you're out, okay? There's that. So we have been through tonight about 8 crates of new vinyl. I still have another one. It's some stuff that Laura ordered. And what we're going to do is I'm probably right now going to read through these again and show you the couple biggest sellers of the night one more time. Probably go through one of these other new crates Laura marked, and that will leave us a whole nother crate of new vinyl to go through, which we'll do that one probably after we go through this next Paul crate. Laura will have that in the back. She'll bring it up in just a second. We got Paul has already marked 3 crates. We've already showed 1. There's 2 more to go through. And of course, Laura will be marking new arrivals. After we go through everything new, probably do a big recap. And if you're here for like vintage discounts like we did last night, that will happen when we're done with everything. Looking forward to it. Hopefully y'all are too. Wednesday night, we'll be here again tomorrow for Thursday Night Metal Night. I'll be again here night Friday, and then of course Paul will be holding down the show for Saturday. And a lot of new stuff expected between now and then, including fantastic stuff to be put up for auction. Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. That's at a great price, $34.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Still got the John Coltrane Love Supreme, $38.99. And we also have Beastie Boys music. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, $34.99. Cindy, did I see your Megadeth claim? Are you talking about this one right here? If you're talking about that one right there, I did not see that one. I see it now. I've scrolled up, and then thanks for the reminder. So Cindy Yarborough on Megadeth. Sorry about that. Got bad eyes tonight, evidently. I have not sold Cinderella yet, but we can go ahead and sell the Ramones for $85 to George Jones. All new auctions coming right now. Halford, Paul Catridge is out. That's sold to John Kaiser for $53. And then over here is Gravedigger. And since Joshua went out, this is sold to Chase Arnold for $45. No, Megadeth is their most recent studio album. This is their most recent studio album. And no, the Beastie Boys are the full original releases. A career-spanning greatest hits. No, this is the amazing compilation. Everything's on here. Intergalactic, Paul Revere. It's the full Beastie Boys music compilation, $34.99, which typically is like $44.99. John Coltrane's typically $44.99, and Megadeth is typically $44. This whole crate is from my distributor where I get stuff kind of on sale. They kind of have run-offs and run-outs, which means I get stuff at great prices. Let's go ahead and put up another one of these Iron Maiden bootlegs. I know some of those bidders are here and eager to bid on some of these. Boy, just look how cool this looks. Iron Maiden Hellfest, 20th of June, 2014, Heaven or Hell. What another killer Iron Maiden. This came from that collection. I think I've told y'all before. We have in stock right now, and most people don't even realize this, thousands of metal albums. Paul told me yesterday when he was back there working on sorting and cleaning some of them, he said, we probably have right now 5,000 metal auctions. Okay? So y'all know, like, we've been doing Kiss Night, and we told everybody we had like 5,000 or 7,000 Kiss albums, and it would take probably 24, 30 weeks to sell them, and right now we're just halfway through them. Between the metal stuff from that one collection that we bought that really I haven't even had a chance to advertise, and then everything else Paul's recently bought, that's why we're showing some metal now on Wednesdays and Fridays. We have thousands. There is a whole tub of Iron Maiden bootlegs, which would be about 180 of these, if you can imagine that. 180 different Iron Maiden bootlegs. It's insane. So I think we've mixed in a few last week, have some tonight, may have some tomorrow, and if I can find any extra time, I'm going to try to get some ready so we can like sell a bunch in one night. But it's the same thing for Megadeth. It's the same thing for Metallica. There's OG records. He found like a whole crate of Slayer. It's just insane the amount of stuff. So you might want to be paying attention to the hot pictures, because between now and the end of the year, we're going to try to sell off everything that we have in inventory like we always do. It's going to be big from now to the end of the year, and we got thousands of metal auctions. So you might want to pay attention to the hot post. If you see a couple Iron Maiden bootlegs, that means there might be 5 or 10. If you see a couple metal records, that means there could be more surprises. This is Live in Hellfest, Volume 1 and Volume 2. $85 start. Most of these are not available on Discogs. They're not available on eBay. That's why they're always such a battle. That's now for bid an $85 start. We sold Cindy Megadeth. Over here, we got 2 copies of Slayer, Live Undead, Blue and Black Split, $34.99, and Black Flag, My War. Black Flag is $29.99. I've got a couple of those. There's that Elvis Sings, $56.99. They've basically compiled a lot of his covers of big artists at least. And we have 2 copies of the Rolling Stones' Bridges to Babylon, $34.99. Now that's what I call Country Classics 90s Dance Party, yellow and green at $29. Black Sabbath Heaven and Hell is $44.99. Blue Oyster Cult is $39.99. Louis Armstrong, Oscar Peterson, $34. Slayer Haunting the Chapels, $34. And the Rolling Stones Some Girls, $34. Man, still got these Slayers. The reason I ordered these is because we had some OGs come through, last week or the week before, $200, $300. And I was like, well, maybe for a tenth of the price, somebody say, yeah, go ahead and give me a new one until I can buy an OG. But we had like this album here, I think, wasn't this one up last week? And it sold for like $290. That's why I order sometimes when I see these Slayer albums in stock. I'm like, holy moly, we probably need to order some new ones then. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. And let's put up Trouble. Somebody asked for this, and I'll ask and you shall receive. Here's Trouble, the skull. Trouble is an 85 USOG with the original on her sleeve. EX condition, a $65 start. Maiden's at 100, 110, and now 125. All right, let's go through another crate here Paul's marked, and very excited to do that because the last crate he marked was really sweet. Let's see which one I want to go through next. Let's go through this one down here. Could be a little bit of this and a little bit of that in there. And we probably now have 3 full crates left of new vinyl to recap later. But the first thing I'm going to go ahead and remind you is I still got the new Zeppelin. Always cool to see new stuff from Zeppelin in. Zeppelin, the live EP. $24. This comes out Friday. Never released on vinyl. Never released on CD. First time they've actually ever released these songs other than that DVD box set. In My Time of Dying and Trampled Underfoot at Earl's Court. Sick Again and Cashmere live from the 79 Nebworth show. And then this is right now leading for the bestseller of the week. We have sold 58 copies of Motley Crue from the beginning. 58 copies. I've got 2 left. It's a new compilation, $38.99. Always cool to see new Led Zeppelin stuff. Brian Call says he'll take one. Brian Hicks and I will do Cinderella next. And Brian Call gets a Zeppelin. Now we've got 4 left. Zeppelin and Motley Crue have almost sold the exact amount. Let's bring over that crate I was just talking about that Paul's marked. Probably after I go through it, we'll have another crate, and then we're going to try to recap everything, because I started early with new vinyl. We did like 5 crates in a row to start the night. So let's see what Paul's marked here. These, of course, are sticker price, new vintage LP. No telling what we're about to get into here. As usual, everybody buckle up for an Iron Maiden battle. It's now at 130. 007, you're out. Trouble's at 85.90. Let's go ahead and throw up that Cinderella. And that Cinderella is going to go up right now. This is Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is an 88 US Canadian OG. It's a BMG direct club copy. And Cinderella is a $35 start. $35 start. Brian, the Led Zeppelin was $24.99. $24.99, okay? There's that. All right. Motley Crue is a career-spanning compilation. It's got their best songs, and it's even got a new version of Home Sweet Home with Dolly. So it's got it's A to C. It's A to Z. It's A to Z from the beginning. So meaning from the beginning, starting with Live Wire all the way to a new recording of Home Sweet Home, which Dolly just recently did. Girls, 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 Smoking in the Boys. It's a greatest hits, and even some of that later stuff, like their most recent Dogs of War, canceled, Home Sweet Home. It's got from the first album all the way to stuff they recorded just, I think, this year. So career spanning on that one. They do make a greatest hits. That's pretty much cuts off at a certain point too. And if you want me to order any of the albums, if you just want the first album, the second album, the third album, so you can have everything, those are luckily still in print. I can order you either one of them. I can order you all of them. Oh. Let me touch my toes. Okay. Let's see what we got in here. The Don Pullen George Adams Quartet Breakthrough. It's on Blue Note and it's sealed. A 1986 Blue Note sealed Don Pullen George Adams Quartet. $19.99 on that. Also, Point of Departure, the Gary McFarland Sextet. A mid-60s U.S. stereo reissue from ABC Impulse, A-46, Gary McFarland, $24.99. $24.99. Donnie Iris, Back on the Streets. Aaliyah, $14.99 for Donnie Iris, a gold stamp promo. And Chevy Chase, wow, don't see that one too often. Chevy Chase is $19.99, okay? Let's go right over here and see what's going on. First thing is Iron Maiden. This is Hellfest, June 20th, 2014. A 2 LP unofficial. We started this at $85. It's actually 2 different jackets, okay? It's 2 different jackets. It's a Volume 1 and Volume 2 together. I don't know if I even pulled that out earlier and showed. I was too busy talking about how excited I am to let y'all know that we literally have dozens of Iron Maiden bootlegs. So that's like 2 different albums together, okay? The most recent bid on that is the high bid. George Samberez at $150. Everybody else is out. Trouble, the most recent bid that came in on Trouble, this 85 OG, Chase Arnold has it for $115. So $115 on that. Iron Maiden over here is at $150 with George Samberez, and Cinderella. I introduced it, and then we've had about 9 more questions because this is not something I put up too often. It's not rare, but this is not something we put up too often. It's an 88 U.S. Canadian OG club. What does that mean? That means this club copy is the OG pressing, and it's the same OG they use for the United States and Canada. So it's a dual release. BMG Direct. High bid right now is $45 start. Laura just dropped off a crate of new vinyl. She just dropped off a crate of new vinyl. And that looks very promising, okay? Over here, the next comment we had was, and by the way, the covers VG Plus are better, and the vinyl, I haven't said anything about the vinyl condition because it's near mint. Sandy Villa on Donnie Iris, there's that. Donnie Iris, thank you on that. And let's try to sell one more record, then I need to swap out. The Love album by John Hartford. That's a 68 US stereo, $14.99 for John Hartford. And we have David Ruffin, Everything's Coming Up Love. David Ruffin, he was in a band called The Temptations, $14.99. Also, we have Toe Fat. Look at that cover. Toe Fat is a 1970 US, $49.99 for Toe Fat. From 007's out on Iron Maiden. So Samberaz, you have that one for $150. It looks like it's going to go to you. The last bid on Trouble was a final call to chase. I'm going to show two more records, and I'm selling that one for $115. And then they're still bidding on Cinderella. Let me show two more records here. We have The Bells, Stay a While. That's $9.99 in shrink wrap. And Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. Warren Zevon is $34.99. Lawyers, Guns, and Money, Werewolves from London, $34.99. David Saunders said his Facebook froze. He has refreshed. He's back on the chat. And George Samberas, he just bid $155, okay? Now, over here, let's go ahead and sell Trouble to Chase Arnold for $115. They're still bidding on Cinderella. The most recent bid is with Jersey Devil at $51. And I have a full crate, so let me pick this up. We're going to shut this right over here. We're going to shut this right over here. There's that. Let's slide that in there. That's already 6 full crates tonight sold. Amazing. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in early. And also, thanks, everybody who has pre-ordered stuff with us. You know, that's really what expedites nights like this and makes it really fun and enjoyable is when we have these dozens and dozens of pre-orders. I love posting something and then the next day clicking on it and it's got 74 comments. I'm like, that's a good one. That stuff really helps us out for choosing to, pre-order with us. I think if you pre-order with us with the $8 limited shipping, getting it all from one place, probably in the end, we'll end up saving you time and money. I'm going to finish this bottle of water. Facebook's been a little crazy tonight. I noticed it was acting weird earlier for me. Of course, there's been a lot happen. There's no telling how much has been posted on Facebook in the last 12 hours ever since, what happened to Charlie Kirk, and now, there's a school shooting. I mean, I've got on Facebook, and it's just like, it was incredible how many posts there was. So I'm sure their servers are just like crazy right now. It's just one of those high activity nights. So it's probably going to be a lot of buffering and stuff like that. There is just probably so much being shared and posted on social media right now. It's probably just insane. So hopefully everybody can just get locked in here, though, tune everything else out, and we can sell some albums tonight. Iron Maiden over here is he got a new bid for $164. David Saunders, just so you know, you're out, and he says he's done. So let's go ahead and sell that to George Samberas for $164, so we can go ahead and put up some new stuff, okay? Let's put that over. Might keep, since I know all the Iron Maiden people's on, we might try to go ahead and knock those out. Cinderella's at $60 with Jersey Devil. And in the auction bin, I've got Bowie, I've got Kicks, I've got Lillian Axe and Rat and Ingve and Dio and Aerosmith and Soft Machine and The Corner and Black Label Society, Goathead Soup. We have The Other Half. We got The Cure. Here's that. Finally, I've been trying to figure out what The Cure album was. I just found it. Here's that other Iron Maiden bootleg. So let me introduce The Cure first, and then we'll throw up Iron Maiden, okay? And we'll have another Iron Maiden bootleg. But here's The Cure. This is Boys Don't Cry, okay? And this is a 1980 USOG Super Clean Edition, $65 start on The Cure, Boys Don't Cry. a 1980 USOG. The vinyl is near mint, $65 start. I think we're done on Cinderella. Jersey Devil has it for $60, okay? Now Ryan's back in at 62. Foreigner's Double Vision. Foreigner is $19.99. And Fleetwood Mac Mirage is $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage and Sailor Trouble. Sailor is a 1975 white label promo, $9.99 on Sailor. $9.99. Also, let's go ahead and introduce that next Iron Maiden. This is Iron Maiden, and this is another really cool, boy, Eddie's wreaking havoc. He's on his Somewhere Back in Time motorcycle, and he went ahead and just whacked out the competition. He just went ahead and chopped off the guy's leg with his axe there. Iron Maiden, this is an unofficial picture disc. This is live in Christchurch, New Zealand, Westrick Arena, 2009. Very cool Iron Maiden bootleg here. Look at that. Another really cool Eddie picture disc. That's pretty dang sweet. Once again, a $55 start. This is going to probably take off like a motorcycle on a track. That's now up for bid. All right, let's keep going here. We got the Allman Brothers. Nice. That's their debut album. A 69 Presswell OG VG Plus, $29.99. The Allman Brothers Band. VG Plus, $29.99. The Boxer Trio, Jazz and Prop 2. The Carl Boxer Trio. This is a 64 US Mono OG, VG minus $9.99. The Cure's at $65. That's the only bid with Brian Call. Ryan Mustaine says he's out on Cinderella. That's a final call for $63. Looking for a $55 start on Iron Maiden. $55 start for Iron Maiden. Just FYI. Next thing I have here is Frank Foster, Manhattan Fever, a 70s U.S. reissue, EX edition, $17.99. The Cure is near mint minus. The grade is super clean. It is a really, really nice copy. It is at $65. Jimmy LaCroix's in on Iron Maiden at $55. That is now the high bid. Also, we have the Bill Evans Trio live, Bill Evans piano, Chuck Israel's bass, Larry Bunker on drums, a 71 promo. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus. That's $9.99. VG minus on that one. And Donald Byrd, Street Lady. Donald Byrd is a 73 US, VG plus $24.99. Olay ELO, Electrolyte Orchestra. ELO is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Bobby Moore and the Rhythm Aces, Searching for That Love. Bobby Moore and the Rhythm Aces is a 66 US Mono, G Plus condition, $9.99. Donna Turner on Donald Byrd. A lot of jazz in here. A lot of jazz in that last crate, too. The Cure just got one bid with Brian Call, and that sold for $65. Didn't expect that. Usually that would bring well over $100. And then Cinderella is sold to Jersey Devil for $63. And now Iron Maiden has hit $100. And now we're going to put up another auction. And that next auction is Alice Coltrane. Now this one was marked. This was marked earlier in John Ben yesterday. And I pulled it out because I was like, this is worthy of an auction. This is Alice Coltrane, Journey in Sachimandanda, which is a really cool jazz album. I like this one, very avant-garde. It has Pharoah Sanders on it. This is some good stuff. And it's an OG copy from 1971. It's VG++/EX, and it's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on that one, okay? Let's go back up the top, and we have, did you get any Sarah Brightman? Is that a new release? And then Iron Maiden's at 100, and that's with 007, just FYI. Okay? Next thing is Joe E. Covington's Fat Fandango. Is that what that says? 1973 US VG Plus, $14.99. Denise Offdahl wants Bobby Moore. That's so to Denise Offdahl. And we have Mark Moogie Klingman. Mark Moogie Klingman is a 72 US. That's VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Queen Jazz. That's this beautiful Japanese pressing. This is a 78 Japanese OG. So this is an OG pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the original Japanese inner sleeve. It does have the nudie bicycle race. So be careful. There is a bunch of nude chicks here riding these bicycles. Holy moly, that's a lot of nudity. And then here is this insert. Here is the other insert. Bicycle, bicycle. That is OG Japanese, and that's going to go up right now for a $55 start. Alice Coltrane is also a $50 start. No bid yet, okay? Next thing is Iron Maiden. 007 Platinum has it for $100. Now, we've had a couple glitches in Facebook tonight. So, Shane, before I sell this to you, I have not seen Out from Jimmy LaCroix on my screen. I have not seen Out from Don Alker on my screen. I have not seen Out from Michael Hamburger on my screen. Now, they might have got buffered or frozen or something. We'll give them a few more minutes, and that's a final call, okay? Final call. Next thing, Alice Coltrane doesn't have a bid. Can I bid? I figured it might already be close to $100. The couple jazz buyers I was hoping might be on bidding on these. Either they're not bidding, or maybe they're like, I'm going to try to pick it up for the buy it now price, and then somebody else is going to get it, and then they're going to immediately wish they would have went ahead and bid $50 for Alice Coltrane. I have one of those in my collection, just like that. An OG copy, just like that. Let's go back to the main camera view and finish up this Paul crate. I have Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth. Dixie Dregs is in EX condition. That is $12.99. And we have Antonio Carlos Jobim, and that one's called Wave. That is a 75 US reissue. VG Plus $14.99. And this is what? This is Robbie Basho, Venus and Cancer, with a very nude cover there. Paul censored this, so those ladies must be nude. It's a 1970 US, and the note from Paul says an exceptional folk artist, EX $32.99. So Iron Maiden's at $110, Alice Coltrane's at $51, and now Queen is OG complete with a nudie poster. I'm looking for a $55 start. $55 start on that one. $55 start. Next is this. Mel Brooks, High Anxiety. We had one of those the other night. This one happens to be a white label promo. EX edition, $12.99 for Mel Brooks, High Anxiety. EX, $12.99. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. EX edition, $17.99. And the Velvet Underground. This is an 85 Hot Pog press. These do demand pretty good money even as a reissue. $64.99. $64.99 for the Velvet Underground 85 Hot Pog press. So right now, Iron Maiden's at $125. Queen does have a bid with Alicia for $55. And Samuel Copage, you're out on Alice Coltrane. Ray Red over on Twitch did bid $51, okay? Jeffrey Sapia put MY. And I bet he was trying to get Mel Brooks, and he got auto-corrected. Is that right, Jeff Sapia? David Saunders got Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. And then Iron Maiden's at $130 with David Saunders. The Kinks, this is Preservation Act 1. And this is VG Plus $14.99. Also, the Vadip, Carlos Santana. Carlos Santana, the solo guitar of Carlos Santana from the Oneness Silver Dreams Golden Reality album. A 1979 promo EP, VG Plus $9.99. Jeffrey Sapia does get Mel Brooks. Iron Maiden's at $135. Coltrane has a new bid for $55 with Samuel Copage. And Alicia is about to get the Queen, the only bid for $55. Next thing we have is the Mamas and Papas, VG Plus $11.99. The Mamas and Papas, VG Plus $11.99. Also, Roberta Flack, First Take. Some great songs on here from Roberta Flack. This is EX condition, $17.99. Donna gets the Santana. Iron Maiden's at $135. Alicia does get the Queen Jazz. Bicycle, bicycle. That is so too. Alicia for $55. Henry's Choice, your bid of $56 just hit my screen. You might have got in on the wrong time because that bid just popped up. and she got that for $55. Trust me, I would have loved to taken that bid, but I've already had it bagged and putting it away when your comment came in. Wolverine over on Twitch got Roberta Flack, and now we have Cuban music in jam session, Cachao. This is a early stereo repress, VG minus $34.99. Iron Maiden's now at 150, Alice Coltrane's at 58, and now we have a request for Soft Machine. Soft Machine, Bowie, Kicks, Lillian Axe, Rat, Ingve, Dio, Aerosmith. Soft Machine. Soft Machine is a 68 USOG Monarch pressing. Soft Machine, VG minus, a $25 start. $25 start. We've already sold one Thin Lizzy. Unless there's another, that one's already gone. Renegades is already sold. We did that one pretty early. We still got Van Halen, Def Leppard, Wasp, Canned Heat, Beatles, and then I got some sealed stuff y'all have never seen before, and then I have these crates over here that Seth has gotten ready, which has a lot of bonus metal for tomorrow night. Should be a huge night once again tomorrow. And then what is the Iron Maiden? This is a live unofficial picture disc. It's live in New Zealand 2009. It's an unofficial picture disc. It doesn't really have a name, I don't think. Maiden Bike, yeah. It's called Maiden Bike. Maiden Bike. Van Halen's on deck. There's Soft Machine. Alice Coltrane still getting bids. Let's go ahead and finish this crate up. ZZ Top. The best of ZZ Top. VG Plus $24.99. And the Cross and the Switchblade. And this is a 71 US EX edition $17.99. Cross and the Switchblade. Bobby Womack's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $9.99. And Joe Walsh, You Bought It, You Name It. Joe Walsh is in VG condition, $9.99. Alice Coltrane's at $65. Soft Machine has a bid for $25 with Ryan Mustaine. And the last bid on Iron Maiden was 007 at 150. I have not heard back from David Saunders. So, David, it's all up to you on the Iron Maiden. It's at 150 with 007. He's had it for a couple minutes now. Josh over here, or excuse me, Donna Turner on Bobby Womack. That's so to Donna Turner. Coltrane has a new bid for 67. And Supertramp, Famous Last Words. Supertramp is in EX condition, $17.99. And the Unix, this is a 1998 garage punk album, VG Plus $17.99. I had my volume down. What's the ZZ best of price? VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Soft Machine just has one bid for $25. About to hammer that one at the end of this crate. This is called what? VG $59.99. It's called... What does that say? I guess Black Begins, Frank Lowe. I guess Black Begins. Black Begins, Frank Lowe. This is a 1973 US free jazz. And that is 73 US free jazz. Black Begins, VG $59.99. I lost David Saunders on the Iron Maiden. So we got to go ahead and sell that to 007 for $150. $150, that is right here, and pronounced Unix. Oh, this one here, the Unix. The Unix, thank you. Coltrane is at 70, and it is the end of the crate, so Ryan Mustaine, you get Soft Machine for 25. Nope, there was another one, the Velvet Underground again, EX $32.99. And there was another Velvet Underground in there. Here is Van Halen. This is Panama, Dance the Night Away, and Girl Gone Bad. Van Halen, there they are. This is an 83 Euro OG, VG condition, just a $5 start. It is OG, it's VG, $5 start on that one. Nathan Carter on Joe Walsh, that is sold to Nathan Carter. Thank you on that, Nathan Carter. Dance, dance the night away. Dude, dance. Chad's got to get into another monster. All right, let's breeze through these one more time. And the first Velvet Underground that's in here is the Velvet Underground White Light, White Heat, an 85 Hop Hog, EX $32.99, 85 Hop Hog. Alice Coltrane is between two people. Samuel Kopech is out. Ray Red 73 has it for $70. That's a final call. The next auction we're going to put up is Lillian Axe. And Lillian Axe is an 88 USOG gold stamp promo. This has been out of print ever since this release, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Van Halen just has one bid for $6, and that's now going once, and that's now going twice. Okay? First thing, I'm just going to read through these titles. If you need any more information, let me know. The next crate is some of y'all's favorite time of the night. It's new releases and new vinyl that Laura's ordered. So looking forward to seeing some of that. There will be a Laura crate sticker. So let's get started. Van Halen 10, Lillian Axe 35, Van Halen another 10, and I will show you the other Velvet Underground when we run across. I'm just going to read titles. If you need more information, let me know. This is the Don Poole and George Adams Quartet, Point of Departure, the Gary McFarland Sextet. Chevy Chase is still available. If you need any prices or information, let me know. The Love album by John Hartford, David Ruffin, Everything's Coming Up Love, Tofat, Rare Earth label, The Bale, Stay a While, Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, Foreigner, Double Vision, Kelly Vloddercheck on Chevy Chase. That's sold to Kelly Vloddercheck. That was $19.99. Van Halen's now at $16. What Lillian Axe is that? It's called Lillian Axe. It's self-titled. The Coltrane is officially sold over here to Ray Red 73, David Hoy for $70. Van Halen's now at $18, and Lillian Axe has three $35 bids. Calvin Ward was first, so we need a tiebreaker from somebody. Our next auction is Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Aerosmith is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG. It does have the original under sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is still available, $24.99. Sailor, Trouble, the Allman Brothers Band, that was an OG pressing. Carl Boxer, Jazz Impromptu. Frank Foster, Manhattan Fever. The Bill Evans Trio, Live. Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. Joe E. Covington's Fat Fandango. Mark Moogie Klingman. Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Wave. This is Venus and Cancer, Robbie Basho. The Velvet Underground self-titled's an 85 Hop Hog, EX $64.99. The Kinks Preservation Act 1, the Mamas and Papas self-titled debut, Cuban Music and Jam Session. The Bill Evans was VG minus. Hold on one second. It was right here. It was right here. It was almost right here. Bill Evans Trio Live with Chuck Israels and Larry Bunker. A 71 promo. It's a white, let me see if it is actually a white label. But yeah, it's a yellow promo label. Verve did yellow promo labels. VG minus. VG minus though. Aerosmith has a bid. Samuel Kopech wants Venus and Cancer. That is sold to Samuel Kopech. Van Halen's now at 24. Aerosmith does have a bid for 25. And bizarrely, Lillian Axe has not got another bid. So we're about to sell it for just one bid, $35 to Calvin Ward, unless anybody else bids. Chris Martin did bid 37. I'm now just seeing that. Take back everything I said in the last 5 seconds. Chris Martin's in on Lillian Axe at 37. Now Calvin's bid 40. They're seeing stuff before I do. The Cross and the Switchblade. That's a soundtrack, $17.99. Supertramp, Famous Last Words. The however you say that. And then the best is ZZ Top, Black Begins, and then White Light, White Heat, again by the Velvet Underground. Okay. All right. Condition on Tofat. Tofat, the vinyl checks out really clean. No notes on that whatsoever. So yeah, it's nice. EX++ or better. Cover, probably a solid VG+ for this. 1970 US, $49.99 for toe fat. Aerosmith's at 30, Van Halen's at 28, and Lillian Axe is now at 40. Chris Martin's out. All right, let's go through this crate over here. Okay. Frank Lowe condition check, please. Any fillable scratches? Frank Lowe. Let's go over here to Frank Lowe. Frank Lowe was, let me find that one. There's toe fat. That was this here, right? VG $59.99. VG will never have any fillable marks. No. VG, if they grade something VG, there's never a fillable mark. There's obviously marks. Anytime you can fill a mark, we immediately take it down to VG minus. So, you see that, you see that. But nothing is ever fillable with a quick touch. Yeah, all those right there, all just on the surface. If you ever hear me say VG minus, there's a chance that it has an unusual high number of scuffs, or there is possibly a fillable mark. And then David Jennings wants that Olay ELO comp. That's a good one. That's so to David Jennings. And Donna, you did get Donald Byrd. Yes. All right, so let's sell Lillian Axe for $40 to Calvin Ward. Aerosmith, Cindy Yarborough went out. That's a final call to Travis for $31. And Travis also has Van Halen for $28. So those are final calls there. Let's go through that new crate. I'm going to set this one where? Let me set this one. Let me set it right over here. Yeah, that'll be the best place. All right, let's see what we got over here. Time for new stuff, too. So, the way I do the new vinyl Laura sticker, let's see if there's anything in here where there's just one copy of something. Nothing in here where there's just one copy, is there? No. All right, so I might do it for this then. Yeah, I might do it for this. I'm dropping some hints. Well, there's duplicates of everything, so no one knows where it's going to go to. Let's do it on... Let me see what this sticker looks like. Okay, I've made my decision. All right. I've made my decision. Hope everybody's ready for this. I have made my decision. Let me write this down. Okay. Aerosmith. Travis Woods has this for $37. $37 of Travis Woods. And then Van Halen is at 36 with Paul Catridge, okay? 36 with Paul Catridge, 37 on that. Travis Woods, you've been outbid on Van Halen, all right? First thing I have here is the following. This is the new album from Sabrina Carpenter, Man's Best Friend. $39.99. Sabrina Carpenter, Man's Best Friend. We have 2 of those, $39.99. Also 2 copies of the Mariah's Submarine, ultra clear vinyl, $33.99 on the Mariah's. I think I'm saying that right. M-A-R-I with the accent mark AS. That is $33.99. This is brand new stuff. Laura's ordered some of these. Here we have, this is Kate LeBon Pompeii, and this is on indie exclusive Sun Yellow LP, $29.99. $29.99. Van Halen still getting bids. What about Aerosmith? Travis gets that for $37. Let's go ahead and introduce some more auctions. The next thing I have is Black Label Society Hangover Music Volume 6. Black Label Society is a 2011 UK on yellow vinyl, $35 start on that. Van Halen $37.38, Nick Bargeron $39, Travis $40, Paul $41. They're all still bidding on that. I've got 2 copies of this. It's $33.99. This is, oh boy, what does this say, Laura? It's Evangelic Girl is a Gun, but I'm not for sure that's the title there. What does that say? I don't remember that one. $33.99. $33.99. Van Halen 45 is the new high bid. There's Black Label Society. So $345 bids on Van Halen. Folks, we're not done on that one. Next thing is going to go up right now. Let's do this. Some people's been asking for Promise. Promise is the 2018 blue vinyl, which is limited. This is Promise, first official vinyl pressing since 1999, a 2 LP, 180 gram, and this is a $65 start. $65 start. I have Best Coast. Best Coast is $24.99, which appears to be self-titled. No, it's called Crazy for You. $24.99 on that one. And we have Metal Fingers, which is MF Doom. Now, this is volume 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 7 and 8, and 9 and 10. Now, I think Laura showed me where they back ordered 5 and 6, but it's going to be here tomorrow. Okay? So, if you want this whole set, this is new that comes out Friday. It's a 10 volume set. Volume 1, 2, 3 and 4, 7 and 8, 9 and 10. And that other one's on the way. They are $34.99. Somebody may want to go ahead and say, I'll take one of each. So there's 1 and 2, 3 and 4. 5 and 6 is on the way if you want to go ahead and get that one. 7, 8, 9, 10. So we ordered one set. And when I saw they were doing this, I said, boy, this is going to be a mess to pre-order unless we go ahead and put them all together in one post. So each is a double LP. So technically, you're going to get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 LPs. Pretty amazing, okay? And so Kelly Vladerchek wants all of them, even the one that's coming in tomorrow. So if anybody wants on the waiting list for that whole set, let me know, okay? If anybody wants on that waiting list for the whole set, just let me know. The other thing we had, so we had a 3-way tie on Van Halen. Bob Riger came in on Black Label Society at 40. Van Halen 48.49. Ray Red on the Mariah's back here. That's sold to Ray Red. And then we got to Best Coast. Promise is now up for bid. Promise is a 2018 blue vinyl limited to 1,000 with insert, okay? So if you buy all 5 MF Dooms, it'd be 35 5 times. It'd be 35 5 times on the MF Dooms. Technically $34.99. So you're looking at $175 minus a 5 pennies, so $174.95. If you want a waiting list for all 5, it's $174.99. $174.95. You might as well consider it a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 LP box set. That's actually not too bad if you think about it that way. 10 LP box set. So if anybody wants that whole set, seems like it's a great, and it's all on different colored vinyl. Citizen Youth transparent yellow vinyl, $24.99. I know what some people's waiting to do. There's some people that might buy one of everything in here. That's what we've been doing a lot of here lately with these lower crates. Some people have been waiting to the end and buying one of everything, which is fantastic. So here is Laffy. Here's that Julie London cover I was telling you about. Y'all know the other night I had that Julie London record. Excuse me. And I said, Laufey has a new album coming out where she's kind of redone that cover. $39.99 indie exclusive row colored vinyl with poster and note from Laufey autumn edition. $39.99 on that one. Did I tell what Van Halen was? Van Halen's an 83 Euro OG. It's a 3-track of Panama, Dance the Night Away, and Girl Gone Bad. Bob, no one else has been on Black Label Society. You're about to get it, and no one's been on Primus until right now. Steve Riley just bid $65. This is Buzzkill Chroma. Buzzkill Chroma's $39.99. They have sealed this with the jacket on the back of the cover. That's actually a pretty good idea. $39.99 on that, and 2 copies of Parquet Courts. This is Wide Awake with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A's. Parquet Courts is $29.99, and we have 1,000 Geck, $29.99. 100 Gecks, 1,000 Geck. Their titles always mess with me. $29.99. Black Label Society has a new bid for $43. Bob, you got a buzzer beater from David Polkey because I was pausing to sell Van Halen and your Black Label Society. Travis Woods gets Van Halen for $49. Black Label Society's now at $43. Bob, it goes back to you. And Primus is at $65. Chase, you must have missed me earlier. We already sold the Thin Lizzy. That was sold probably at 6 o'clock. That was probably sold at 6 or 6:30, somewhere right in there, just FYI. So you may have missed that one. Next thing we have is this. We have Fanfare, and this is Dorian Electra. Dorian Electra Fanfare, $29.99. $29.99. And I have 2 copies here of, this is Halsey. If I Can't Have Love, I Want Power. On colored vinyl, $33.99. Black Label Society, $43, and now $48 with Bob Riger. Primus is sold. Steve Riley, just one bid, $65. Some of those had sold for as much as $100. Surprised more people didn't bid on that. Steve Riley, that's yours. Nice pickup for the minimum bid. Next auction is Rat, Dancing Undercover. Rat is an 86 US OG Columbia Club copy. A $30 start on Rat, Dancing Undercover. Lebanon, Hanover, or as we say it here, Lebanon. Lebanon, Hanover, Sky-Fi Sky, $38.99. Limited edition 1,000 black, white vinyl. Black vinyl, white vinyl. So it's a 2 LP black, white vinyl, $38.99. Also, we have two copies of that. And then I was looking at this one earlier. I was like, what is going on here? Because it's in Japanese. Future Classic presents Machine Girl, WLFGRL 10th Anniversary Edition, $39.99. WLFGRL, $39.99 on that. Black Label Society still getting bids. It's now at $50. The Rat is a $30 start. That's for Dancing Undercover. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that other auction's right here. This is Pearl Jam live at the Orpheum Theater. Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam's a 2018 US Pearl Jam. It's an official release. $45 start on that. I've got 2 copies of Slow Dive just for a day. Slow Dive is $33.99. And WF, that's Wolf Girl. Thank you, Laura. Boy, I'm glad we have Laura here. I would be lost as last week's Easter egg on all this new hip modern stuff. We have Parquet Courts. Parquet Courts is Human Performance. That's $29.99. And 2 copies of Boy Harsher, Lesser Man. That's $33.99. And Catherine Wheel Chrome. Catherine Wheel is $39.99. $39.99. Yes, I'm glad we have all this new, modern, hip stuff. Very behind. Very behind. I'm still trying to get caught up through the 60s, folks. Pearl Jam's at $65 of Paul Catrich. Black Label Society. And Bob Riger says he'll try the Buzzkill. And was that this one here, Best Coast? No, that's Best Coast. Buzzkill. That was, let me find these. Okay. There's Halsey. Let me find that again. 1,000 Parquet Courts. Is this Buzzkill? I think it is. Yes, Buzzkill. That's so to Bob Riger. I have one left. And now, there's probably a lot of people trying to research these, figure out what they are, figure out if they have them, figure out if they want them. And I'm going to read through those titles again. Not Before Though we sell Black Label Society to David Polkey for $50. Nobody Been on Rat, so you can pick that up for a $30 buy it now. That's for Dancing Undercover. Rat Dancing Undercover is a $30 buy it now. And then over here, Pearl Jam, there's only one bid on this with Paul Catrich for $45, and that's going once, going twice. Next auction is going up right now. That is The Sword, and The Sword is called Acrophon. Apocryphon. Sound it out, Chad. Come on, Big Chad. You can do this. The Sword. Apocryphon. It's a 2024 bronze and silver splatter. It's a Napalm Records mail order limited edition. They only did 100. Right now, the cheapest one listed on Discogs is $175. We're going to start this one $100 less than that. That is a $75 start. Pearl Jam has a new bid for $46. Michael Freiberger gets the Rat for $30. That's sold to Michael Freiberger for $30. Christina Curtis was second. Pearl Jam's at $46. How much on Hanover? Hanover. If I can figure out what that is, I'll show it to you. Lebanon Hanover was $38.99. I've got two of those still left. All right, let me breeze through those again very quickly. And then I'm going to show you all the other new stuff that was shown about 3 hours ago. We started the show of new vinyl. It's about that time. This is the last crate of 9 that came in today. And about to go back to the beginning of those and show you some more of those again. So here we go. Let's do that. As soon as I get this sticky note off my foot. All right. Chad Smith wants a Boy Harsher. Let's go ahead and do that. I just need Natasha Pickett to say she'll take one of each at 10% off. Just waiting for that comment to pop up in time. Natasha Pickett saying, I'll take it one of everything if you'll do 10% off. Just waiting for that comment to pop up. All right, The Sword has a new bid. Pearl Jam's getting new bids. We have the new Sabrina Carpenter, $39.99. Man's Best Friend. I have a couple of those left. The Mariahs, we sold one. There's one left, $33.99. Also, Kate LeBon, Pompeii, $29. This is Evangelic Girl is a Gun, and I don't know if I still caught the artist on that one. Laura might have said and I missed it, but that is $33.99. 2 copies of Best Coast, $24.99. Crazy for You. 2 copies also of Citizen Youth, $24.99. Yellow vinyl. Laffy, $39.99. Indie exclusive Rogue vinyl, Autumn edition. Buzzkill, Chroma, I think. Yeah, is $39.99. We sold one left. Parquet Courts, Wide Awake is $29. This is 1000 Geck, $29.99. And also Fanfare, Dorian Electra, $29.99. 2 copies of Halsley, $33.99. That is on colored vinyl. Lebanon Hanover Sci-Fi Size, $38.99. 2 copies of Wolf Girl at $39. Also, Slow Dive Just for a Day is $33. Parquet Courts again is $29. And then Boy Harsher, $33. And then Catherine Will Chrome is $39. All right, so The Sword's at $80. And Pearl Jam's at $52 with Paul Catrich. That's a battle going right now. Looks like this is still getting bids, and that's still getting bids. Chris Martin on Laffy. That's a new release for Friday. One sold. There's one left. And let's go ahead and add a third auction. This Rolling Stones has caught my attention because this is, usually that's not written on the cover. It's usually just the cover. So what edition is this? It's a Canadian edition. That's why. This is a 1973 Canadian original pressing of Goathead Soup, which is an OG. It is super clean, near mint minus, and it has the Goathead Soup insert, which I think is what they wanted to use for the original cover, and it just kind of got shot down. And there is the insert, and there's the original inner sleeve. So this is complete, and it's OG Canadian. There's a Canadian maple leaf on the back. That's a really cool pressing of that one. And then Pearl Jam is an official press. It's live at the Orpheum Theater. It's a 1994, April 12th, 1994. That's classic Pearl Jam there. It's an official pressing. Paul Catrich has it for $55. Right now, Steve McGee and Mark Stanley are bidding on The Sword. Mark Stanley has it for $80. Steve McGee's out. And the actually, believe it or not, even though about 80–90% of that crate is still available, the lower crate sticker, in fact, did get claimed. Troy Robinson, and I selected this one, and when you see what I picked, it will make sense. Troy Robinson on Laffy, because there was two of everything except for one thing, and I figured out what that was, the best way to do it, and that was for the MF Doom, because that was, I figured if somebody bought that, they would buy the whole set, and that's exactly what Vladarchek did, Kelly Vladarchek. She bought that entire set. And I figured that if somebody did that, that would probably be worthy of a lower crate sticker for buying a $175 set there. So thank you to the Vladarcheks, as always. And that is the lower crate sticker. Lower edition, new vinyl. And you got a La Boo Boo doing some breakdancing there. September 10th, 2025. All right, so thank you, Vladarcheks. Hopefully they're still watching and know that they've got that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put volume 1 and 2. I'm going to put volume 1 and 2 in a sleeve. That way we can put the sticker in there so it doesn't get lost or damaged. So I'm going to put this in a sleeve. And to thank that Jim B almost bought this set too. He saw it. Jim B was drooling. He was like, oh boy, look at that set there. Look at that set there. And guess what? Jim B didn't buy it, got bought up, and now he'll never recover. All right, so the Rolling Stones does have a bid for $35. Prong has a bid, or not Prong, Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam has a bid for $68. And what about the Sword? Did Steve McGee go out? He did. So the Steve McGee gets that Mark Stanley for $80, okay? $80. That's done. All right. One second, please. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do, because I feel like we went through the stuff tonight early and fast, we'll recap this one probably near the end of tonight since it was shown there, unless somebody gets on and is like, dang it, I missed the new lower vinyl. We'll go through that again. Of course, it will also be posted at 6 a.m. A lot of people have been liking that also. They're like, that gives me time at work to watch the video, look up something, maybe I don't know what it is, to kind of sample it to see if I want to buy it maybe before spending, you know, $40 on something, which is very understandable. So that's one of the reasons that started motivating me to make those videos every morning. I started originally posting new vinyl because I was like, man, we got a lot of stock. I got to figure out how to sell more of this faster. And then some people was like, wow, I never would have ordered this, even like a Yes album, because they maybe had never heard it before until they had a chance to go look it up and figure out what it is, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that. Let me move this over here. We already condensed this crate. That was the first Paul crate I went through. Where's that other Paul crate I went through? There's this one. Okay, that other one's over here, I think. All right. There's that. Let me condense these over here. Of course, most of those are, and another thing, if you're an OG person, I guarantee pretty much most of those in there are probably OG pressings. So some people's like, new vinyl, I'm checking out for a few minutes, I only buy OG stuff. But I always say it, a lot of this stuff is first time on vinyl, or it's brand new releases. And, you know, I mean, you're just not going to be able to get, I think it's theoretically impossible to just get a vintage albums of everything, because some stuff has never even been pressed on vinyl till now. Let me see if this is the crate I wanted to go through. So I'm going to breeze through these quickly one more time. Yeah, this is the first crate, and I'm going to go ahead and put the Motley Crues and Zeppelins in here as well. So we started, Chad Smith wants a slow dive. Let's go ahead and pull that for Chad Smith. All right, and we sold both copies of that, right? Nope, we sold, I know what you're talking about right here. Slow dive. This is sold to Chad Smith. We have Pearl Jam is at 70 with Paul Catrich. The Rolling Stones got a bid for 38 with MT Matt. Jersey Devil, you're out. And let me know if you want back in, okay? You're out. Earlier tonight, we started with this, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I have not put up the laser disc. I'm going to do that right now. Here is the laser disc. Here's the first one, Dracula. Dracula, Love Never Dies. This is a sealed laser disc, $10 start. That's going up right now. They're still bidding on Pearl Jam, but also I think we're done on the Stones. MT Matt had it for 38. Let's make sure Jersey Devil. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Whew. Okay. Courtney Duncan has the laser disc for $10. He's out on the Stone, so this is sold to Jersey Devil. Jersey Devil gets this for $38. Thank you. That is sold to him for $38. Let's go ahead and put this away. And the Pearl Jam album, I think when Aaron Andrews came in, the other bidder that was the high bidder at the time decided to go out. So Aaron Andrews has it for $75. And let's put the sealed Dracula laser disc over there. $10 start on that. So we started the night with one of the biggest releases of the week, which is this new material here from Led Zeppelin, which is this 4-track EP. It is $24.99. Led Zeppelin. I have 3 left. We have sold 57 copies. The second big, or tied right now leading for the biggest release of the week, is Motley Crue From the Beginning. A 2 LP compilation, $38.99. And that is $38.99. That is a compilation. It's called From the Beginning. We've now sold 58 copies. There's 2 left. MT Mac got the Rolling Stones. Make sure he gets that. I'm not for sure who I said. MT Mac got the Rolling Stones for $38, okay? $38 on that. So that's 2 of the biggest releases. If you didn't pre-order, if you hadn't got a like from me in the last few moments or the last couple hours on Facebook, then you have not got one. And then over here is the Pearl Jam. Aaron Andrews gets that for $75. Let's run some other auctions. Sorry, my brain. I probably have had the most off night tonight probably than I've had in a while, missing bids and stuff. Ever since I've woke up to most of today's crazy news, my brain hadn't been clicking, probably like most people's today. We have 84 USOG. This has been one of those like bizarre days in history. Dio, Sacred Heart. Dio is an 85 US Allied OG with the rich winter sleeve. It does have a punch hole. It is an OG pressing. It's a $35 start for Dio, Sacred Heart. George Scherer wants a Led Zeppelin, and Clay Moore wants a Motley Crue. I've almost sold out of those. I'm going to go ahead and be ordering more. So by Thursday and Friday, hopefully we can have even more copies in. This is an AC/DC unofficial, live in Texas, 1985. It's a 2 LP, $29.99. The Dracula laser disc, let me go ahead and see if I can get that in a sleeve. Dracula is sold to Courtney Duncan for $10. So Courtney, thank you. That's sold to you for $10. I'll go ahead and run the other ones right quick as well. Let's put this away over here. MT Mac gets the Led Zeppelin. MT Matt gets the Led Zeppelin. That's sold to him. And then there's Motley Crue, and there's AC/DC. Dio is a $35 start. It is OG. It does have a punch hole. and that's a $35 start, okay? Chad Sauls on AC/DC. That's sold to Chad Sauls. There's one left. Our next auction is going to go up, which is David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. David Bowie is a 74 US OG. It's a Hollywood press. Orange RCA, OG pressing, EX edition, a $25 start. Also, this is official press. This is Twisted Sister live in Detroit. It's an official release from Cleopatra on purple vinyl, and they just announced a new 50th anniversary tour they're doing. George Scher also wants an AC/DC, and now AC/DCs are sold out. So there's two great auctions up, and now the third laser disc is Interview with the Vampire Chronicles, Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt. That's going to go up. It's a double laser disc, sealed and never opened. $10 start on that. I've got 3 copies of the new album, Youngblood. Youngblood, we have sold dozens of these. It's on silver vinyl with an autographed insert. We have 3 copies left for $39.99. Laserdisc has a bid with 10. I've got Cannibal Corpse, 35th anniversary Blue Smoke vinyl. Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, is $39.99. And Judas Priest, Fuel for Life, 1986. This is $29.99. Judas Priest, Fuel for Life. That is a unofficial, it's a live Judas Priest show, St. Louis, Missouri, 1986, $29.99. And then Beck, this has been out of print for a long time, came back into print a while back. Mellow Gold is $36.99. David Bowie has a bid with Michael for $25. The Dio is a final call, an OG copy if anybody wants it for $35. Dio's a $35. Bowie was just a $25 star, and it does have a bid. And then Vampire has one bid for $10. Next thing over here is Ozzy, No More Tears. Ozzy is a double LP, $44.99. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4 copies left of Ozzy's No More Tears. Mama, I'm Coming Home, $44.99. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That is a double LP, trifold jacket, $44.99. And we have Rob Halford, Made of Metal. This is on white vinyl. It's limited edition of 500. It's a double LP, $39.99 for Rob Halford. It's a first time that's been, I've never seen that in print. That is new for this week, $39.99 on that. So George, I'm assuming that's what your 35 question was. Bowie was a starting bid of 25. There's already a bid. I don't know if that was a question or a bid you were placing. And then we're about to sell a Vampire and Dio for a buy now. But I will go ahead and show this. This is the Beatles Abbey Road Remaster, $36.99. And then Queen's Greatest Hits is a double LP, $39.99. Their Greatest Hits, 2 LP, $39.99. Bohemian Rhapsody, another one bites the dust. Killer Queen, Crazy Thing Called Love, etc., etc. Alonzo wants a Rob Halford. Buddy Cordova wants a Rob Halford. There's now 3 Rob Halfords left. David Bowie Condition is EX on the vinyl. The jackets in VG Plus are better. And then over here is Dio, Sacred Heart. The vinyl is near mint minus. No bid on Dio. Looking for a $35 start. Bowie has one bid for $25. Empire. Interview with the Vampire. One bid. Sold to Courtney Duncan for $10. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Thank you, Courtney Duncan. That is sold to you for $10. All right. Let's put that right here. Let's put that right there. Alonzo wants that Judas Priest bootleg. Thank you, Alonzo. That's sold to you. Judas Priest, that was right back here, Fuel for Fire. That's sold to Alonzo Breezy Brensno Jr. Now, there was a waiting list for that earlier tonight. Alonzo, I don't think that was you, though. Somebody got tagged for one earlier, but I don't think it was you. Let me do the third and final laser disc, though. This is Basic Instinct, Michael Douglas. That's going to go up for a $10 star. That's another sealed laser disc. They brought me 3. They found 3. There's 3, and that's now up. It's now up for bid. Okay, let me make sure who was on that Judas Priest. Let me look that up right quick. It was Alonzo. Yeah, Alonzo, you already got one. I knew something clicked in my head there. So Alonzo, you'd already got one of these, so this is still available. That way you don't end up with two. This Laserdisc has a bid for 10. Bowie's now at $40, but Dio still never did get a bid. Near Men OG does have a punch hole, but just $35. That's unusual. And then we have two Metallica Ride the Lightning, $29.99. And the Kinks, The Journey Part 1. That is a 2 LP Kinks, The Journey Part 1, $39.99. $39.99. And then over here is Dio. MT Matt says he'll get that for $35. James Hicks, Judas Priest Waiting List. How about I can give you one right now, because that one's still available. That is sold. That is sold to James Hicks. Thank you on that. Yes. And then here is the Archie's Greatest Hits. That's on red vinyl. The Archie's Greatest Hits, Sugar Sugar, Jingle Jangle, red vinyl, $39.99. And then Halloween, Giants and Monsters. Halloween is a 2 LP yellow vinyl, $54.99. Halloween, $54.99. And then Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers. Robert Johnson's on orange vinyl, and that is $29.99. Those, of course, are impossible originals to get. The Laserdisc is sold to Michael Rudolph for $10. You missed two other Laserdiscs. You missed Dracula and Interview with a Vampire, but those are already sold, and that was the third and final one. Just a few they left me up here on my table. That was it. And you got one, and Courtney got the other two. Bowie's now at $45. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction is Kicks Midnight Dynamite. Kicks is an 85 specialty OG with the company ear sleeve. The vinyl's VG Plus. The cover does have damage, but I know how desirable Kicks albums are. Always pretty dang desirable. $25 start. Bowie is Airbrush Genitals. Yes. The original, I don't think it's ever sold. That's almost a myth. If you do find one, it would be one that escaped, and it would probably sell for like, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000, something crazy like that. But yeah, those are almost just like a myth. I don't think one's ever sold publicly at a big auction or anything. But yeah, that's an airbrush cover. If one did get snuck out, then it's worth a fortune. Kicks is now at $30. And then over here, I have the Halford is called Made of Metal. New reissue, originally came out in 2003, white vinyl, $39.99. Joy Division Unknown Pleasures, Joy Division's $29.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid is $29.99. Kevin Voitosh wants a Rob Halford. We've sold 8. There's 2 Halfords left. That's sold to Kevin Voitosh. Also, Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? That is all analog, remastered, pressed at QRP, $24.99. Zeppelin's debut is $33.99, and then the new Ed Sheeran. Now, this is on pink vinyl, and we have a pre-order up in the group that Laura posted moments ago if anybody wants one with an autographed insert. But this is pink vinyl, $33.99. Okay? Over here, Kicks is at $25, Kicks is at $35, Bowie's at $47, Kicks is at $40. Originals of Robert Johnson only on 78s. That's right. And they're pretty low fi, so it's not like something you can just obtain. Somebody asked about box sets. This is Tool Fear Inoculum, Pink Floyd Pulse, and Led Zeppelin Mothership. That's another copy of Mothership. That's Pink Floyd Pulse, and that's Fear Inoculum. Bob Riger wants Halford. Tim Rory, there's one left. I've now sold 9. Now there's one left, and we've almost filled up already our sixth full crate of vinyl tonight. Wow. James Hicks picking up that great Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Thank you on that. Thank you on that. Okay, there's this. And I always know when there's a lot of stuff going on politically on the news, on TV. You know why? Because I look over here at the viewer count, which is usually right now like at 290 or 312. There's 174 people watching right now. So if you're waiting for an auction, your chances have almost doubled of getting it probably at a better price because there's 174 people watching right now. Usually at 9:30, especially on a Wednesday of all this other great stuff over here, there's usually like 290, 312. I can tell it's a crazy night for probably news and everything that's going on because I look over here and I say, whoa, 174 people. That means they're watching something else right now, and there's no football game going on. It's usually something to distract that many people. It's usually something big in the news. All right. How much is Pulse? Pulse is $119.99. Kicks is at $41, now $50 of Buddy Cordova. The last bid on Bowie that came in, Nathan Carter went out. Michael Hamburger bid $50. David Bowie is a 74 U.S. Hollywood OG in EX condition. Okay? And this is a 74 U.S. Hollywood OG EX condition. And that has a high bid over here with Michael Hamburger at $50. The last bid that came in on Kicks is Buddy Cordova at $50. Buddy Cordova at $50. Now, it does have cover damage. It is an 85 U.S. specialty OG. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve, but as you can see, has some pretty significant cover damage there. Yeah, Crucible, which we just auctioned off and unofficial, I've ordered those, but I don't think they've came in yet. Jimi Hendrix was $24.99. So I've got another crate to breeze through. We sold a ton out of there, and that was a lot of some of the newest stuff that came in for tonight. Just FYI, okay? And I'm about to show you some of the other stuff in just a second. So new Ed Sheeran, Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix, Black Sabbath, Joy Division, Robert Johnson, Halloween, The Archies, The Kinks, Metallica, Queen, The Beatles, Rob Halford, Elton John, Ozzy, Beck, Cannibal Corpse, Youngblood, Twisted Sister, Motley Crue, and wow, those just after selling 59 copies and 59 copies, there's just one each left over there. One each left over there on those, okay? And then we have David Bowie, and David Bowie has a new bid for $55. So who had that for the longest? David Bowie. Michael Hamburger, you were outbid. He says he's done. Bill Reese is out on Kicks. That's about to sell to Buddy Cordova for $50. Let's go ahead and start a new auction then. And the next new auction is Yngwie Malmsteen, and this is a Rising Force, Marching Out, an 85 U.S. Hopog OG. It does have the original inner sleeve, EX $20. I got one more crate of new stuff to breeze through that's already been shown once, and then I'm going to go over here to this crate of this other new crate that Paul's marked today, okay? So there's that. How often do you see unofficial Beatles? I found a crazy awesome copy in Germany recently. Actually, very often, because we bought a collection one time from a man up in Pittsburgh, and he had, I'm not joking, there was thousands of them. So the Beatles are actually probably the most bootlegged band. Them and probably then the Rolling Stones, Bruce Springsteen. So there's actually thousands of them. It's a very common thing. The Beatles were pretty much one of the first bands that got bootlegged because of all that Let It Be stuff at the end. Chris Sheridan, did I pull his Metallica? I don't think I did I? You wanted a Metallica? I'll tell you if I pulled one because I had two. And if there's still two in here, then I didn't pull you one. And you wanted a Ride the Lightning, right? There we go. There's one Ride the Lightning left if anybody wants it. But that doesn't take, that's so to Chris Sheridan, that doesn't take away from the fact that they're super, super desirable, especially the right ones, okay? Yngwie 2025-27. David Bowie then is officially sold to George Scher for $55. That's sold to George Scher for $55. And then Kicks over here. The last bid on Kicks that came in is Buddy Cordova. He got that for $50. And then over here, Yngwie already has bids for $20, $25, now $27. And I can tell you right now, there is, from advertised auctions, there's about 3 left, 4, 5. And then I've got some sealed stuff, and I'm going to have to get over here in the supplemental. But we've really breezed through some stuff tonight pretty quick. Here's Def Leppard. Def Leppard is On Through the Night. This is a 1980 U.S. Presswell OG, VG Plus condition. It's a $15 start. Def Leppard, On Through the Night, $15 start on that one, okay? Yngwie's at 27, Yngwie's at 30. Let's go ahead and get started with this quick recap. This is the most recent Megadeth album, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Megadeth is $34.99. $34.99 for Megadeth. There's 3 of those left. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, Acoustic Sound Series from Verve, Acoustic Sounds, $38.99. The Beastie Boys Music is $34.99. Slayer Live Undead, Blue and Black Split, Slayer's $34.99. Black Flag, My War, $29.99 for Black Flag. Elvis Sings, that's that new music on vinyl pressing, $56.99, numbered to 2000. The Rolling Stones Bridges to Babylon, that's a 2LP half-speed master, $34.99. Ingves at 31, no bid yet on Def Leppard, looking for a $15 start, VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and put this one up. It looks interesting. The Other Half. The Other Half, this is something definitely Paul picked, yep. The Other Half is a 68 USOG Indianapolis press. He says the vinyl is beautiful. Beautiful vinyl. The top seam is split but repairable with easy seam. It's a $65 start, and Randy Holden plays guitar on this one. The Other Half is a $65 start. We still got the Now That's What I Call Country Dance Party Classics. I said that kind of out of order. Now That's What I Call Country Classics 90s Dance Party. Yellow and green vinyl for $29.99. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. That's a double LP. Black Sabbath, $44.99, and Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune. Music on vinyl press, a gatefold jacket, $39.99. Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson. This is pressed at QRP, tip-on jacket, $34.99. Haunting the Chapel, Slayer, red and black split-colored vinyl, $34.99. The Rolling Stones, Some Girls, live in Texas, 1978, a 2LP and DVD, $34.99. $34.99. 2LP and DVD is included with that one. Okay, so Ingve, David Saunders went out. Tim Rory had it for $31. Looks like that's about to sell. Bill Reese, the only bidder on Def Leppard, that's about to sell. And I just introduced The Other Half, $65 start. How about we go through some new stuff that Paul marked earlier today? We're about to show them for the first time. Never shown. About to do that right now. Not before we tag Buddy Cordova with one of the new Megadeths, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. I was about to say, we got to sell at least something out of there. I read through that whole crate. We got to sell something out of there. There was one person on the waiting list for that, Scott Arnold. So, Scott Arnold, you got one of those, just FYI. All right, let's jump over here. Seen a few more people get back on. Back up to 193. I like it. Back up to 193. I'm going to have to chug a Monster. I've got to get fired up or something. We gotta rally for viewers, folks. We got to do something. It looks like Paul's marked some very interesting stuff here. These crates, I see stuff I very much know. I see stuff I've never seen in my life. So let's go ahead and get started. About time to head up front and get a Monster Energy drink. We're about to go through a new Paul crate. I saw everything from ZZ Top to Eric Clapton, and I saw a few covers in there I've never seen before in my life. One second, please. Okay, let's go over here and grab this. Oh, there was another crate of new stuff. I'll show that after this crate. I knew there was a lot of vinyl coming today, and there's quite a bit still left over, especially that crate. That crate I just showed had a ton of stuff still left. Let me go up here and get another Monster. I'm going to need it. All right. There's that. I got 2 left in the fridge. I got to restock and probably buy some more, it looks like. I need to restock and buy some more. About time for some peanut butter and bread. What other snacks do I have up here? More yogurts, parfaits. I've got a new thing going now at Publix, parfaits. They're never going to overtake the subs, but boy, are they good. Boy, that looks like a giant shirt, Mom. I had to buy this Saturday at the game, it's checkered kneeling. I just bought a new orange polo for this season, and then our section's always white. So our section for the kneeling, X1, we sit in X1. The section we sit in, everybody has to wear white shirts. Of course, it makes the stadium look like it's checkered, orange and white. And I was like, oh, I got to get a new shirt because I always start the season with new Vol shirts until we start losing, and then I never wear the shirt again. All right, Yngwie and Def Leppard are sold. Def Leppard is sold to Bill Reese, one bid for $15. As soon as I say that, Jersey just asked the details. Bill Reese has had that for about the last 6 minutes for $15, so I'm going to go ahead and sell that to him. And Yngwie is sold to Tim Rory for $31. And then nobody bid on the other half. It's a $65 buy it now. Y'all made me missing out on that one. $65 buy it now on that one. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Wasp and Canned Heat, right? Yeah, Wasp and Canned Heat. First thing we have is Wasp, The Last Command. Wasp is an 85 US Jacksonville OG. Unfortunately, though, it is in VG minus condition. Just a $10 start on that. And then Canned Heat, a US 1970 original VG plus condition, a $15 start on this. Let's go through this crate and see what's going on, okay? What's on the bin to the left? Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Pink Floyd, and Tool, Fear Inoculum. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go through those. This has been the most asked about thing all night right here. Without a doubt, there's been the curiosity for what's in this crate right here is at an all-time peak tonight. So let's try to sell everything in there. But the first thing I'm going to do is show you T-Rex, the slider. This is a 2004 red vinyl, $34.99. Very cool copy of that. T-Rex is a 2004 red vinyl, $34.99. Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley is a 2000 Simply Vinyl pressing, and that's Simply Vinyl. They usually do really good stuff. It's in mono, too. $29.99. And we have Carl Perkins in NRBQ, $14.99. These are all buy it nows. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. Kiss, Carnival of Souls, $36.99. Pink Floyd Pulse, $119.99. Tool, Fear Inoculum, $189.99. $189.99. 3 box sets and 3 copies of Kiss. Wasp has a bid for 10. Info on the other half. The other half is a 1968 USOG. The top seam does have some splits, but can be repaired. It is a $65 buy it now. Vinyl is super clean. No condition notes on the vinyl. Randy holding on guitar. We have T-Rex. We have Elvis Presley. We got Carl Perkins. And we have who? We have Danny P. Harvey and Annie Marie Lewis, Reckless, Wild, and Crazy. This is $19.99. Buy it now, question mark. No, the buy it now on the left. Also, we have Eagles, Hell Freezes Over. This is a 2019 remaster, $34.99. And Eric Clapton Unplugged. Eric Clapton Unplugged is the 2011 Record Store Day, $44.99. This is the other half. It's $65. It's in stereo. Billy Joel, Nylon Curtain, $25. Hall & Oates, $25. Billy Joel, Innocent Man, $25. Those are all available for $25 buy it nows, except for the other half, that's $65. That's what those are right there. And don't forget, we still got signed Chevy Chase photos for $125 a piece. Signed and JSA authenticated Chevy Chase photos for $125 a piece. Okay, Wasp is at 10, Wasp is at 10, Wasp is at 12, Wasp is at 15. Next thing I have over here is Larry Drish. It is in stereo. ZZ Top, live from Texas. ZZ Top is a 2002 pressing on blue vinyl, $29.99. And Larry Graham, Sooner or Later. Larry Graham is $14.99. Info on Elvis Presley. This is a 2000 pressing on Simply Vinyl. From Simply Vinyl in mono, $29.99. We have Patrice Rushen, Straight from the Heart, a 1982 U.S. specialty press, $29.99. Stephen A. Young on ZZ Top, that's sold to Stephen A. Young. Also, we have Art Blakey, this is Anna Thegan, and the Jazz Messengers. Art Blakey's a 73 U.S. and shrink wrap, $39.99. That's on the Prestige label. Wasp is at $15. Nobody been on Canned Heat. That's a $15 buy it now. Larry Drish gets the other half. I'm kind of surprised no one bid on it earlier. $65 start. I think Paul priced that, anticipating to get bids for $65, $70, $80, $85, $90, $100, $105, $120. But Larry Drish gets it for minimum bid $65. Next is Super Suckers. Get the Hell. Super Suckers is a 2014 black and orange mixed colored vinyl. Super Suckers, look at that. That's pretty cool looking. $29.99 on that. I have not heard back from Randall Garwal on Wasp or Ron Duffield. Michael Herrera has it for $15. Also, we have Races. It's a 75 fusion Latin jazz album. $19.99 on that. And Love Is by the Two of Us. And that's a 78 U.S. gospel folk album. $9.99. One second, please. All right. That was a Chad shake on the monster. Ice cold. Here we go. Shaken, not stirred. Don't like them stirred. Okay. Wasp is sold for $15 to Michael Herrera. And then Billy Joe bundle. There was, what, 2? There's Nylon Curtain, the other one. I'll do them for $10 off. 5 off each. Those would be 20 and 20. 40 for both of them. 40 for both of them. Next is Blues Makers, Dutch Tilders, Margaret Road Night. A 1980 Australian import, $14.99. Eagles, Live at the Forum, 1976. The Eagles is a 2021 pressing with etched D-side, $24.99 for the Eagles. And Nicodemus, The Strange Saga of Henrietta Flagetta. That is a 97 folk rock psych album, sealed, $24.99. Larry Gonzalez said he will take the 2 Billy Joe no bids for 20 and 20. That just leaves Hall & Oates. Awesome. All right, those are sold and sold. Buddy Cordova on the Eagles. That's sold to Buddy Cordova on the Eagles. And then the next thing I have for you is the following. We sold one of these just like this last night. No, this is a different one. We had an orange label last night. This is a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville. So it has a rainbow label like those early Capitol, but it's in fact an 83 pressing of the Beatles' White Album. It has 4 photos, no poster, but it has 4 photos. Overall, not bad at VG+. The Beatles' White Album, a $35 start. These 4 photos come together. They're perforated, but they come together almost like a poster. Of course, they're meant to be ripped apart because they're upside down, but there's those 4 iconic photos that came included with the White Album. There's that. I seen one of these the other day pop up and was signed by Paul. $7,500. It's amazing. Michael Hamburger next on the Eagles. Thomas Hujar wants Strange Saga. That is a $35 start on that one. I think that orange label got a lot of activity last night. I do have some sealed stuff to put up for auction. I think this is really cool, honestly. This is original motion picture soundtrack to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That iconic soundtrack by John Williams. This is an original gatefold sealed. It does have a saw mark, but a $20 start on that one. Any Elvis Sings left? Yep, I have 2. He says no Super Suckers, okay? Super Suckers is sold to Thomas Hujar. That is sold. John Williams or Close Encounters has a bid for $20, looking for a $35 start on the White Album. This is a brand new crate from Paul, sticker price. We have about 1.5 more other crates of new vinyl to recap next. And I hear Laura's price gun. And then we'll see what we're going to do after that. Kim Lynn's and the Jaguars, It's All True. That is sealed, $49.99. It's a 2009 U.S. numbered and signed with CD, $49.99 on that. Jimmy and the Mustangs, gold stamp promo. Jimmy and the Mustangs is an 84 rockabilly album, $9.99. And Your 33 Black Angels, Lonely Street. This is a 2007 Psych album. Looks like somebody drew on the back. That may be the way it was supposed to come. It's numbered, $19.99. Final call on Close Encounters for $20. We have a Elvis Sings sold. Elvis Sings is sold. And Elvis Sings is sold to Bob Cobb, and I have one left. That's a Music on Vinyl, $56.99. Over here, I have Super Suckers Play That Rock and Roll. It's a 2020 pressing on white vinyl. Super Suckers, $24.99. Also, we have, looks like Porcupine Tree. It is, Porcupine Tree. And I didn't even really know that. I just guessed it was a Porcupine Tree album just from the cover. And that's a 2018 remaster. That's when you know you have a good marketing, like good covers, when you can look at something and be like, that's got to be Porcupine Tree. $49.99. Laura says, I'm marking mostly vintage titles, so it'll take slightly longer, but I will try to process as quickly and accurately as I can. There we go. Joshua Cross on Black Angels. That's sold to Joshua Cross. Close Encounters has news bid for $31, and then a jump up from Kelly for $30. Next LP is B.B. King, Take It Home. B.B. King is in EX condition, $17.99. EX, $17.99. And the Ramones, Pleasant Demos. The Ramones is an unofficial. This is Demos, VG Plus, $19.99. And Porcupine Tree is sold to Gerald. And yeah, I just knew it from the cover, because I don't think I've ever had that one before. It must be out of print because of that. Maiden auctions. Everything advertised tonight's all gone. Everything advertised all night. Everything that was advertised is all sold. Right now, I'm into sealed bonus auctions. I'm about to peek over here in what's in this crate that Seth brought. He's priced the 2 whole crates of auctions. Most of that is metal stuff that I'm going to use as bonus stuff for tomorrow and Friday night. We're going to be doing metal stuff tomorrow. We've had a few things tonight, but the rest of the auctions tonight are completely unadvertised. It's sealed stuff. It's bonus stuff. Whatever else over here. Okay? And then the next thing is info on the Beatles for George Scher. This is an 83. This is an 83 US Jacksonville. It's on that rainbow label, the 83. And it's in VG Plus, cover and vinyl. It does have all 4 photos. They're still perforated together. We're looking for a $35 start. Okay? And there's the Ramones. That's still available. It's Pleasant Demos. The one and only Kim Lynn's and the Jaguars. That is a 1999 US Rockabilly. VG Plus, $59.99. And Ella and Louis Armstrong. That is a 2010 pressing, EX condition, $17.99. And Moanin', probably my favorite jazz album, Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers, because it's such a drum-heavy album. EX, the first time I ever heard somebody talk about this on YouTube, they's like, if you like John Bonham, which is, of course, Led Zeppelin's drummer, if you like thundering drum beats, you'll love this. And I was like, John Bonham drum beats, I've got to hear this. And it held up to what it was, $32.99. Over here, we have Kristen Start on Ella and Louie. That is sold. And Kelly Vlodarchek, you do get the Close Encounters, that sealed original, for $30. Thank you on that. Let's see what else I can come up with over here. I got a few random miscellaneous things I need to go ahead and try to sell now that things have kind of leveled out. I can't believe it is 10 o'clock. It's pretty crazy. It's already 10 now that I kind of put that into perspective. It is 10 o'clock, and we have already sold 7 crates of vinyl, so I'm like, wow, it's pretty crazy. George Scher on B.B. King. That was from earlier, but you got it, and nobody bid on the Beatles, so you can pick up a copy of the White Album right now for $35. VG Plus, I mean, brand new copies are $50. This is an 83, even though it is in VG Plus condition. So let me take a drink of Monster. This really helped me out about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to need some more. Laura's working on marking some stuff. All righty, here we go. Over here is MT Matte on the White Album for $35. What's over here in my sealed batch? I have sealed. Here's a good one. Ooh, here's a good one too. They're both technically reissues. Well, I mean, this is a compilation, so I guess they're all reissues. But this is a foreign edition, UK, I believe. But here is a sealed with no saw marks. Don McLean, American Pie. Now, it says a Liberty value. So, yeah, this is a reissue. The original would be on United Artist. That's the original label, United Artist. It would have been a tan label. This is probably going to be on a green Liberty. It should be. Classic album, though. Don McLean, sealed. $20 start. No saw marks, no cut holes. And then Jim Croce. This is a UK edition. Yeah, all these great songs, Operator, Time in a Bottle, These Dreams of You. And that's sealed, also a $20 start. Two sealed records there. That looks like they were both sold at Turtles at one point. Or I should say vintage copies, sealed. All right, let's go right over here. Billy Cobham, A Funky Tide of Sings. A funky tide of sings. I don't know how that's actually supposed to be stylized. VG Plus $14.99. We have Heavy Soul, Ike Quebec, and that's on Blue Note. Ooh, good one here. It's a 67 US stereo repress. Division of Liberty, RVG No Ear, VG $79.99. I know it's a good record. Well, one, when I glance at the press and when Paul's got like 2 stickers of information written on there, like 6 lines of information. Because these jazz albums, it's very important to know what's in the dead wax. RVG for Rudy Van Gelder, if it has an ear, if it doesn't have an ear, what address. I mean, some of them can be right down here, the address. It could be the difference of $300 or $500 on some of the really, really good ones and high grade, depending on what the address is. So $79.99 on Ike Quebec. Horace Silver Quintet, that Healin' Feelin', 1970 US, that's VG minus $14.99. And Johnny Griffin, New York City Underground, an 81 US, VG plus $14.99. The OJ's Backstabbers, that's VG plus $14.99. No bid on these sealed records. Sealed Don McLean, Bye Miss American Pie, and Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle. That is sealed. $20 start on those. Homecoming, Dexter Gordon, live at the Village Vanguard. Dexter Gordon is a 1977 white label promo. It's a double LP gatefold, VG condition, $11.99 on Dexter Gordon. Cecil Taylor, In Transition, Blue Note reissue series, a 75 US, EX condition, $27.99. And Milt Jackson Quintet, featuring Ray Brown, That's the Way It Is, recorded live at Shelley's Manhole. That's a 1970 US, VG minus $11.99. The main ingredient, Euphrates River. The main ingredient is VG plus $14.99. Sonny Rollins, The Cutting Edge. Sonny Rollins is a 74 US, VG plus $14.99. Black Mass, Lucifer. And this is a 71 Mort Garson's, VG minus $9.99. And that is on the original Uni label. It is on the original Uni label. Over here, Jared Inc. on MJ for Milt Jackson. That's sold to Jared Inc. And we have Merle Saunders featuring Jerry Garcia and Tom Fogerty, a 73 US VG Plus, $29.99. Jerry Garcia from Grateful Dead, Tom Fogerty from CCR, VG Plus, $29.99. Eric Van Leuven on Black Mass. Thank you. And both of these can be bought for $20 buy it nows. $20 buy it nows if anybody wants those. $20 buy it nows if anybody wants those. Don McLean and Jim Croce. Buy it now for $20 and buy it now for $20. Sealed copies there. All right. Let's get those in sleeves. Either way, I need to put them in brand new sleeves. We got Croce first being sold to Kenny Rowe. Tom McEwen, a close second, but Kenny Rowe beat you to that one. And if anybody does want the Don McLean American Pie, it's over here. Okay. All right. Okay. Probably a lot of people thinking about what they just saw in this crate. Probably some people like, Okay. Let's see. And, wow, a Super Suckers album left behind. That almost never happens. The other sealed stuff over here, we'll do a little bit lesser starts on these. We have a sealed copy. Well, actually, no. Let's do this one first. This has always been a tougher album to get. Eric Clapton, Journeyman. Another sealed original, which this one's not in print at the moment, from 1989, sealed. That's going to go up for a $20 start. That first song's really good, Pretending. $20 on Clapton. Todd Saw said he'd give $15 on the sealed McLean. Sell that to Todd Saw for $15. Sealed. And let's put this up for a $10 start. It does have a saw mark, but it's a sealed original Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA. $10 start on that one, okay? Here we go. I'm going to read these titles. If you missed something, some of them I may go ahead and tell you the price on. Like this is T-Rex the Slider on red vinyl for $34.99. Carl Perkins and NRBQ, $14.99. This was Danny B. Harvey and Annie Marie Lewis, $19.99. Reckless, Wild, and Crazy. This has always been a tougher Eagles album to get. It's one of their later ones. Hell Freezes Over. And Eagles is a 2019 remaster, $34.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged. There's a little bit of a seam crackle up top. That's the Record Store Day edition from 2011, $44.99. How much is Eric Clapton? That's sealed for a $20 start, and the Ronstadt is sealed for a $10 start. That's what we're looking at right here. Clapton and Ronstadt. Sealed records there. No saw marks or anything on this one. This one has a saw mark right there on the bottom left. They sold a lot of those, and a lot of them didn't sell. Linda Ronstadt. How about this? They made a lot of them. A lot of them did sell because about any kind of original owner collection we have from the 70s seems to have that album. And if you need a price on anything, just let me know. We had Larry Graham. Elvis was the Simply vinyl pressing from 2000 in mono, his debut classic album, $29.99. Patrice Rushen, Art Blakey, Anna Thegan. We have Races or Races, maybe? Races, R-A-I-C-E-S. We have Love Is by the two of us. These are new arrivals, sticker price right now. Blues Makers, Dutch Tilders, Margaret Road-Knight. Nicodemus, The Strange Saga of Henrietta Flagetta. Kim Lenz and the Jaguars. Jimmy and the Mustangs. Super Suckers, Play That Rock and Roll. That's on white vinyl, $24.99. $24.99 on that. Linda Ronstadt does have a bid for $10 with Chuck Haley. We'll go ahead and say a final call on that. Next is the Ramones. Kind of really surprised this didn't get claimed. This is Pleasant Demos, which is a 2021 unofficial. The Ramones is $19.99. The one and only, there's another Kim Lenz. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Moanin', EX $32.99. Billy Cobham, A Funky Thought of Sings, VG Plus $14.99. And then Ike Quebec, Heavy Soul, IQ Beck, VG, $79.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Ramones. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Eric Van Leuven on Art Blakey, Moanin'. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you. That Healin' Feelin', Horace Silver Quintet. VG minus $14.99. Johnny Griffin, New York City Underground. VG plus $14.99. Before I finish the crate, let's sell Chuck Haley, Linda Ronstadt for $10. And if anybody wants Clapton, $20 buy it now for Journeyman. I mean, that could have the curse of a sealed record, because I usually sell those for more when they're opened. And now you're picking it up for $20 sealed. So, or how about this? If no one buys it, I'll open it and I'll sell it tomorrow near mint shrink wrap for $34.99. Or you can buy it sealed for $20. What makes more sense? We have OJ's Backstabbers, also Dexter Gordon Homecoming, Cecil Taylor in Transition, the main ingredient Euphrates River, Sonny Rollins, and we still got Merle Saunders with Garcia and Fogarty. George Sarah says, Chad, go ahead and give me that Clapton for $20 sealed before you open it and say it's near mint shrink wrap for $35. It's in shrink wrap right now. It's just never been opened. That's sold to George for $20. All righty. I think y'all have seen these already. This is a new Funko, and this one's actually new. They're battery operated. The lightsaber lights up red, and it talks. It's Darth Vader. Takes 2 AAA batteries. Those are $22.99. Did I just say batteries? Because it's Vader. Takes 2 batteries. There's that. All right. Okay. And next over here. Okay, so we have sealed Fleetwood Mac. This is Mirage. It looks like there's a cut on the cover where, like a victim of a box cutter there or something. So there's a little bit of a cut in the cover where the shrink wrap's torn. But still, sealed original Fleetwood Mac with no cut marks or anything. This is a club edition, $20 start. Todd Saw wants the Darth Vader. That's new battery. They're starting to make these now where they talk. I think Kiss is putting out some that talk and light up, etc., etc. So that could be pretty cool. That's sold to Todd Saw. Thank you on that one. And then somewhere, yeah, right here below me was another crate of some of tonight's newest new stuff. I'm going to try to breeze through those one more time. Here is another sealed record. This is Elvis the Sun Years, okay? Elvis the Sun Years is going to go up for a $10 start. And do I want to put this other one up or not? We'll see here in just a second. So this is Interviews and Memories of the Sun Years, Elvis Presley. This is sealed. It's never been opened. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Fleetwood Mac is a $20 start. Let's see here. So Laura New Vinyl, New Vinyl, New Vinyl, Paul Crate. The other 2 condensed Paul Crates are back here behind me somewhere. Trying to keep all this together so I can find it tonight after the sale to re-video it. All right, and then here's another short but sweet crate of some of the newest stuff that was marked. And here it is right now. Okay, first thing I have is Britton Wood Oogum Boogum. Just give me a little sign, $33.99. That is from Kraft. Neil Young Live, 1994 Shoreline Amphitheater, $24.99. The Jethro Tull Christmas album, Fresh Snow at Christmas, 2 LP Jethro Tull, $39.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, remastered gatefold, $36.99. Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasies, $29. Neil Young, that is Royce Hall, $24. Megadeth, The Holy Wars Live, 2000. That's an unofficial Megadeth, $38.99. Rush is $36.99, Moving Pictures. Live Jethro Tull unofficial. That's the Newport Pop Festival, $69. $29.99. And then Neil Young again, this is A Letter Home. That's the album. This is from Third Man Records. This is the album that was pressed or recorded in that talking booth machine. And it's kind of a lo-fi recording. It was recorded in that talking booth machine. It's from Third Man Records. Jack White produced it, $34.99. Okay, there's that. And Alonzo on M, and I'm assuming that's for Megadeth. Josh Brown on Rush, Farewell to Kings. And Elvis is, I think it's a little bit of both. Contains parts of actual recordings and sessions and him talking. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I don't know if y'all have ever listened to that billion or $1 million quartet, but there was a day in Memphis in like 1959. Elvis, Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Carl Perkins were all in the studio together. And Sam Phillips basically flipped on the tape and just recorded everything that they did in there. They never did really make any music together. They were just playing, singing, talking. And anytime Elvis was there for a while, he basically would just flip open a hot mic. And so that's kind of what some of this is. So it's probably him doodling around in the studio, Sun recordings, and then interviews and music. A little bit of everything. Kind of one of those, it's kind of like an anthology thing. You put it on, it's just going to play, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Alonzo on M, and then Rush, and then Nathan Carter on A Jethro Tull Christmas. Paul Catrich wants that other Megadeth, and nobody bid on the sealed Fleetwood Mac. That is a $20 buy it now. The $1 Million Quartet, I have one over here. I actually have one. I need to, what have I done with it? It actually has, well, give me 1 second. See if I can find it. I was looking at it last night. Let me make sure it has a disc in it. Yeah. 1956, earlier than I thought. Here, let me fix this cover, okay? I gotta do something to the cover right quick. And I'll show you. This is the only way I'll let this go, is doing this right here. Okay. I'll put it up in just a second. I found one just last night, and I actually went and I listened to a lot of it. That's why I was pretty familiar with all that information that spat out. And then this is Sacred Reich on orange vinyl, $34.99. Okay, and then the one that's up for auction right now. Yeah, that's what this is. Elvis Presley, Interviews and Memories of the Sun Years. Contains parts from the actual recording sessions with the voice of Sam Phillips, the voice of Elvis Presley, plus excerpts of Elvis Presley's Sun recordings issued and unissued. Side 2 is Interviews and Music. This has one bid for $10. Sealed Fleetwood Mac Mirage, a club copy with Gypsy, Hold Me, that is $20. Chuck Haley does have Elvis for $10. If Levi says pass, I'm selling it to Chuck Haley. If Levi bids, we're going to keep going. Okay, over here, very quickly, we still got Benton Wood. We got Neil Young, the Jethro Tull Christmas album. We have Rush, Farewell to Kings, Black Sabbath. We have Neil Young, Rush, also Jethro Tull, A Letter at Home, and Sacred Reich Hill on orange vinyl. Levi's going to pass. This is sold to Chuck Haley for $10. So, no, it's not like clear-cut Elvis doing all the Sun recordings. That's on a different album. This is kind of like just everything that probably was not recorded. It's just, and interviews and stuff. It's just, it's kind of like the Beatles anthology. I don't know if anybody actually realizes what the Beatles anthology is. It's a lot of music, but it's a lot of stuff just them in the studio, etc. Now, here's the other thing I was talking about. The $1 Million Session, okay? So like I said, that day in the studio, it was, I think Jerry Lee Lewis was there, and Carl Perkins, and then Elvis showed up, and then Johnny, and then they basically flipped open the recording, and they recorded everything. In there. So I've edited this cover though, because I've edited this cover for a few reasons. This came from Fred Goodwin's collection, and I'm gonna. This came from the box of bad autographs, okay? And I started last night fixing these by doing this right here. It's unfortunate, but it's the only way I'm going to sell these without just throwing them away. Okay. And this had 3 bad Johnny Cash autographs on this. Okay. This had 3 bad Johnny Cash autographs on it. There was 2 in the gatefold, and there's 1 there. They were secretarial signed. So that's why I have a whole crate over here of bad autographs, fake secretarials, and I've been trying to, that's the only way I can sell these. I can't put them back out in the circulation. So I've had to mark through them. I marked through about 4 or 5 last night. I was trying to pick out the ones where it wouldn't be as bad, but somebody tried to forge Johnny about 3 different times here. There, and there. Or it wasn't a forgery, it was his secretary. So somebody sent this in the mail, and somebody sent it back, and that's what happened. Otherwise, this would be about a $1,500 record, right? We're going to put it up for a $10 start. Natasha, did you see the new vinyl that Laura put out earlier? If so, that was going to be my next recap crate very quickly. So the complete $1 Million Session, $10 start. So it was signed on the front by Johnny Cash. Signed there by Johnny Cash. Signed there, Johnny Cash. And there's that. Okay? That's a $10 start. That's now for bid. I just destroyed the fake autographs. I can't sell albums with fake autographs for obvious reasons. Especially really good secretarial forgeries like that, they could end up in the wrong hands very easily. So, otherwise they could go in the trash. I can throw them in the trash, or I can mark through the autographs. That's the only 2 reasons, or only 2 things I've narrowed it down. Destroy the autograph, or destroy the whole cover, or throw it in the trash. So, because I can't be selling, even though I'm not selling it as real, I can't be putting out more fake autographs into circulation. Johnny Cash is one of the most forged autographs out there. It's almost up there with like Mickey Mantle. It's crazy. And of course, it's so expensive nowadays. A signed Johnny Cash album is $1,500, $2,500, $3,000 on a really good one with a nice signature. It's very expensive. So the disc on this one's really nice. Really nice. Yeah, very nice on this one. And by the way, it's mostly Elvis on the recordings. It's mostly Elvis on the recordings. The last time I listened to it in its entirety. Okay, what's going on now? So let's go through this and over here. So yeah, I've done that. Yeah, the last recap while we're waiting for the new crate from Laura is the newest stuff Laura ordered today of new vinyl. And then I'm going to do some discounts if she still don't have that up there. So I've recapped everything at least once, except Laura's crate, which we're about to do right now. $1 Million Session, 15 and now 20. Is that a moral obligation or a law? Just being curious. That is a moral obligation. I feel like that's a good business practice to not be selling stuff with fake autographs on it. Especially when I'm selling real ones for sometimes thousands. We don't want any fake ones being put out there. So if you're selling something real, you probably don't want to be trying to sell anything that's fake, even if you're telling people it's fake. Not at all. So you do not. It's like, so imagine if I have a gallery of autographs, and then all of a sudden I have some stuff over here for $15. So these over here are $1,000. I'm like, well, over here's one that's fake. You can buy it for $15 just to show somebody and tell them that you have a real Johnny Cash when it's not real. So my opinion, it needs to be destroyed. So because, or yeah, like what I did to it. Otherwise, it kind of brings down the value of it makes people question all your other stuff. So if people can see me right now literally destroying a fake autograph, hopefully everybody watching says, Chad just sells real stuff, man. He's not going to be putting out any fake Johnny Cash and be like, guys, I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know. Y'all can bid on it. I can stand here and say, this is fake. I'm marking through it. There's no question about it. His secretary signed it. She signed a lot of stuff for him. All right. There's that. Okay, so here's the last crate of new stuff for a quick recap. And also over here, I still didn't finish all of our Japanese tonight. The ones that I had left, we'd already sold at least a copy of it. So earlier we had a copy of Yes, Close to the Edge. Here's another copy of Close to the Edge. The vinyl is really clean and really nice, just like the other one. It's also going to go up for a $45 start. It has the inner sleeve. There's the insert. There's the cover. The obi has some discoloration. That's about the only problem. You can see where the obi faded a little, but that's a really nice one, $45 start. $45 start. Yeah, somebody signed it there, and then there, and then there. But it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's just kind of crossed out. The vinyl on that's beautiful. So Fred had Johnny's address, okay? Fred had Johnny's address. I have Fred Goodwin's address book. He had Sinatra's. He had Brando's. He had Jerry Lee Lewis, Willie Nelson, Roy Rogers. Some of these guys he knew, they were legit addresses and stuff. Very common for people, and they still do it today. You mail stuff to celebrities. They do it for football coaches. People do it for athletes. People do it for CEOs of businesses. Whatever somebody's signature may be desirable enough, or if you're a fan. Well, some people's just way too busy to sign mail, or they don't want to. Could you imagine all the letters Johnny Cash got in his life? He can't sign all of them. He couldn't reply to all of them. So he would have a secretary do that for him. And she signed historically for him or auto pen, just like the president. A lot of auto pen, a lot of secretarial, etc., etc. So that's what happens a lot. So back in the day, Fred attained a lot of these in the 90s, the 80s, pre-internet. There's no Reddit forums. There's no autograph Facebook groups. And so he had no idea. A lot of times he was sending stuff and getting it back in the mail, thinking that that person signed it. And then years later, all these authentication services is like, nah, it's actually secretarial. Here's how Johnny's looks. Here's how his secretary looks. Here's how this person's looks. And so now you have all these examples of real, fake, and you can compare them side by side. Plus, these guys that authenticate these stuff are amazing. They can look at something from across the room and go good, bad, fake, ugly, you know. All right, so here's the lore stuff. We have Sabrina Carpenter. This is a man's best friend. This is the last recap of anything shown tonight, especially new vinyl. We've recapped all 9 crates. Here is the last thing, $39.99. Sabrina Carpenter. I have that. Also, I have the Mariah Submarine. We've sold one. It's one left, clear vinyl, $33.99. Also, we have Kate LeBon, Pompeii, $29.99. The $1 Million Quartet is at $32 with Lauder check. Chuck Haley's out. Yes is a $45 start. We've already sold one tonight. There's another one. Also, we have Evangelic Girl is a Gun, $33.99. We have Natasha Pickett on Sabrina Carpenter. I knew you wasn't watching earlier, Sabrina, when you didn't claim anything in here. I kept on saying, maybe Natasha get on and buy everything like she has been. Best Coast is $24.99. Crazy for you. Natasha also on MS, and MS was for the Mariahs, right? So those are sold, and we still got that. And then we have Citizen Youth on yellow vinyl, $24.99. We have Buzzkill Chroma, $39.99. Chuck Haley, it's up to you on the $1 Million Quartet. I might put up, I got a whole crate of bad autographs. Maybe we can start selling some more tonight. Now that y'all know maybe now that y'all know what we're doing or what I'm doing, y'all can watch me do it and we can sell some of these. It's a lot better for me to start explaining what I'm doing and then putting them up for bid instead of me having to tell everybody over and over why there's big black Sharpie marks on all these jackets. So some of them aren't too bad. Luckily, that one's pretty small. Some of these signatures, like I got this freaking Cheap Trick over here. I mean, I really don't even want to sell it because I'd have to pretty much like deface the entire cover. I'm probably going to have to put like big X's on it or something. I don't know the proper venue. Probably just put X's on it because I can't like color it out like I did Johnny there. That one's luckily was small. This is 100 gex, 1,000 gex, $29.99. And then this here was Dorian Electra, $29.99. And then Halsley. Halsley was If I Can't Have Love, I Want Power, color vinyl, 33. Hey, that's what we're looking for. Natasha, Chad, one of each in the crate, no duplicates. I knew that was going to happen. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to actually put back Sabrina Carpenter and the Mariahs for you. And we're going to make sure we've done this before for Natasha. We're going to give her one each of everything in here. And we're going to give her a 10% discount for doing that. She's going to get one of each of all these new selections. So let's do it this way. And I don't think anything in here sold out. Maybe one thing. So you are going to get Catherine Wheel, Boy Harsher, Parquet Courts, Slow Dive, Wolf Girl, and then Lebanon, Hanover, and then we're going to have Halsley. You just seen that. There is the Dorian Electra. There's a copy of that. There's 100 gex, and if you already have one of these, let me know. Parquet Courts, and then there's one copy of Buzzkill Chroma, and then there is Citizen Youth, and then we have Best Coast. There's a copy of that. There was the Evangelic Girl Is Gun, and then Pompeii by Kate LeBon, the new Sabrina Carpenter, and then there's the Mariahs you claim. So big thank you to Natasha, and then also great job to Laura for ordering all this stuff that I would have never ordered. So that's also to Natasha. So whoever's tagging, you can just bundle all that together, add it up and times by 0.9 and do a 10% discount, or you can do it all individually. So there's that. And then the $1 Million Quartet is sold to Chuck Haley for $35. I will see if that's in print of Watercheck. That album may be in print. I don't know if it's the complete session. But also, if you look it up on Wikipedia, the Wikipedia article is very detailed. It'll tell about everything. It'll tell about everything that day. They basically goes like minute by minute what they're doing. It reminds me of one of those articles like they did on the Beatles, where they have pretty much documented second by second what they're doing. Scott Yoakum-Staller did lock in a bid on Yes for $45. So, Scott, I'm about to sell that to you. Let me see what else is over here in this crate. Let me see what the next best record is I have that had a bad autograph on it. Here we go. I bet I can sell this pretty easily. So, here's two here that are pretty good forgeries. And I've shared this with y'all before. Let me snap a picture of this one because this needs to be shown. This needs to be shown This needs to be shown on Facebook. I've been photographing these so people can see examples of forgeries, so y'all know what to look for. But now that I've seen some authentic Lars and James, this is a reissue, but it is a 2 LP remaster of And Justice for All. And it's got a forgery from Lars and a forgery from James Hetfield. So these are bad. I'm going to try my best to not really mess this up, but we'll just kind of do this right here. And then we'll do this to James's, like that. And then we'll do that to Lars. Kind of had to deface a little bit, but don't want that because those are pretty good. Those probably could fool somebody pretty easily. If you know Johnny's, you might have been fooled on that one, but these are pretty good forgeries on some of them. But now that I've really looked at them, so this is Metallica and Justice for All. It's a 2 LP remaster. It does have a scene split, just a $15 start on that. And of course, it has some cover writing on the back. It has some cover writing. it has some cover writing. We've defaced Lars. He had to sign right over the top of his face. So $15 start on that. And then yes, Close to the Edge. That is sold to Scott Yoakumstaller for $45. Sold to Scott Yoakumstaller for $45. James here recently has stopped signing, so he doesn't really sign in public anymore. So his autograph has significantly increased in value. He doesn't really sign in public. He'll sign for fans in the right setting, and of course he'll sign for charity stuff and fan giveaways for websites, but you won't catch him walking out of a hotel and signing anymore. So his autograph has seen a recent spike in value. That's a remastered 2LP and Justice for All. Of course, those new cost $45. So $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. All right, now over here we have what's left in the lower crate, which is Catherine Wheel Chrome, $39.99. Parquet Quartz was $29.99. Human Performance. Wolf Girl is 10th Anniversary Edition, $39.99. And this is Lebanon Hanover Sky-Fi Sky, limited edition 1000 on black and white vinyl. That was $38.99. Halsley is $33.99 colored vinyl. The question that was asked about was Boy Harsher. So she got the last copy. Yeah, so we already sold one. So Kelly, if you want on a waiting list, that one sold to Natasha. This is Boy Harsher Lesser Man, extended version. Clear aquamarine vinyl, $33.99. So that was already sold. Plus, we sold one earlier. But if you do want on a waiting list, let me know. And then we had Dorian Electra, $29.99. This is 100 gex, 1,000 gex, $29.99. Parquet Quartz again, Wide Awake, $29.99. Citizen Youth, $24. Best Coast was $24. The Evangelic Girl's Gun, $33. Kate LeBon, Pompeii, $29. And then the new Sabrina Carpenter, $39.99. Final Call on Metallica. What else is over here in the bad autograph box? Now, some of these that we found out that they're not, so I'm not going to mark through this, but it's already got writing on it. This is not an autograph, so this is nothing really to fool anybody with. We thought that maybe this was somebody related to this album because it looks like an autograph, right? We thought, is that how Bootsy signs? So this is a OG Bootsy Collins. It's called Bootsy, Player of the Year, Bootsy's Rubber Band. But this isn't really a forgery or anything. It's just it just happens to be that's literally somebody's name, okay? That's literally just somebody's name. So it's not like a forgery or somebody trying to pass something over. Nobody, it's none of these people. And what's amazing, some of these guys with JSA, it's incredible. They kind of know what almost all some of these people's autographs look like. It's just like, boom, it's crazy. So they don't have to do a lot of crazy research like I would have to. But that's going to go up for a $15 start. Details on Metallica. This is a 2LP remaster. It's got bad autographs on the back, which I just scratched out. It's near mint. It has one bid for $15. I'm about to sell it. That's the newest remaster, 2LP. It's got a seam split at the top. It's got one bid for $20, and I'm about to sell it. He's had it for about 3 minutes now. And Jay, if you say pass, I'm immediately going to sell it to him. Janet Gray wants the newest Sabrina Carpenter. That's sold. Bootsy's a $15 start. So that just has somebody's name written on the cover. And we found out later, we found this on a Santana. We found this on another Bootsy album. So we found out that this is just somebody's, probably whoever owned these records. That was their signature. So they were just saying, this is mine. Okay? So that just has some writing on it. $15 start on that. So I don't really have to mark through that one. I'm going to mark through the ones that's like, yeah, this is where somebody was legit trying to do this or that. All right, so this is sold to Robert Barnett for $20. Enjoy that and your now defaced Metallica autographs. If you want to see some real ones, I have some real ones over here. You're going to have to open your checkbook. I still have these for sale. I'm going to take them home tonight. That's why I've got them right here next to me. I'm going to take them back home and lock them up safely. But here's what some real ones look like. We're waiting for the letter to come back on this. It'll be next year before I can sell this. And then this is ready to go. 10,000, 10,000, firm. Really don't want to sell them. But if you want to buy them, we can do something, okay? Bootsy's a $15 start. And let's go ahead and pull up, let's go through a discount crate right quick. So probably here's what I'm going to do tonight. Whenever we go through this next lure crate, probably will be near the end of the show. So we're kind of waiting for that. But in the meantime, we're about to do some discounting. Probably have time to do like a quick nonsense half-off crate, then go through the lure crate. And that's probably going to be about it for tonight. I'm probably going to be stopping very much earlier than I normally do. So stand by for what's coming up. So I'll make the next few crates hopefully really good. We'll see what Laura's been marking. But in the meantime, it's time for our nightly nonsense. Probably where I'll pick out a half-off crate. Probably of a lot of vintage OG stuff. We knocked that out. And let's do that right now. Okay? And if anybody wants Bootsy with some writing on the cover, $15 buy it now on that. $15 buy it now for Bootsy Collins. P-Funk. Kind of a great price on that, honestly. All right. Any 45s? I did some lots last night. I actually do have some I was selling here in lots last night. Let me see if I can find the rest of that box. I think I know where the crate is. Chad needs some sleep. I do. I'm probably going to go home and sleep and then come back early in the morning and get ready, get some stuff ready, and then go back home and sleep. But tonight's been real. I mean, we've sold them. By the time we're done tonight, we're going to sell more than we have all week. Just, I think viewers are a little down. Everybody's getting ready for tomorrow. And I think just everything that's happened today has discouraged some people from watching. So, but if y'all are here with me, thank you. And we still got maybe about another hour or so to go. Yeah, check out all these. We got Joe Cocker with Jennifer Warren's Up Where We Belong. This is Merle Haggard from the Bronco Billy, Misery and Gin. This is all going to be one big lot. Simple Minds, Alive and Kicking. Tiffany, Radio Romance. The Go-Go's, Our Lips Are Sealed. From Pretty in Pink, Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. And Def Leppard, Tonight and She's Too Tough. All of those in one auction lot for a $10 start. So you can put 45s, $10 start on those. All right, let's see what I got in the forged autograph box, or fake, or secretarial, or whatever in here is possibly salvageable for the value of the vinyl. Most of them are pretty cheap records, the rest of them. Here's a pretty decent one. Let me see if the vinyl's still good, but let's see what we got going over here. It's a Frampton. Let me show y'all why you got to trust just certain companies too. So we bought this from that guy who had a store up in, I think Wisconsin. And some people just see COAs and they take it for what they are, but, there's some COAs that are about as useless as, whatever analogy you want to say. So this is a fake Peter Frampton autograph. And, of course, it's been, quote, authenticated. But, this isn't even, what is this called? Authenticated ink? Yeah, that's just some kind of, does this sticker come off? Let's see if I can get this sticker off. This may take longer than I want it to. I'm going to throw away that COA. Okay, I got the sticker off. And let me just, I got a jumbo Sharpie right here. Let me just try to Is the vinyl nice? Please be nice. Okay, good. All right, so what I'm going to do is like take this and just do this right here. I've got to get a new jumbo Sharpie. Doesn't look too bad. Kind of camouflaged. But this is an OG Frampton Comes Alive. Classic album, of course. Classic double live album. And that's a $10 start. Okay? $10 start. Frampton Comes Alive, but that was no good. And the 45s have a $10 buy it now. That's our crate over here, fake autographs. I have 2 whole tubs of photos, lobby cards, album jackets, posters. It's just crazy how much we have that actually failed. So there's that. And $10 start on Frampton. Okay. Where's that half off crate? I know which one it is. It's got a Bruce Springsteen box set in it. That's going to be, because I know it's full of like classic rock and stuff like that. So let me try to find that. And let's do a half off vintage crate. And there's that. And there's this. And here we go. Yeah, I think you're going to like this. For all of our people who like vintage OG stuff, I'm going to make the Bruce Springsteen the first item because it's obvious what it is when you see it. Because you know what it is, because you can see the top of it. Yeah, Kelly Vlodderchik bid 10 on the 45s. That's a final call. And I have a whole box like that we can run. And then Frampton's a $10 start. Okay. There's that. And I can tell you right now, if you want signed albums that have bad authentication, but you want them for a bargain, like let's say you do want to get something that looks like it's signed by the Rolling Stones, or looks like it's signed by Led Zeppelin, those are still expensive. They sell on eBay for $300, $400, $500, and they're fake. And like you can look at them and just know that they're fake. But you see them on there regularly sell. So either people's getting fooled, conned, or they're like, well, I just want one to hang up that looks like it's signed. And the ones that look like they're signed, they're pretty good forgeries. So you know, so that people's going to charge $400 or $500 for them. This is Pretty in Pink, from the movie Pretty in Pink, Orcs and Movers in the Dark, Go-Go's, Our Lips Are Sealed, Tiffany, Radio Romance, Simple Minds, Alive and Kicking, Merle Haggard, Misery and Gin, Officer and a Gentleman, that's Joe Cocker with Jennifer Warren's Up Where We Belong, Def Leppard Tonight, She's Too Tough. It has one bid with Vlodderchik for $10, Frampton's a final call for $10. Let's do a half off, no more, no less. Sign Pablo. We do sign Pablo Cruz albums, yeah. I don't think those are too desirable, though. We do have one, not signed by Pablo Cruz, or not signed by us, but the one signed by Pablo Cruz. Boy, if there's somebody out there faking Pablo Cruz autographs, they must have a niche market called Coletco. We have Bruce Springsteen. This is a 5 LP box set. 5 LP box set. The price is $25. This is half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Bruce Springsteen. Okay, $25 on that. Okay, singles have a bid for $20. We have the Mothers of Invention Freakout. Zappa, no condition notes, $25 on that. Blue Verve label, nice copy. The Mothers of Invention. Also, the Cal Seals in concert. The Cal Seals is $5. Has the hop sticker advertising hair. $5 on that. Also, the Pointer Sisters Breakout. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. $5 on the Pointer Sisters. Next is Undercover, Boys and Girls Renounce the World, $7.50 Undercover. Tim Graham's in on the singles at $25. Ray Manzarek, that's the keyboardist from The Doors, that is $12.50. And also we have two Generation, We Call It Grass, which is a bluegrass album, $10. The singles at $45. Kelly Vlodderchik's out. Tim Graham has them. Final call on those. If anybody wants the Peter Frampton, $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. just be a copy if you want to listen to it. It is the OG label. It's pretty clean. It's got a few marks on it, probably EX, but $10 on that, okay? Next thing is Hugo Largo drum, Son of a Drum, and this is, or Son of Drum, 87 Avant-Garde. That is $10. Also, we have Graham Parker, the Mona Lisa sister. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. $7.50 on that. And Change Up the Groove, Roy Ayers Ubiquity. Roy Ayers, now just $17.50. Kathy on the Ray Manzarek, that's so to Kathy. Let's go ahead and sell these singles then, the 10 gram for $25. And let's put up another lot. Not before I go ahead and show you Bruce Springsteen again, this time on Baby We Were Born to Run. $10 on Bruce Springsteen. Next, let's grab another handful here. I think I should have plenty of 45 picture sleeves here. I've been liking the way we've been doing this one, or like the way we've been doing them here lately, just putting them in big lots. So we have Culture Club, Karma Chameleon. We got Tiffany, Could Have Been, We Are the World, USA for Africa, Bryan Adams, Heaven, Ashford and Simpson, Solid. The Scandal, The Warrior, Thompson Twins, King for a Day, Thompson Twins, Lay Your Hand on Me, The Heat Is On, Glenn Fry, and we're going to skip that one, and we're going to put Rick Springfield in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10 start, all 80s picture sleeves. All 80s picture sleeves. Those are now up for bid, okay? Now up for bid. $10 start on those. So first thing we have is Brent Robley on RA for Roy Ayers. That's so to Robley. And then, Kathy, you did get Ray Manzarek. Chuck Haley on the Frampton with the bad autograph I've scratched out. That's so to him for $10. Thank you on that one. I'll show y'all a really interesting one as a collector that not fooled me, but they didn't pass it, but it's like we don't know. They don't know, we don't know kind of deal. So let me show y'all that one. And it's pretty bizarre looking, but there's no known examples that look like this. I think it's just a way maybe he was experimenting at some point. But this is, yes, their debut album, and it is an OG, so it is from '69. So it's definitely an early press, or a '69 OG, and it's signed on the back by John Anderson. Which, if you look at how John Anderson signs today, it's nothing like that. His signature looks like a tornado. It looks like a big spiral. But early, when he was probably still trying to figure out how to sign, he changed a couple different times. So it's signed by John Anderson, but they don't think it's anything like his pressure points. So they didn't pass it, but we're maybe waiting for some known examples possibly to come up where we can submit it again, but or try it again. But it's kind of like, don't get rid of it, don't destroy it, but we really don't know for sure. So, but it's nothing like any known for sure matched examples. But I think it might be where, he was possibly like, trying to, because that kind of right there, that A, that kind of looks like how he signs now. If you turn it this way, that's what I was looking at, and you go look up like what a John Henderson looks like, it's kind of like just a big tornado looking thing. It's a really bizarre signature, and it kind of looks like that. It looks like just that part of the A, like if you turn it that way. But so I'm probably just going to keep that. I can't sell it. I can't get it verified. So it's one of those that they just can't pass. And that happens a lot. If they don't know, they're not going to pass it. And there's some stuff somebody be like, man, I met him. I met him in 1969. I was right in front of him. He signed it. And let's say they're being 100% truthful. Well, they still can't pass it. They still can't pass it. So they have to know for sure. All right, so the singles over here. Vladarchek has it for $35, and that's the high bid right now. Back to the half-off stuff. American Folk Songs for Children, sung by Pete Seeger, $6.50. $6.50. The Bruce box is just $25. The Bruce box is $25, and Bruce box is $25. Over here is String Driven Thing. Please Mind Your Head. String Driven Thing is $12. It was $12.99. How much is it now, you may ask? It is $6.50. Here's a positive example. This is one I have, and see how it kind of looks like that crooked A? Kind of if you turn it that way, it kind of looks like that A, but it looks like he just signed like a tornado. And he's been signing, that's what I call it, the tornado. But he's been signing that way for years. So that's what it looks like. But if you look at that, and then you look at that A here, whatever I just did with that, it looks very similar. But we think the pressure points are off. So it's not, it's amazing how they can look at the pressure and know, like, well, that's just not how he put pressure on a pen. Yeah, the box set's $25. Chuck Haley says he'll take the Cal Seals. That's so to Chuck Haley. All right. And my crate over here now is officially full. So let me swap out. And that lot of 45s, we got a lot more where that came from of picture sleeves coming. Let's put that right there. Let's grab this. And hopefully we can sell about everything in this half-off crate. That would be awesome. Next is the Pointer Sisters. I've already shown that. I've already shown all those. Where did we get to? Right here, Wheeling the Poor Boys, Shrink and Hype. That is $13.50. Wheeling the Poor Boys, $13.50. And Red Wing, What This Country Needs, a Red Wing, $6.50. Rick Perrine does take the Bruce box at $25. Thank you. The 45s are with Laudercheck at $35. Are those sleeves only or 45s? I never did answer that question. No, these have disc in them. I haven't really checked them. I haven't really looked at them, but if John brought them to me, that means they all pass at VG Plus or better. So no, they're all with disc. And if you want to bid, Tim, just let me know. If you say pass, I'm going to sell them to Kelly for $35. Next is Mike Panera Isla. Mike Panera is $7.50. Music from Rustler's Rap City. That has Gary Morris, John Anderson, Country John Anderson, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. That's $5. That's a soundtrack. Mick Ronson, Play Don't Worry. Mick Ronson, $7.50. And then along comes the Association, $7.50 on the Association. This is on Valiant Records. 10 grams in on the singles at $40. Kelly's out. Let's go ahead and say that's a final call then, and I'll be working on the next lot. And here is this next bad signed album. This is Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. And let me tear into this one. This is Garbage. And this is Garbage. See if I can get this off, or at least make it look like it's tampered with. That kind of voids it, but it's Garbage anyway. And then I'll mark through it a little bit, and then we'll scratch through this. We'll scratch through this, no pun intended. There we go. Cat Scratch Fever. Hopefully the disc is nice. Otherwise, this might have been a big waste of time. I'd even look at it. That is the correct original label, and it's super clean. So yeah, probably want somebody, they probably obtained it just to have it faked and then never did look at it again. So $10 start on that. I gave him a little bit of a gold tee there. He's got a little bit of a beard I colored on him. That is now a $10 start. These are sold to 10 gram for $40. Thomas Clark on MR, and MR was for Mick Ronson. Thank you, Thomas Clark, over on Twitch. Next is Chicago. Chicago's $5, and we have ABBA, Super Trooper. ABBA is $10. Willie and the Poor Boys. Yes, I always try to read that hop sticker. Bill Wyman, Charlie Watts, Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers, Andy Fairweather Lowe, Kenny Jones, and Friends, $13. Ray Cooper plays on here. Chris Ray, $13.50. Members of the Stones, Jimmy Page, Willie and the Poor Boys. There's Jimmy Page with his big head, shrinking hot. Ted Nugent has a bid for $10. Alonzo on A for ABBA. So to Alonzo, let's count out some more 45 picture sleeves here. Let me grab another handful plus that other stack I just had. Let's do that right here. And let's see here. So we had, there's Ted Nugent with a $10 bid. Jackson Brown, Boy Meets Girl, Tina Turner, Sting, Survivor, ZZ Top, nice, Apollo 11, First Man on the Moon, and then Boston, and then Rick Springfield, and then Rick Astley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10 start on those. Now what for bid? Let's read through those again. We have Rick Astley, It Would Take a Strong Man. Rick Springfield, Love Is All Right Tonight. Boston, Can't You Say. Apollo 11, First Flight or First Man on the Moon. ZZ Top, Sleeping Bag. Survivor, High on You. Sting, Fortress Around Your Heart. What's Love Got to Do With It? Tina Turner, Boy Meets Girl. Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Ted Nugent 10, Ted Nugent 15, Ted Nugent out. The 45s have a $10 bid. Larry Drish wants Willing the Poor Boys. Now Michael Manning's going to be like, Chad, I need a commission off that sale. Thank you, Larry. So due for $13.50. Hendrix, Smash Hits. It looks too nice to be an OG. It's a later pressing. Super clean, though. $17.50. The 45's at 10, 45's at 15. Chuck has the Ted Nugent at 15. Skinner's first and last. Leonard Skinner is $17.50. $17.50 for Skinner's first and last. Also, we have Patton, the original motion picture score. That is now $10. That's the movie about General George Patton. It's in shrink, clean copy for $10. Patton. Also, we have Chicago 17. $7.50 on Chicago 17. Ain't Gonna Work Tomorrow. That is $5. The Lonesome River Boys. Also, Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. She's a Killer. Queen, $17.50. This is $17.50. Joy Fino on Leonard Skinner. That's so to Joy Fino. The 45s are at 25. Let's go ahead and sell Ted Nugent over here. Cat Scratch Fever. That's so to Chuck Haley for $15. Thank you, Chuck Haley. Let's put that in your sleeve. Sorry about the scribble there on the cover, but that's so to you. And then Joy Fino on Queen. That's so to Joy Fino. Also, we have Christina Curtis second on Skinner. John Cale, Slow Dazzle, $15. Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find, $12.50. And Buddy Johnson, Rock and Roll Stage Show, that is now $10. Alonzo was next on Queen. The 45s have bids for $30 and $30. Chad Sauls was first. Stephen A. Young was second. Now, y'all probably seen me skip over one. This is a pretty good one. Y'all probably seen me skip over this because it's worthy of an auction by itself. Let me figure out what's going on here. This is a Beatles EP. Odeon, the Les Beatles. It is French, right? It is French. I want to hold your hand. I won't be long. Yeah, it won't be long. I want to be your lover. I want to be your man. Till there was you. Awesome. 4-track. It's probably about VG Plus condition. Maybe VG Plus. It's a French flip back. Pretty early there. This is probably 64. This is probably 64. I'm going to say that's a $20 start. And you don't have to bid. What a cool cover. I don't see that image too often. I don't see that image too often at all. $20 start. And you don't have to bid. If you don't want this, you don't have to bid. I'm not obligating anybody to bid on this. So if you don't want to bid, that's fine. I'll say no bid. I'll put it right over here in my own pile. You don't have to bid on this if you don't want it, okay? No obligation. You don't have to bid on this if you don't want to. There's no obligation whatsoever to bid on this. So if you don't want to bid, don't bid. You do not have to bid on this, okay? You do not have to bid on this. It's now up for bid. We have Steve Biddlecombe on Buddy Johnson, and Buddy Johnson was second, or Buddy Johnson. So Steve Biddlecombe got Buddy Johnson. Buddy Johnson, you were second on Buddy Johnson. These singles are a final call to Calvin Ward for $35. We have ABBA, Voulez Vey. ABBA's $10. George Shares on the Beatles for $20. And Hot Streets, Chicago. Hot Streets is $5. Chicago. I Am Alive Again. When did I start singing? Oh, when I get a little tired and get a little loopy, I'll start bringing out karaoke. We'll start putting the lyrics on the screen. You want me to start singing Till There Was You? There was something And I never heard them singing. No, I never heard them at all till there was you. Something about birds and bells. That's a McCartney. Of course, they didn't write that one, didn't know. That's written by Meredith Wilson. Next thing is the age of television. That is $7.50. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $6.50. And Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? Who Do They Think We Are? $15 on Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? And Leonard Skinner, Best of the Rest, $17.50 on Skinner. All these picture sleeves are sold to Calvin Ward for $35. Thank you, Calvin. Those are sold to you. And then George Scher has the Beatles for $30. No, I never heard them singing. That's a great one. I like It Won't Be Long. It won't be long, yeah, 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 yeah. It won't be long, yeah, yeah. All right, here's some more 80s. Here we go. Ryan Adams, It Was the Summer of '69. Tina Turner, Better Be Good to Me. John Cougar, Authority Song. Nasty by Janet Jackson. I'm Addicted to Love, Robert Palmer. Dire Straits, don't see that one too often. So Far Away. Janet Jackson again, that one's What Have You Done For Me Lately? And then Tiffany Could Have Been. And then Blondie, The Tide Is High. And Whitney Houston, Didn't We Almost Have It All? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I knew it. $10 start on those 80s picture sleeve lot there. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. $10 start. Thanks everybody for my positive vocal. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. One day, y'all are going to see me on TV and the bright lights and the big cities and be like, that Chad guy, I always knew he could sing. Okay, first thing we had is what? The Beatles got up to 30 with George Scher, and then the Beatles got a bid for 35. Wheeling the Poor Boys was shrink-wrapped, near mint, Larry. And then Alonzo got ABBA. Was there another one? There was. Alonzo got another ABBA. And then does Age Television have a book with it? Not this version. There's a bigger, like, gatefold version that has a book, but Regina, not this one. No. The singles have bids for 10, already for 30. The Beatles is at 40, and now the 45s are at 40. Some big jumps on those. Next is Jeannie Clemens. That's now $5. Jeannie Clemens. She's from Carthage. We have Stan Freberg with the original cast. $5 for Stan Freberg. Also, Shango Trampin'. Shango is $7.50. And we have Queen, A Night at the Opera. Wow. Mama just killed a man. Dun 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 dun. Shoo dooby dee bee bop. Da da. Shum bum bum bum. Shoom boom ba doom. Da ba ba ba. I'm looking for the next signed album over here. I'm about out. The rest of these aren't really. The albums are. I'm probably just gonna have to do a crate one night and just say these are all like $6.99. The rest of them aren't really pretty much good enough albums to autograph. Queen is $17.50. Over here is Hoyt Axton, Joy to the World. This is $20. $20. And we have Neil Schon and Jan Hammer, Untold Passion. $12.50. Shrinking Hot, $12.50. And the best of Buck Owens, $5 on Buck Owens. And the Blood, Sweat, and Tears album, $10 on that. Hold Me Tight, Johnny Nash, $5. And Grateful Dead, Skull and Roses. Wow, big discount on this. This is a half off of $74.99. What in the world? I should have went through this crate first time. Beautiful copy. That makes this $37.50. Good gosh. $37.50 for that superb copy there. The Beatles 45 is at $45. The 45s are at $50. So we're at 50 and 45 on those two auction lots. Just FYI. Okay, and then we have the Best of Sticks, $12.50 on that. Moby Grape Wow. It's called Wow, $12.50 on Moby Grape. And Louisiana Man, Rusty and Doug Kershaw, $10 on Louisiana Man, Rusty and Doug Kershaw, $10. First is Snowblind Friend on Hoyt Axton. Let's go back a couple. I don't think so, but we can find out right quick. No. And then Nat Reynolds on The Grateful Dead. Nice pickup there. So who was the next bidder on the Beatles? The next bidder was Samuel Copage, right? I think it's up to Samuel to say out, or Chuck Haley maybe. Yeah, so Samuel has it for 45. So Chuck, it's up to you. And I think Chad is out on the lot, so those are going to be sold to Paul in just a matter of seconds here, okay? How about Mad Heads, Naked Flame? $10 on that. And we have Sweet, Cut Above the Rest. Sweet is $12.50. Larry must not like the Beatles, but when you sing the Beatles, I want to scoop my ears out with a rusty spoon. Ouch. Ouch. That sounds terrible. Must not like the Beatles. That's sad. Over here, these are sold to Paul Brothers for $50. Thank you on that. Tim Turner on Sticks. That's sold to Tim Turner for $12.50. And let's go ahead and sell this Beatles then to Samuel Copage for $45, okay? Samuel, that's sold to you for $45. What a cool release there. I didn't even know that was over here. All right. Go on. I probably have that somewhere or another. I hope I do. There's no telling. If I could get all my Beatles stuff together, I need to do like one big video and just see, and then video and then post it so y'all can see it. And then I can have it for an archive so I can pan through it and see what all I have. It would be a large video though. Danny Wilson, Mary's Prayer. Jane Wilden, Rush Hour. Denise Williams, Let's Hear It for the Boy. Anna Motion, I Engineer. Tiffany, Feelings for Forever. Anna Motion, Room to Move. We Are the World, USA for Africa. And let's see what we got over here. I got a few more here. We got Aha, In Excess. Ooh, some good ones here to wrap out the lot. We got Aha, Take On Me. In Excess, What You Need. Heart and Barracuda's the A-side there. And then Fats Domino, I Done Got Over It, and I Left My Heart in San Francisco. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. $10 start, including Aha. Take on me. I'm going to try to hit that high note. Take me. Oh, it would be fun just to watch me try. We have Diamonds by the Dozen country style. This is $5. Hits that made country music, $5 on that. And we have Spanking Her Gang, Like to Get to Know You. And Spanking Her Gang is $10, Like to Get to Know You. We have Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, $5. And Culture Club is $12.50. Shrink and Hype, $12.50 on Culture Club. Fleetwood Mac, Vintage Years, $17.50. Klaatu, Sir Ermey's Suit, $10. Jeffrey Downs is $10. The Light Program. The Graduate is $10. The Doors, L.A. Woman. This is a reissue. It's on the Butterfly label, though, but there's no window cover. Still an older copy, $17.50. And Albert Lee, $10. Albert Lee, $10. I'm probably going to keep one of the Metallicas. I got to sell one So I'm just waiting for the right person to say, dang it, Chad, go ahead. I'm going to take out a second mortgage. Go ahead and give me one. I'm probably going to keep Kill 'Em All. But, man, this is just so cool to have it signed on the back. And I know this is the only two I have. The thing about Beatles stuff, I go ahead and sell it because there's a 90% chance I already have it. So it's like, okay, I'll go ahead and let it go. I bet I already have one. I mean, I have these little crates with Beatles picture sleeves and EPs, especially all the stuff I kept from Dale's. I've got like, I don't know, a couple dozen of these full of Beatles 45s. And then over here in our storage office, there's about 20 of these full of Beatles singles. So it's kind of like me trying to figure out, I know I'm going to keep at least one of those. Here's the stuff from Dale's that were just on Swan and Tolly. This is the stuff I think Laura sleeved and cleaned these like months ago. These are all Swan and Tolly. And you should see how many I have stashed away because there's so many different labels. Dale had collected about every variant known to man. I mean, there's so many. So many. And I stopped selling those because every time I would sell one, I'd be like, dang, I don't know. That one's nice. Okay, Laura's got a new crate over here. Let's go through that. And these have one bid for $10 with Paul Brothers. One bid for $10 with Paul Brothers. We're about to sell all those for $10. Those 1145s, okay? Those are all being sold together. Let's go through this little crate. What didn't sell in here is going to make for excellent flip crate material in the morning, okay? Probably going to see almost all those in the 9 a.m. flip video. They may be more. A lot of them's going to be less. Some of them may be more. Some of them may not be in there. Just depends. But a lot of that's going to end up in the 9 a.m. video. Okay? Let's go right over here to this. Let's see what the lower crate looks like. Let's figure out where to hide this sticker. Oh, uh-oh. She's got some interesting stuff in here. Interesting stuff in here. Interesting stuff in here. Y'all are going to like this one. If you stayed up for this crate, you're going to like this one. Let's see what the sticker looks like. Any clues? Okay. I like the clue there from Laura. Ooh, dang, that would be a great one. Ooh, that would be a great one. Ooh, that would be a great one. All right, I have made my decision. I have made my decision. These are new arrival sticker price. It may be one of the last crates of vinyl for the night. I'm half loopy, kind of. At least one show a week, I'll stop abnormally early. This may be the night. Sometimes it's on. Well, I am going to go ahead and break the news to you. I'm stopping Friday night at like 10 o'clock. Maybe go to 11, but I've got to get some rest for Saturday for that football game. I can't be dead. Okay, I can't go over there dead like I did last. I tried that once again last Saturday. Too important of a game, too big of a game. So y'all got me tonight. You got me tomorrow for metal, and you'll probably have me till about 10 or 11. 11 we'll be pushing it for Friday night. So let's make this worth it. Let's make it worth it. Next couple for the next few moments here, and then for all of tomorrow. So. All right, wow, this lot just sold for $10. And that's also to Paul Brothers. Thank you, Paul. The game is in Knoxville, Tennessee. And it's the same kickoff as last week. And, of course, I stopped last week about midnight. And I got out of here at 3 a.m. So if I can stop Friday at 10, I can probably get out of here by 1 a.m. And we'll probably leave I'll have to be up at by 7. So that'll give me time to try to sleep. Otherwise, it's going to be like kind of painful. I'm doing all that to go all the way up there to see a game. You don't want to be half asleep, right? What's the point in all that? Wow, here's some good stuff. Some of these could be sold individually. Look at these. All right, we got Def Leppard, Pour Some Sugar on Me. The Black Crowes Remedy, that's one of my favorite songs by them. The Black Crowes Sting Me and Thorn in My Pride with the jukebox strip. So Black Crowes OG, Black Crowes OG, Def Leppard OG. And then we have Warrant, 32 Pennies, and Sometimes She Cries. That's from Dirty Rod Filthy Stinking Rich. Madonna Like a Virgin, Los Lobos La Bamba, Peter Cetera from Karate Kid 2, Glory of Love from Karate Kid 2, Alice Cooper, Ballad of the White Fry, and House of Fire. And let's jump over here to Grease, John Travolta. Olivia Newton-John, You're the One That I Want. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and I'll put another Alice Cooper in there, Hard-Headed Alice and Teenage Lament. But man, those Black Crowes and Def Leppard, good lot there. $10 start on those. This is a sweet lure crate here. Sticker price stuff. There's only 132 people watching, so y'all are about to get a great opportunity. Very little competition on this crate, but I still expect them to go quickly, okay? I've got the lure crate sticker in my hand. I'm going to lay it up here, and let's get started, okay? And the first thing is Hiram Aponte wanted the Klaatu album, okay? Hiram Aponte. Klaatu's always good. Great decision there. I would have recommended that too if I was going through them individually and telling as much as I could. That's sold to Hiram for $10. And then the next question is Queen for Topographic, okay? Yeah, I didn't recap that last crate because I wanted to go right into this, and I had this crate stashed away anyway because I was going to use it for a 9 a.m. flip, but y'all got first glance a moment ago at half off. Mike, it is clean, super clean vinyl, no condition notes, and not a bad cover. Of course, it's white. It shows every little bit of sign of wear, but it's VG Plus or better. All right, here we go. These are sticker price, of course. The first batch back here are check condition records. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. VG Condition, 1999. Blue London label, a classic Rocket album. It also has a London inner sleeve, but the original inner sleeve for this came with printed lyrics, but it does have a London inner sleeve. You can't always get what you want. Gimme Shelter, such a great album. 1999. Queen is half off, so it's $17.50. And then these, of course, are sticker price. That's VG 1999. Nice. Second Helping, Leonard Skinner. VG 14.99. That's on the 1974 label. That's actually the third label for that, but a pretty solid jacket. Sweet Home Alabama, Don't Ask Me No Questions, Ballad of Curtis Lowe, Call Me the Breeze. That's a good one. 2 back-to-back. Great way to start the crate. Topographic gets this for $17.50. Make sure that one goes in half off. Paul Brothers has these 45s at $50. We're about to sell them to them. Final call. Next is Boston, their debut album, EX, a solid, beautiful-looking jacket, and that's the first label. I'm not saying it is an OG press, but that's the first label, and everything looks, the colors and everything, that looks to be 1976. Amanda Davis on the Leonard Skinner. Buddy Johnson, you were second on that one. We have The Who, It's Hard. Big song on this one was Eminence Front. It's a put-on. That's EX Condition, $17.99 for The Who, It's Hard. And we also have Hank Williams Jr., Habits, Old and New. Hank Williams Jr., EX $12.99. That was his 1980 album, Habits, Old and New. One second, please. All right, these are sold to Paul Brothers. What have I done with my Was that my last sticky note? Oh, here it is. All right, and this is, so DePaul, let's count out some more here in just a second. First thing I have, though, is Patti Smith Group Easter. Patti Smith Group Easter is EX $22.99. 99 Chicks, that's Ron Haydock and the Boppers. A 2005 U.S. compilation, that's a rockabilly album. VG Condition, $12.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. Shrink and Hop Sticker, Wasted on the Way. EX $12.99 on that one. EX $12.99. Michael Freiberger on Patti Smith. That's sold to Michael Freiberger. And we have Les Scots Post-Bop Opera. Les Scots is a free jazz album. VG Condition, $9.99. Also, Drugs Won't Get It. People Will. An educational record about narcotic addiction. A 1969 OG educational. You listen to this and you will not want to do drugs. No Condition Notes, $9.99. And Steve Winwood Chronicles, which is a compilation of his solo career, like Valerie and Higher Love, VG Plus $12.99. Kelly Wlodarczyk Wants Drugs. Next auction is some more 45s. Where are they, Chad? They're right here. Here we go. And there is some more over here. Here we go. Here's the other stack. Okay, so here is some more. We got Alice Cooper, Go to Hell, and I Never Cry. Wham, I'm Your Man. Slaughter, Fly to the Angels, and Desperately Slaughter. Spread Joy, Chubby Checker, Lodi Low. Buck Owens, Crying Time. This is Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Side A, 2 Tribes, and 1 February Friday. Interesting. With some political figures on the label. And we have Culture Club, Time Clock of the Heart, Thompson Twins, You Take Me Up, and the Four Seasons, Toy Soldier. How many do I have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10 start. Okay? $10 start. Pretty good lot there. Next is Los Lobos, La Pista El Corazon, EX Condition, $17.99. And Project Pat, Goldshine, featuring 3-6 Mafia. The note from Laura says, Killer, Memphis Rap. It's a 99 USOG, VG, $14.99. Michael Freiberger has the 45s for $15. Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph. Jimmy Buffett's in EX Condition, and that is $17.99. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Mr. Buffett there. The Allman Brothers, Idlewild South, VG $14.99. I love the song Revival. Midnight Riders on here. I've got One More Silver Dollar. In the memory of Elizabeth Reed, Hoochie Coochie Man, $14.99. There is some cover damage on it, though. We also have Matthew James and the Rust Belt Union, Impromptu Musicals for the Skeptic. And this is a indie country rock album, $9.99. The email address should be contact@shopcollectco.com. Contact@shopcollectco.com. Let me know if that doesn't work. And then, was that a 3-6 Mafia single? This is Project Pat, Goldshine, featuring 3-6 Mafia. Killer Memphis Rap, $19.99 USOG, VG $14.99. These 45s just have one bid for $15 with Michael Freiberger, and that's going once, going twice to him for just $15, FYI. Also, we have Steve Cropper, Fire It Up. That is EX, $17.99. Natasha Pickett on Country Rock, and that was this indie country rock here, Matthew James. Thank you, Natasha. That's so due. Wlodarczyk on 3-6 Mafia. That is so to Robert Wlodarczyk. Also, we have The Colors, Vivid Colors, 12-inch EP, EX $12.99, 85 US Garage Punk, EX $12.99. Todd Saw on the Allman Brothers. I've got One More Silver Dollar. Awesome. That's so to Todd Saw. This is some stuff that Laura just marked. These are all new arrivals, first come, first serve. Okay? Next is Rush Moving Pictures. VG Plus condition, $24.99. 1981 USPRC Richmond original pressing. Today's Tom Sawyer, Mean Stride. Dun, 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 dun. Mastered by Bob Lowig. Over here, this is sold. Michael Freiberger gets that lot for $15. Buddy Johnsey on Rush Moving Pictures. That's sold to Buddy Johnsey. Thank you. Also over here, we have Fleetwood Mac Future Games. Fleetwood Mac is in VG condition, $12.99. Fleetwood Mac Future Games. Also over here, we have Paul Simon Graceland. You can call me Al. EX, $17.99. Man walks down the street, says, son of blah, blah, blah. That's how he sings when that song comes on. Paul Simon, we have Adam Ant, Friend or Foe. That's VG Plus, $12.99 for Adam Ant. Also, Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time with Hop Sticker. The first new music from Simple Minds since their #1 hit. So over here, it says, Don't You Forget About Me, okay? Don't You Forget About Me. That's not on this album, and it actually never was on an album. That big song from Simple Minds, that never was on the album. Thank you. So that was a big hit from the movie, and then they put out this album. So this was a big album because it was pretty much the follow-up to that single from Breakfast Club. Arguably, the most popular Simple Minds song was never released on any of their albums. So pretty interesting. That's Once Upon a Time. We have Willie Nelson, A Red-Headed Stranger. That's VG $9.99. Willie Nelson and Leonard Skinner. This is their debut. Be a Simple Kind of Man. EX $27.99 for Leonard Skinner. And Cinnamon. I love cinnamon. I ate 2 bowls of Cinnamon Toast Crunch last night. Golly, can't wait to finish the box tonight. Oh my gosh. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It is just so good. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. This is Cinnamon, Hopeless Case. Alternate Rock, EX, $9.99. Simple Minds Details. EX, OG with Hop Sticker, $17.99. So that was all the check condition records. The rest of the crate is all EX or better, okay? EX or better. Next thing we're going to do is go ahead and put up another 45 lot. 45 lot coming right now. We got Scorpions, Money and Fame. We have Guns N' Roses, You Can't Put Your Arms Around a Memory, and Since I Don't Have You. Hey, there it is. I was just talking about it. Don't You Forget About Me. Simple Minds with the single from Breakfast Club. I mean, that was a huge hit. Okay, then check out all these Bon Jovis. Bon Jovi, It's My Life. And then Bon Jovi, Miracle. And then Bon Jovi, In These Arms and Save a Prayer. And then Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith. I Wish Every Day Could Be Like Christmas. And then that's the same song. Bad Medicine by Bon Jovi. And then Bon Jovi, Wanted Dead or Alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then Bon Jovi, Love is War. So we had Scorpions. That was Guns N' Roses, Simple Minds. Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi, Bon Jovi. All 10 records, a $10 start. Natasha wants cinnamon. Folks, don't get me started on Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Oh man, the first couple bites when it's still crunchy. Oh, ice cold milk. Oh man, I'm retiring. We have Brian Setzer, Nitro Burning Funny Daddy. Brian Setzer's on red vinyl, $19.99. Eric Clapton, another ticket. Eric Clapton is $24.99. Eric Clapton. Kelly Vlodarchek, Quick on Brian Setzer. The singles already have bids for 10. Now the singles have a bid for 20. Men at Work, Business as Usual, $24.99. $24.99. Men at Work, Business as Usual. Now, also, I want to let y'all know, tonight I have been grouping, and last night, I grouped all these singles very well. Most of these John brought me to sell individually. So I don't know if y'all realize, I mean, I'm putting these in lots of 10s at $1 a piece starts, $10 for the lot. Most of these individually are 5, 7, 10, 15, 20. I think that's why the bid jumps up so quick. The bid jumps up so quick here lately because the couple of those Bon Jovis, or if I go to group, I mean, they should be 10, 20, 15, 7, 8. You know, I'm starting them for lots of 10 for $10. Paul has them right now at 20, which is $2 a piece. Over here, we have Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $34.99. This is also mastered by Bob Ludwig. That's an OG near mint with Money for Nothing and Walk of Life. People love Cinnamon. Great Seinfeld reference there. Stan Getz and Oscar Peterson Trio, $19.99. Stan Getz and Oscar. This is a black Verve label. Boy, that's shiny. That's shiny, $19.99. I was actually about to say, I like cereal almost as much as Jerry Seinfeld. If you notice in the show, they talk about cereal a lot, but in real life, I think he actually loves cereal too. In his apartment, there was always, like 12, 15 boxes of cereal. Over here, we have Adam Bernardi on Oscar Peterson. There's Dire Straits. Also, we have Primus Frizzle Fry. Primus is $27.99. $27.99. Primus. And Neil Young, Nice. Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my. Johnny Rotten. Rotten Johnny. Out of the blue and into the black. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's a great one there. $34.99. Edwin Riviera, Bruce on that Me at Work. Do what now? Men at Work. Who can it be now, Edwin? $24.99. This also has Down Under. Ching, ting, 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 chicka, chicka, tinka, ting, doo, 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 doo. That was my best attempt at Down Under. $24.99. The Black Keys Magic Potion. $24.99. The Black Keys Magic Potion. $24.99. And what do we have here? Eliza Day. Eliza Day is a hardcore punk album. $9.99. Ed Riviera wants Men at Work. All right. That is sold. Paul Brothers at 30 on the 45 lot. Kelly Vlodarchik on Eliza. Natasha on the Black Keys. These things are flying out of here like Chad when he stops by. These are flying out of the crate like me going through Walgreens later. I'm going to be in Walgreens later, and I'm going to be picking out boxes of cereal. I'll take this one. I'll take that one. I'll take this one. I'll take that one. I'll take this one. I'll take this one. James Taylor's Greatest Hits. I've seen Fire and I've seen Rain. $24.99. In my mind, I've got so many great songs. $24.99. James Taylor, Legend. How about William Duvall? Live in studio, 11/12/21, and that is $44.99 with a signed cover. William Duvall, that's the new singer for Alice in Chains, right? Isn't that who that is? That's the singer for Alice in Chains now. It's limited to 250. It's on turquoise vinyl, signed cover. Nice, with a signed cover, $44.99. Are we done on these 45s? Paul has it for 30. Michael Freiberger, just FYI, you're out. And then we have AC/DC High Voltage. AC/DC's $24.99. It's a long way to the top if you want to buy this record, $24.99. Also, Levon Helm, you may know him from a band called The Band. He was the drummer and vocalist. Sealed, $14.99. Let's sell all these singles to Paul Brothers for $30. Nice pickup, just $3 a piece for Bon Jovi, Simple Minds, Guns N' Roses, and Scorpions. Paul, you officially have a warrant out for theft. Thank you. Those are all sold to you. AC/DC is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Josh Brown was second. Next in here is, oh boy, what does that say? Bakar. This is Bakar, Nobody's Home. It's on white vinyl, sealed William, sealed Indy, $14.99. I said William because, well, first of all, Jeffrey put AX. I bet that was for AC/DC. So, Jeff, you were third. Josh got the William Duvall. Signed turquoise vinyl. That's pretty cool. That's sold. He's got pretty good setup. I mean, how can you replace Lane Stanley, right? That's like trying to replace you just can't replace a guy like that. But he holds his own pretty good. I've watched some live footage before. I've seen Jerry Cantrell play live as a solo artist, and he has a different guy that sings Lane Staley's parts. That guy was awesome. I can't remember his name. He's kind of short. Boy, that was fantastic. I saw him at the Ryman. But I've never seen William Duvall live, but I've watched footage, and it's always pretty good. Erasure, $14.99. Sorry, I didn't even get this spit out in time. But Erasure is sold to Dustin Hodges. Okay? And that was $14.99. Natasha gets Bakar, and Todd Saul wants that classic James Taylor. Oh, man. Down in Mexico, way down here. How about How Sweet It Is? He just keeps on walking. Walking Man. Amanda Davis next on Erasure. Megadeth, Unplugged in Boston. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. And Def Leppard, On Through the Night. That is on blue vinyl, $29.99. But I seen Jerry Cantrell at the Ryman, and they started playing Man in the Box. And that guy started singing that part, and I was like, oh my gosh, this guy kind of sounds like Lane Staley. I still don't know his name, though. Strawberry Girls, Tasmanian Glow. Strawberry Girls is Math Rock. Math Rock, sealed, $24.99. The Police, Synchronicity, $34.99. The Police, Synchronicity. It is on purple vinyl. You have to hold it up to strong light, really strong light, but it will turn purple. And The Hunting Accident, Trees and Parks, Indie Rock. The front cover is made of wood. I was about to say, that's an awesome cover. It looks like a park sign, and it's actually made of wood. It's just a piece of wood. That is $9.99. What is Math Rock? Laura's had to explain this before. Math Rock is when you got some tough equations to solve. X squared. Parabolas. Okay, here is the last four singles. Bon Jovi, Firehouse, Guns N' Roses and Bon Jovi. So, Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith, I Wish It Could Be Christmas. Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine and November Rain. That's a good one. Firehouse, Love of a Lifetime and All She Wrote. And Bon Jovi, Wild on the Streets and Living on a Prayer. Those four for a $7 start. Okay? Natasha on PATK. And that's probably for Park, right? Or was that for Strawberry Girls? I think Natasha wants the Hunting Accident, right? The Park. Yeah. Math rock is an alternative rock subgenre defined by complex, atypical rhythms, unconventional time signatures like 5/4, 6/8, and intricate guitar work. It features angular melodies, dissonant harmonies, dynamic, syncopated, instrumental interplay, often incorporated techniques like guitar tapping. I lost my spot. Guitar tapping and finger picking. The genre has roots in progressive rock and jazz, but combines them with punk's technicality to create intellectually stimulating, often danceable music. Wow. Sounds like you got to be smart to make it. I was about to say, it sounds like progressive. It sounds like that 80s King Crimson song I listen to all the time. It starts off like frame by frame. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you got to be really smart to make math rock. How much was it? It was sealed. Strawberry Girls, $24.99. Sounds like you got to have like an IQ, like a high IQ to like make this stuff. Tool, yeah. Ding, 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 ding. What's that song I was listening to on the way here today? Frame by Frame? Where's that one at? Okay, that's all I can play. Yeah, that's probably what math rock sounds like. That little sample I just gave you. That was King Crimson. Somehow they're playing that on a guitar. All right, and who asked about this first? Adam Bernardi asked about it. The 45s have a $7 bid. David Jennings wants DS. Is that for the Dire Straits that was in here, David? If so, thank you. And then over here, color on Strawberry Girls. No color given. It does have a barcode over the barcode, but either way, Adam Bernardi's going to take it. Okay? And the 45s are 9. Let's read through these again. So the back half is check condition. I'm not going to tell you who got the Laura Crate sticker or if it even got claimed until we read through these again, okay? Then I will reveal it, so don't go anywhere. You may have got it if you claimed a record. You may not have got it, and you may want to buy some more. Tools Fibonacci sequence. That is in Lateralis. Yeah. Boy, that's crazy. I read about that. And I was like, whoa. Whoa. Okay, here we go. We have Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. VG, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Boston, EX, $22.99. The Who, It's Hard, EX, $17.99. Hank Williams Jr., Habits, Old and New, EX, $12.99. 99 Chicks, VG, $12.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, Daylight Again, EX, $12.99. David Crosby and his cat there. Rest in peace. There's only 2 of these guys still alive, Stills and Nash. EX, $12.99. LeScott's Post Bop Opera, VG, $9.99. Steve Winwood Chronicles, VG Plus, $12.99. This is Los Lobos, La Pistola y El Corazon. Los Lobos, EX, $17.99. Jimmy Buffett's EX, $17.99. Steve Cropper, EX, $17.99. Fire It Up. The Colors, Vivid Colors, EX, $12.99. Fleetwood Mac Future Games, VG, $12.99. Paul Simon, Graceland, that's EX, $17.99. Adam Ant, Friend or Foe, VG Plus, $12.99. Willie Nelson, Redheaded Stranger, VG, $9.99. Wow, no one got pronounced Leonard Skinner. EX, $27.99. How much was Steve Cropper? That was EX, $17.99. The last check condition was Simple Minds, also EX, $17.99. Now for the non-check condition stuff. First, though, Kristen Stark wants Willie Nelson, Redheaded Stranger. These singles are at $12 of Edmund Riviera. Okay? $12 of Edmund Riviera. Patty, so you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Next was, what was the 99 Girls? Amanda Davis on LS. Leonard Skinner, that's sold. And then what was the 99 Girls? That was 99 Girls. 99 Chicks. Ron Haydock and the Boppers. 2005 US, it's a rockabilly compilation. VG, $12.99. Also, we have Eric Clapton, Another Ticket, clean copy, $24.99. Promise Frizzle Fry, $27.99 for Promise. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my, $34.99. Jeff, these are all sticker price right now. New Arrivals, Levon Helm Sealed, $14.99. Yes, these are sticker price, Christian. Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl Megadeth, $29. Def Leppard On Through the Night. That's really cool on blue vinyl. That hadn't been available. Yeah, 2000, let's say that hadn't been available in years. It's weird seeing stuff because I've been selling new vinyl since about 2019, 2020. And so I see stuff from like now 3 and 4 years ago. And I was like, yeah, I remember when those came out. I hadn't seen them since then because they're out of print. $29.99. And then the Police is OG and it's on that purple audiophile vinyl, $34.99. You have to hold it up to the light, but it will change purple. Edwin's back in at 15, so Patty, you're out. The Hank Williams Jr. here, Hank Williams Jr. was Habits Old and New, EX condition, $12.99. The Stones LP is their classic album, Let It Bleed. It is on the first label, VG, $19.99. You can't always get what you want. It also has Gimme Shelter on it, which is one of the best songs of all time. And then we have Hank. Hank. That was the one I just showed. That is sold to Tom McEwen. What's on the Steve Cropper? Steve Cropper, Groovaphonic, Fire Up. It is with It's with Neoshi Jackson, Roger C. Real, and John Tiven. Bush Hog Part 1. Fire it up. One good turn. I'm not having it. Out of love. Far away. Say you don't know me. She's so fine. Two wrongs. Heartbreak Street. She's the go getter is gone. Bush Hog Part 2 and Bush Hog. EX 1799. Oh So Adventure on SM for Simple Minds. That's Oh So Adventure. Okay, there's that. And then these singles is up to Patty. Edwin has them for 15. Frame by frame. All right. How much is 99 chicks? I got 99 chicks. This is VG condition, $12.99. This lot of 45s then, since she said she's pushing in, is $15 sold to Edwin Riviera. Sold to Edwin Riviera. All right. And let me go ahead and deposit these in the operation center. Look at all these singles we've sold. Amazing. That's all the different lots, and including the Beatles in there. I'm going to stack these over here in this crate so they're not sitting like that for too much longer. We filled up a whole table yesterday of miscellaneous stuff. I'm sure G came in and went, oh my gosh, Chad's done it again. Okay, and Denise said she will take 99 chicks. 99 chicks. What have I done with that right here? The last collection we bought from South Carolina was a hoarder. So these crates could have anything in them. It's a hoarder's collection. That means this guy bought records anytime he could, anywhere. And I'll give you an idea. So if you crack open a lid, let's see here. Yeah, here is literally Led Zeppelin, Glenn Miller, Nancy Sinatra, a soundtrack, another soundtrack, Glenn Campbell, Four Tops, Major Lance, Ruby and the Romantics, the chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house. Let me see how nice this looks. It needs cleaning, but it's okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull that out. That's always a good one. There's folk in here. There's adult contemporary. And then right here is like a little pocket of classic rock, like George Harrison. Here's Johnny Cash. Here's some REO Speedwagon, Paris at Midnight. Here's your Lucky Slim Whitman albums. There's some classical stuff here. They're not in any order. Yeah, here's like Pure Prairie League and the Eagles. And then right behind it's the Kingston Trio, like 5 Kingston Trios, and then the Who, and then Aretha Franklin, then the Walt Disney Robin Hood record, then Jim Reeves and Dave Dudley, and then Mary Poppins and Son and Cher, then the Who, and then Aladdin, and then some more adult contemporary looking stuff, and Diana Ross, and so yeah, and there's 14,000, there's like 120 tubs, 140 tubs, 120 tubs, 14,000 crates or records like that. So, and there's some stuff that's literally completely destroyed, and there's some stuff mint and shrink wrap. So, we bought 14,000 in there. But this is, we meet a lot of guys, let's say they're between the ages of 60 and 80. For the last 50 years, they've done nothing but go to estate sales. And let's say they walked up to an estate sale and there were 6 boxes of records. This kind of guy and these kind of guys that we run across too, they go up at a estate sale and they'll be like, what do you want for all 6 boxes? And they'll say $100. And he'll say, I'll take them. And they take them and they put them in tubs and they shove them in their garage and never look at them again. And I've met guys that's been doing that for decades. They just buy up records and they put them away. There was a guy in Monterey, he bought thousands, just put them in boxes, wrapped them up in bags, and just put them away. Like retirement, like investment. And here later, they call us and they get a large sum of money for them. No one asked either. No one asked about the Laura Crate sticker. It went to Rush Moving Pictures, which was Buddy Johnsey. No, y'all kind of almost forgot about it. There was a Laura Crate sticker in there. And this is Laura Crate. This is Hamtaro's friend, Panda. The hamster loves classic rock and dressing up for Halloween. So, you know what that means? I saw the Hamtaro there, or Hamtaro's friend. Sorry, Laura. I have to figure all this out. And somebody, I think it was Buddy Johnsey. Buddy Johnsey, right over here. Let me find that for him. He got it. It was on Rush Moving Pictures. Y'all should have been able to call that one. What was OG Moving Pictures? It's sold. Somebody already bought it. And he gets the Laura Crate sticker. All right. So let me ask y'all this. There's 122 people watching. Does anybody have anything they want to see one more time? Do you want to see any new vinyl from earlier? If not, the show is coming to an end. So I'm going to make sure everybody has seen everything they want to see. I don't mind hanging around for another 5 or 10 minutes to take it to the top of the hour, but this is the best time ever to ask me a question. You never really can. A lot of people start trying to ask me questions at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. That's probably the worst time of my day to start trying to ask questions. And unsold auctions, but right now would be the best time. There is only 2 unsold auctions. Let's see here. There was only 2 unsold auctions. I'll show them to you right now. We had Canned Heat, 1970 USOG Future Blues, VG Plus $15 start. We have Hall & Oates H2O, Hall & Oates H2O, in Shrink with Obi, $25. We had Bootsy with, that's not a signature or a forgery, it's just writing somebody's name. Bootsy was $10, clean vinyl though. And then Fleetwood Mac Mirage is a sealed original club copy, $20. That's technically the only thing that came across this on that. So Adam Bernardi on this for $20. Do you still have Gary Newman? Are you talking about Pleasure Principle? There's a really good chance I do, yeah. The newest new vinyl. I don't mind reading through that one more time. I'm always up to try to sell new vinyl. There was some good stuff still left over because that's the, when I say this is over, I'm taking these crates up front to the counter where I shoot the videos from the morning, and that's the next thing I'm going to read through. So let me show you these right here. Do you have any low-grade spot Morgans, silver dollars? I don't think I have any Morgans, especially junk Morgans. I really don't have any Silver Eagles except proofs. So I don't have much at all. Fleetwood Mac is sold OSO for $20. I've got gold. I've got 1 ounce gold and 10th ounce gold. If I got silver, it's like collectible stuff at high premium, which we're still selling the heck out of. And I got maybe some 40%. I sold all the junk silver the other night. So we sold 59 copies of this tonight. There's one left. Led Zeppelin, the live EP. 4 tracks never released before, $24.99. 2 from Nebworth and 2 from Earl's Court. Also, Motley Crue from the beginning, a new Motley Crue compilation. We sold 59 copies tonight. There's one left for $38.99. Death Blow, I don't have any Death Blow, no. Rochelle. This is Twisted Sister Detroit Club 1979. This is live Twisted Sister Purple Marble vinyl, $34.99. Oso Adventure got Fleetwood Mac for $18. I was invoiced for a Laura Crate sticker. That was supposed to go to Michael Rudolph, not Matthew Sherrick. That was supposed to go to Michael Rudolph. I'll tell Ed to fix that. Or G, who, if you're watching this sale, make sure that goes to Michael. He bought a Laura sticker the other night for $6.99. It wasn't an artwork sticker. It looked like something like this, with just like it said Metal Crate. I think it said Metal Crate, and I showed it and I said $6.99, and somebody bought it. Does anybody want this one? $3,000. Okay, $3,000 for Laura's handwriting. Kevin Cassidy on Led Zeppelin. We're now sold out of that. Also on Motley Crue, we're now sold out of that. We still got Twisted Sister. They just announced they were doing a live tour, by the way, or they're going back on tour, $34.99. I have 3 copies of the new Youngblood on silver vinyl. We've sold dozens of these. It includes an autographed insert, $39.99 for Youngbloods, $39.99. Also, we have Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, 35th Anniversary Blue Smoke, $39.99. And we have Beck Mellow Gold, $36.99. I'm a Loser Baby. That's been out of print for a long time. Ozzy, Mama, I'm Coming Home, 2 LP, No More Tears, $44.99. Benny and the Jets, we've sold 1, there's 1 left. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $44.99. Rob Halford, we've sold 9 copies, there's 1 left. Made of Metal, limited edition of 500 on white vinyl, $39.99. Natasha on Youngblood, there's now 2 Youngbloods left. That's sold to Natasha. We've got 2 Abbey Roads, One Sweet Dream Came True today. Come together, something in the way she moves. Here comes the sun. Do 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 do. Oh, darling. Mean Mr. Mustard. Dun, dun. Juanita Gagney on Youngblood's Idols. She came in through the bathroom window. Once there was a way to get back homeward. Buddy Johnson on Youngblood. Wow, we're down to 0 copies. Youngblood is sold out. Buckingham Nicks is supposed to come out next week. Another one bites the dust. $39.99. A half-speed master. $39.99. Dun, dun, dun. Shadalum, bonk, bomp, a bomp. Boy, look at all the songs on this one. Oh, golly, it's mind-blowing. My favorite one is Best Friend. He's my best friend. Ooh, you make me live. Whatever this world. I love the guitar too. Boy, don't get me singing this. Slaves. Dun, 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 dun. Creeping Death. Look to the sky before you die. It's the last time you will. That's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Creeping Death. Boy, what else do we have on here? Fade to Black. Oh my gosh. The Kinks, The Journey, Part 1. This is a greatest hits, $39.99. You really got me going. You got me right on all day and all of the night, $39.99. There you go, The Kinks. Sugar, Sugar. I want to live your life so sweet. Hey, hey, hey. That's on red vinyl from Friday Music. Jingle, jangle now. Dun, 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 dun. Halloween. I don't know a single song on this because it's brand new. Johnson Monsters, 2 LP, $54.99. Yellow vinyl. Robert Johnson. I can't sing like him. That's I don't want to get like cursed. Robert Johnson's on orange vinyl, $29.99. Joy Division. I'm not good with karaoke on this either. $29.99. Unknown Pleasures. Anybody ever seen anybody do Joy Division on karaoke? Oh my gosh, don't get me started on this one. We went on for 10 minutes with that one the other night. That's self-explanatory. And then, oh my gosh, don't get me started on this one. I can sing every song on here forwards and backwards. Foxy Lady. That was Jimi Hendrix's guitar there on the end. Oh my gosh. Don't get me started on this. We'll be here for 2 days. Holy moly. Good gosh. And then Ed Sheeran. I don't know a single song on this. This comes out tomorrow or Friday. Pink vinyl. And we got a pre-order up on pink vinyl autographed, if anybody wants the autographed edition. I can't quit you, babe. Dong. Babe, I'm going to leave you. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be dazed and confused. Down, 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 down. Dun, 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 dun. Communication. Oh, how many more times? All those organs when it starts up. Lying, cheating, hurting. That's all you seem to do. Messing around every guy in town. What? That's a good one right there. That's one of the best songs on the album. Natasha on Ed Sheeran. Thank you. Okay. We had our fun with that one. There's another one I can breeze through. But here's what's left. Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix, Black Sabbath, Joy Division, Robert Johnson, Halloween, The Archies, The Kinks, Metallica, Queen, The Beatles, Halford, Elton John, Ozzy, Beck, Cannibal Corpse, and Twisted Sister. Natasha said put her down for one of the autograph ones. You should see that post appear in a whole lot of records. So, yeah. Okay, and let's breeze through that other crate really quickly. Wow, we sold a lot out of there. That's great. More we sell there, more I can order, and the more we can show again on Friday. Lying, cheating, hurting. That's all you seem to do. Messing around, gun town, putting me down. The Megadeth. How about just Megadeth, Chad? The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme Acoustic Sound Series, $38.99. We have Beastie Boys music. You've got to fight for your right to party, $34.99. Slayer, Live Undead, blue and black split color vinyl. Slayer's $34.99. Black Flag, My War, Little Punk in Your Life here. Little Punk in Your Life. Henry Rollins, $29.99. Elvis Sings, Bob Dylan, Beatles, Ray Charles, Bee Gees, Simon & Garfunkel, Chuck Berry, Muddy Waters, CCR, and more. That's Elvis doing covers of those. 54. Boy, look at that guitar. Holy moly. How would you like to own that? $56.99. What happened to Thursday? I will be live tomorrow for Thursday Night Metal Night. Yes. Bridges of Babylon, $34.99. Half-Speed Master. Now that's what I call country classics. 90s Dance Party, yellow and green vinyl. Faith Hill, Shania Twain, Brooks and Dunn, Travis Tritt, Terry Clark, Joe Diffie, Reba, George. There's a lot of stuff on here that two things. It was either never released on vinyl or the OG is extremely difficult to get, like Joe Diffie and Brooks and Dunn, Shania Twain. Those either were never released on vinyl or they're impossible to obtain. So that's those 90s country comps are always well worth it. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, Ronnie James Dio, $44.99. We have Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune, Black Vinyl, $39.99. Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson, $34.99. That's a Verve Acoustic Sounds. Kathy Collinsworth on Stones, another mention for an OG tough album. Tough to get. Came out in the 90s. Tough to get. That's so to Kathy Collinsworth. I got more Slayers, Haunting the Chapel, Red and Black split at $34. Another Stones, this is a live concert from '78 with DVD, $34.99. And then we get into the Laura Crate stuff. So bear with me as I figure out some more of this again. Kate LeBon, indie exclusive yellow vinyl, $29.99. Chad Anderson wants that last BOC. Don't fear the Reaper. We need more cowbell, folks. I got a fever, and the only prescription, you know the rest of it. We have Angelic Girl is a Gun, $33.99. Also, we have Best Coast, Crazy for You, $24.99. Citizen Youth, that's on yellow vinyl, $24. Parquet Courts, Wide Awake, $29.99. And 100 Gex, 1000 Gex, $29.99. This is Dorian Electra, $29.99. Halsley was $33.99, colored vinyl. Lebanon, Hanover, Sky-Fi High, Sky-Fi Psi, that's hard to say, $38.99. Wolf Girl was $39. Parquet Courts again, $29, and Catherine Will Chrome was $39. I'm not going to lie, I've bought albums before because Chad sang a song that was on because I didn't know what the track may have been on it. I try not to sing as much, but at least mention a song. I've got like the same song I'll mention for every album when I show it. I'll be like Blowest to Colt. I'll go, Blowest to Colt, Don't Fear the Reaper. Because some people hear that and they know that song, but they don't even realize it's Blowest to Colt. But most people know what Don't Fear the Reaper. And boy, if I could play little sound clips, our sales would increase by 25%. I could play little clips. The other night, I got flagged on YouTube. I played that Spencer Davis track, Give Me Some Lovin'. A lot of people had never heard it. Some people didn't realize it was Steve Winwood, Spencer Davis. I only had one copy. Nobody had bought it, and they like freaked me out. I was like, how is nobody buying this best of Spencer Davis group? Then I played that track, and then like 12 people wanted it. I was like, of course. I take for granted that y'all know the same songs that I do, but obviously some people don't. And I know y'all know a lot of stuff that I don't know. That's why I have Laura order vinyl and Paul order vinyl, and y'all tell me what to order, and y'all tell me what to listen to. Because there's some stuff I'll play. Like some people still might not know what we're talking about. There's 109 people still watching. They may have no idea. They may have no idea that what Don't Fear the Reaper sounds like or what that is till they hear it. And they're like, oh, that song. Yeah, that one. Oh, yeah, the cowbell song. Dun, 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 tuck, 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 tuck. That's it. It's got that crazy solo. I think we've all heard that one, though. Anybody else? That's it. I guess that was it for most of the new vinyl. Yep. Okay. And with that, I am needing to wrap up the show. I mean, it is midnight. I usually go sometimes till 1 or 2, but we've sold 8 full crates of vinyl, a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. I need to be well rested and reset my mind for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big night here, as always, Thursday night metal night. I need to reset my brain. Today's been a weird day. Woke up to all this crazy news, assassination, school shooting, etc., etc. Need to reset my reset for tomorrow, big time. It's Charlie Kirk that got killed. He's pretty much the same age as me. He's 31. I'll be 30 in December. Kind of made me feel weird when I found out about it. I was like, man, this is just bizarre. You know, like just somebody my age getting assassinated. Made me feel weird all day. So, it's like, I told some people that when I got here, I was like, same age as me. That'd be like, it's just crazy. So, I woke up today, I felt weird for about probably the first half of the show. I've kind of felt just off. So, yeah, it makes me think. It's like, wow. It's like crazy. So, Laura's working on hot pictures right now. I'll have those posted tomorrow. I'm going to try to boost it too. I think I have a Ozzy autograph for tomorrow. So I'm going to try to run that. I think I've got a signed Diary of a Madman to run tomorrow for those that's maybe still thinking about an Ozzy autograph. With that, they'll keep you thinking about a good surprise item. I'll go ahead and tell you I got that. And I don't think I have anything as big as Eddie Van Halen, but Ozzy's about as big as that. We've already sold several Aussies though. So, I have a bunch of text messages. I have about 5 friend group chats that's probably been talking about all this stuff all day. So, kind of bizarre. I have another Diary of a Madman. Yep. You never know what I have stashed around here I'm going to bring out for Thursday nights. That's always the night everybody's watching. They're going to be like, what is Chad bringing out? All right, I'm in the feed. I got to film these videos and get ready for tomorrow. And probably take 10 hours to get caught up on the news and figure all this out. Thank y'all as always. And we'll be back. We'll restart. Have a fresh start tomorrow. Thank y'all as always. And I'll be back. I'll start tomorrow between 5 and 5:30. If I can start tomorrow at 5, I will start at 5. No later than 5:30, kind of like tonight. This has been a bad year. We all need each other right now. Pray for everyone in this group. And thank Chad for being here before he gets away from evil in this world. That's what I told everybody when I started. I was like, everybody zone in, tune out to everything that's going on. Pretty bizarre. So, safe place. And we'll sell music every night and collectibles. All right. Thanks, everybody.